starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back picture with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. I said it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine.
Welcome, one and all. We are here for DreamLeague qualifiers, and of course, we're going to be covering the best region in all Earth. China is up for grabs right now with one slot, all the winner going towards DreamLeague, the rest of them having to try again on the next round of qualifiers. My name is Snay, and I'm joined today by the man, the myth, with the hairy duo. Hairy Freak, what's happening, fam?
Nothing. It's actually quite early in the morning. We got ourselves a patch. Everything is, though, people are gonna be like, oh, Groundfall. No, it's a letters patch, guys. So just chill out a little bit. But then where you said the best region in the world, I'm like, are we covering Africa? Is he gonna be like, oh yeah, my boys are playing, but like, there's no Africa region just yet. And then, so you are a China fan. Yeah, we already knew that, but that's pretty nice to have you here. Not a lot of people actually know much about the region.
Bro, I've been feeding this region for a long time. Glad to see it still kicking. I mean, last year, let's be honest, wasn't necessarily the best year overall for Chinese Dota, but it was a year of transition. And now that that transition is over, we've seen a lot of really good teams that are in the mix right now. Obviously, Extreme Gaming already at DreamLeague, waiting for somebody to join them. Their top challengers will, of course, be like your Azure Rays, your LGDs, your G2IGs, but you know, these Team Zeros, these Team Brights, I can tell you, Harry, that over the years, in China, there's always that one team that makes some gargantuan out of nowhere run deep into the qualifier. So any one of these squads, definitely watch out for them, because you could definitely be seeing them making their way towards DreamLeague, or at least being involved in the final game of that qualifier.
Oh, dude, I know all about that in China. It's actually insane. It feels like, okay, now these 5 players, they were nowhere to be found for 5 months. Then, bam, they're there. It's like they got into like a basement, only 5 computers, nothing else, and they practiced and practiced and practiced. They came out like it's like an anime arc. That's how it feels sometimes in with the Chinese teams. So yeah, it's anybody's game for sure.
Got the hyperbolic time chamber. We've got some somewhat undercarded teams here with Team Zero taking on Team Bright. So that just means it's going to be fun back and forth action, hopefully. And it's also going to be more fun because, as Harry said, we do have a letter patch, some minute changes that have taken place so far. I imagine you've been doing like me, you've just been quickly skimming through the patch. Has anything stood out for you so far as something that you're like, yeah, this will definitely make a huge impact in the meta?
Revenant's Brooch no longer can crit. I would assume that once you crit, your normal damage is applied and the crit is applied in physical damage, because it wasn't explained all that well. I'm gonna assume it's like that. So it has again become a situational item, right? You're playing versus a Terrorblade with the Phantom Assassin, you're not doing any damage to him, and in the late game you pick up a Revenant's Brooch, right? That's how it should have been from the start, rather than I'm gonna buy a rapier and a brooch with the Mars and I'm gonna one-shot your entire team. Bam, right? So this is actually quite a solid change that will make sure people don't buy the item for quite some time and then slowly get into it, which is how it should be.
I mean, there was that change to the rapier as well, right? It now has modes, so you can be in spell amp mode or into just pure damage mode. You don't get both bundled into one. Not so sure how I feel about that change. It's kind of bizarre, but it is what it is. I think this doubloon item actually has some potential now. Like these new numbers, like percent base values for health regen in particular, that feels like it's got a lot of potential. I really feel like there's a lot of potential in that item. And of course, there's been another nerf to BKB. Damn, when are they gonna stop, dude? Ice Frog needs to chill. Just let the item sit, man. It's okay. It's fine.
No, I'm guessing what he wants to do is to dissuade people from buying this item. It used to be for so long. I mean, I've been playing Dota for more than maybe even 20 years, 15 years for sure, right? So that we don't lie to the viewers. And BKB was always the item of Dota. Everybody's talking about a BKB. When will this guy get a BKB? When will that guy get a BKB? All of that is kind of all the game is surrounding the BKB. Now it's not as much, but maybe they want to stray away from it even more, so it's not the main item of Dota. Like Dota is still Blink Dagger BKB. Those are the two things that you're looking for.
Bro, BKB, what an item BKB is. You know, for many years, you pretty much always expected that BKB is going to be the thing. I'm with you on that one. I guess I understand why they want to dissuade you from buying it, but you know, I'm a carry player, bro. I still need BKB. Please. Don't
No.
What must I buy now? Must I like outskill the opponents with Lincoln Sphere, Hurricane Pike? Come on, man.
No. Play like a Monkey King. Always stay in the trees and play around Wukong's command. That's the only thing you can do, Snare. I don't know. Every other hero is just unplayable.
Or I can just spam Lifestealer, you know? Still pretty good. SQ, everything is going to be fine. We'll see if Lifestealer will emerge in this game here, as we do have our draft underway. Team 0 playing on the Dire side with second pick, and then Team Bright have first pick on Radiant. Speaking of Lifestealer, both Ulu and Erica extremely accomplished on that hero, so I would be astonished if it doesn't end up coming up for either of these drafts here in this game.
Okay, so Batrider. I mean, I know that, of course, in China you always want these BKB piercing disables, but Instapick Bat is kind of giving me the vibes Southeast Asia has been influencing you, right? That's that's how it feels. Overall, I mean, these two heroes are the staple of the meta, and this is what I want to see today. And in the next few days of the qualifiers, the guy who looks at the patch notes and thinks, "Oh, I'm super smart. I know that this is strong now," is gonna lose, because until you really test it out for a week or so, you're not really gonna know what is powerful and what isn't. So if you stay with the tried and true, which was already powerful in the previous meta, you're probably going to be doing way better.
Let's see. One thing I also like about this Batrider is that it does give them some flex, because TK plays it, Red Panda plays it, and XWI and Irving have been known to play this hero as well. So they can pretty much decide a lot later in the draft how they want to handle this. Centaur, I guess they ban Mars at some point just to make sure that they have the initiation advantage with this hero. Did they change anything on Centaur? Let's see. Hoof Stomp damage decreased by 20. Whatever. Who cares? Not really that big of a difference.
Yeah, it's one of those Ice Frog changes, right? I will remove this tree. And then it ends up to be a really important tree, but you're reading the patch like, has this guy lost his mind? I still cannot believe that. That was like 5-6 years ago. He removed the tree that was next to a, at that point, maybe those wells that gave you HP, or maybe next to an outpost, I don't know. And I'm reading the patch. I removed the tree onto the left of the tower, and I'm like, is this guy for real? But yeah, it actually made a difference when warding.
Yeah, I remember that. I know exactly which patch you're talking about. I even remember the ward spot. Good times. Gotta love Dota. Well, there comes the ban on the Mars as expected from Team 0, and then they will come in for the Ponlo Lion. Alright, so we have some instant initiation. We decrease the odds of XWY playing his signature puck or his Storm Spirit now that we have Lion. So, feels good. I'm kind of not surprised that they decided to pivot and say, alright, fine. If we can't play like a high tempo initiator, let's just basically get a carry from the mid lane.
Okay. I mean, it might be a one Lina now when we see the clockwork. Clockwork is a hero I haven't seen in a long time, but when I see a Centaur, and then on the other side there's a Lina Clockwork, the Centaur is not gonna have the nicest of times. Clockwork is tanky enough to survive the double edges, and the thing is, can you even get the hoof stomp off next to this hero? So I like this too. BKB piercing disables, nice ways to defend the Lina. You might want something a bit more like the Mars that was banned, but sure, this is quite solid, and it could be a one Lina. Though mostly I've been seeing it in the mid role lately, I think.
I've seen Ulu play Lina before, but it's been a very long time. I'm doubtful he'll play it, but like you said, it could still happen. Actually, now that you mentioned this lane matchup between Clockwork and Centaur, do you remember around the time of the Lima Major last year, when obviously Lina was all the rage, and there were a lot of times where people would very specifically pick Clockwork into Primal Beast off lane in order to disrupt his lane, like you're talking about now?
Yep.
Do you think people should just start doing that reliably with Clock into Centaur, given that the mechanics of the lane are somewhat similar?
I haven't played Clockwork in some time, so I don't know how it feels. With people straying away from it, I'm gonna assume something is off, right? That something doesn't feel good about this hero. I can't put my finger on it, but that might be the case. Still, maybe people are just forgetting about the hero. That does happen. People think, oh, they're pro players. No, no, no. It does happen. If something is not being played in pubs quite a lot, and then there's no spammer that's going to show you how strong it actually is, people do forget about a hero and just write it off completely. So, could be. I would like for it to happen. Clock is definitely a fun hero to watch.
I mean, we got an example of that yesterday, right, in Southeast Asia, where people forgot about Oracle. Then we saw Oracle Lash, and you're like, oh, wow, yes, I remember this now. Very familiar memories. Team Zero, sticking with the air of familiarity, will pick up the 7E Coddle, most likely to be deployed in the mid lane here. Okay, cool. Have a hero that can constantly push out and farm waves. They don't really have... I'm looking at the Team Bright lineup. I'm not that much worried about them, like, completely splitting the map. They're probably going to come and win the game as a unit, which means that playing into this Coddle will be very annoying trying to go on the high ground. And their initiation, I guess, Batrider can jump up, but it's not nearly as straightforward as they'd like it to be. So I'm okay with this. It's cool. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's solid. It's solid. It is a core that builds into a 4-staff. That's also the thing. Might be a support. Who knows? Haven't seen it in... I mean, considering that they do have the last pick and there was an Alchemist right now, it could be a support. But if it is a core, you have a lot of lockdown with him going around the map killing people. And as I mentioned, builds into a 4-staff. But even as a support, builds into a 4-staff, which versus a Clockwork is pretty important.
Are you surprised they pick Alchemist who at Lifestealer still in the game?
Alchemist kills people faster than the Lifestealer, and you want the Lina to die fast. You don't want her to get bailed out and then just turn around on you. So I'm okay with the Alchemist pick. Plus, the Lifestealer versus 2 BKB piercing disables does not feel all that great.
Okay. Let's see. So they're gonna they do not have last pick. So let's see if they're gonna pick a Ulu hero now or something for Irving. All right. So the Irving Tidehunter does seem ever more and more clear that this Lina is gonna go into the mid lane. They have some pretty great team fight from Team Bright. Stuns for every single hero, 2 sources of quick initiation, 1 massive AoE team fight, decent lanes, pretty much all across the board. A little bit of kill threat, not the most in the world, but it exists. Some roaming potential to go mid from these supports. I'm liking what I'm seeing here, Harry. This is a very balanced draft from Team Bright so far.
For sure, for sure. They have everything, right? You have physical magical damage, you have team fight as you mentioned. Their laning is pretty decent as well. The only thing is I was now scrolling through the notes and like, Tidehunter, did something change? No. Like, I haven't seen this hero for a very long time. It has been Centaur Mars, Timbersaw Brewmaster, Pangos sometimes, and DK, right? That was it, basically, from the offlaners. And now I see a Tide. And I know I'm in China, but because this is how they play Dota. They want to be certain. We have to have a magic damage dealer, a physical damage dealer, BKB piercing disable, and a teamfight hero. This is just how they operate, and I like it, right? It's always textbook.
You know exactly what kind of game you're getting. But it's nice as well, right? It just means that now it's about execution more than anything else. Can you stop the plan that we're concocting together? I'm very interested about these last picks. For Team Zero, this Alchemist could very easily be mid. The Coddle ends up being support. Then they need another hero for the safe lane. For Team Bright, Lina could be mid or safe. Either or could really happen. Hell, even Batrider could end up mid and the Lina be support. I don't know why you'd want to do that, but it could still happen. So,
I mean, sure,
very open field.
it could, but now when I saw this Slark ban, I was thinking, are they gonna put the Alchemist support maybe? Nah, like that, there's no way. It cannot happen. But if you would put an Alchemist mid, of course you would only do that if it's not a Lina, because she will just smack you and smack you and smack you. You can shove out the wave with the acid spray, but the Lina shoves out the wave with the Dragon Slave. So I kind of doubt you want to be putting a melee hero there.
If this was Team Bright, I would be very high actually on the odds of Alchemist being support. Red Panda's played Alchemist support quite a lot. In fact, he's also played Tidehunter support, so it's not a guarantee that this Tide is going into the offlane for Irving. They are playing their
offlane
cards
clock?
close to their chest. Offlane clock, I've seen that before, you know. Back in the day. I miss offlane clockwork. That was some really fun Dota to watch, honestly. And I think in a game like this against an Alchemist, you definitely want a Spirit Vessel ASAP, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
The only reason people played it was because it was good at blocking the wave, so it will be a Lina carry with the clockwork. I'm okay with it. The only thing I'm afraid of is this Alchemist gets a basher, jumps to your face, and just kills you. That is a possibility, but of course you have to keep the Clockwork at bay, the Batrider at bay. The boat is nice to protect the Lina. Supports aren't that squishy, but the Lina is, so starting off the fight with the Rum buff is actually quite nice.
Bro, these fights can take forever. Like, trying to punch through Kunkka and Tidehunter while they have Coco Rum, that does not sound like a good time to me. But they're going to have to do it. And like you were saying earlier, Team Zero with the Alchemist, they want to kill heroes quickly. And Team Bright, they're elongating the fights at the moment. And they end the draft with the Doom for Beyond. Okay. I mean, something that Irving cannot crack and shell through. Actually, anybody you Doom here feels really good, right? Having no Kunkka or no Tidehunter, I don't think it's going to be as important to Doom the Lina, but she's also a good target. I'm fine with it, but I'm a bit concerned about the lane. Doesn't he just get completely right-click through by Lina the entire time?
The Doom is fast. That's the thing, right? So if you find, let's say, a Cobalt, and you have maxed out Scorched Earth, you are going to be able to move yourself away quite quickly. Lion is good at keeping the Clockwork at bay, right? Clockwork starts running in, you get a stun on him, and the Doom has the movement speed necessary to get himself away. So you pull the creeps, you farm, you pull the creeps, you farm. When the time comes, Coddle will TP rotate, and you can kill the Lina. I think that's the idea you're going for. But I'm not sure how I feel about the mid lane keeper, because this game, it's actually, it can be insanely good, but also it can be insanely bad. A lot of catch for him. Can come in with an X. You have the Clockwork and the Batrider, and you have a Tidehunter that will get a blink at some point, right? So, but on the other hand, Spirit Vessel on the Keeper of Light can just decimate these heroes on the other side, and the speed with which Team Zero can play. So I'm very torn here. I think a lot of it is gonna be revolving around this Coddle.
Something else that I just started thinking about, right? With the Squirtle. At some point throughout the game, I'm just looking at how beefy these heroes are. Like, you've got this, and we have a support Centaur, by the way. So, Centaur, Alchemist, Doom, everybody's like a bit of a tough customer. All of them keeping themselves alive. Basically, what I'm seeing, Heavy Freak, is that mid-game, these fights are going to take forever from both sides. It's going to be so long, dude.
The thing is, Bright would like to finish it early. That's the thing. You want to jump in, kill a hero, and force the enemies to run away. That's what they want. Zero would be happy with them not killing the hero instantly. If they start off the fight, get them low, force them to use their spells, blah, blah, blah. That's what you want. So Bright, I would assume that they would want that one hero to die at the start of the fight because their chase is insane. And in a 4 versus 5 scenario, they have almost no chances of losing a fight.
All I'm going to say, bro, is that I'm looking at you, Red Panda. My G, we need that Spirit Vessel, bro. You don't have that Spirit Vessel. Imagine some Illuminate heal onto all of these tanky boys. No, 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 no. Rush that item. Get the healing out of the way. And they don't have the Doom, unfortunately. That would have been nice, you know? Just get some easy automatic heal disable, but gonna have to do it the hard way from Red Panda.
The battle
But do you maybe buy it on the Kunkka? I'm thinking about it. You usually don't. You're just gonna go like Blade Mail Aghanim Scepter anyways. But who knows? Who knows? It used to be a thing on a mid lane Kunkka. So maybe we see it back if they see it as all that important. Though overall, I think you can pressure the Alchemist a bit in the lane, which is important, slow him down that way, and then slightly ignore him in the early mid game. I think it's possible for Bright to do that.
We'll see if they can accomplish this as we now are underway with our laning phase. Down bottom, Beyond and Ponlo taking on Ulu and Red Panda. Man, Lion Clockwork. Glad we don't see this all the time. And Ponlo is going to be very unhappy seeing it against once more because he looks like his life is forfeit. Battery Assault slowing him down, but Beyond helping to block off some of the hits doesn't do enough. Red Panda claims the first blood. And you know, I really miss watching Clockworks do this. Hiding here in the trees right behind and then coming in for the pincer maneuver. It's always so fun to watch.
It definitely is. And this is the thing. This is when a hero comes out that is not being played all too often. And then you make a mistake, a huge mistake like this to give a first blood so easily, right? The Lion can never get caught by the Clockwork. It just can't happen. That's just how it goes. We're gonna see action on both the side lanes at the same time.
Bro, TK just straight up saved Irving's life. That flame break was uber clutch. It does suck that you had to now go level 1 flame break on the Batrider in lane, but definitely worth it if it means keeping your Tidehunter alive there.
I mean, not too bad. We see flame breaks level 1 all the time. Usually it's if you have a centaur, let's say, so that you get somebody closer to him, but you're not gonna be too mad about it.
There might actually be multiple deaths happening here. Irving's gonna be the first one to take a tumble, and TK really wants to bring down ZZQ, but I do not think he's gonna have the damage. ZZQ is almost back in range for the additional armor from the tower. He's still got a tango to eat up. And TK, bro, if he was level 2, that's a dead ZDQ, but there's no sticky napalm, so nothing you can do about this.
Yeah, so I think you just give it up. Yeah, smart choice. The Alchemist will just run you down another unstable concoction. You could die as well. But side lanes have been really aggressive ever since the start. Red Panda and Ulu have been pressuring the bottom so much, but they haven't stopped the Doom from farming. So not the worst thing for Team Zero here. Beyond is actually having a solid game thus far.
So far, things are okay for the Doom. Hasn't been run out of town just yet. How's our mid lane doing, though? Probably going to be very boring, so we're just going to take a quick peek. Oh, look! Kunkka and Quaddle trading farm, doing nothing. Wow. Very exciting.
Yeah, but top lane is definitely exciting.
Yeah, they're going on this Batrider. TK this time around has the napalm, almost killing Erica, but he dies first to ZZQ. Irving does find the anchor smash, though, so quick revenge picked up. And these side lanes, like you said, the excitement does not seem to stop. They trade 1-1, but Team Bright much happier to pick up the kill on the Alchemist.
And I love these brawling side lanes, right? 3 melee heroes and a Batrider who is like a pseudo melee hero, wants to get close anyways, and then everybody's just punching each other, and ultimately somebody has to die. But it's bad that it was the Alchemist, because Tidehunter, if he starts getting the advantage in this lane, is gonna be huge. But the main thing is Team Bright, they want to fight on the top lane, even if they're dying. It's the most important thing is Alchemist doesn't get creeps, and he's not getting creeps. He has 8 of them, which is a disaster.
Yep. And to make matters worse, because of this constant pressure atop, ZZQ can't go back into the jungle to stack up for him to catch up later. So very well done to manage the top side of the map, especially for Team Bright. And down bottom, still doing a decent job of handling the Doom as well, as he's also not getting the most farm in the world. So outside of this mid lane, Team Zero not really able to get off the mark in the way that they wanted to in this game.
Yep, not looking too good. Red Panda again pressuring the Doom. Wasn't close to dying, had those stick charges, had the healing Lotus, but you are opening up a perfect lane for the lane. I remember when a minute ago I said the Doom is getting some farm. He is not getting any more farm, so it's becoming a problem for him.
You know, you've alluded over the last 2 days so many times to how, you know, how much of Dota is about habits, right? What are you used to play against? How often you get to practice these particular matchups. Man, we keep forgetting just how strong Lina can be in the lane. Like, my goodness. I knew she was going to win the lane, but Red Panda and Ulu are putting on a clinic down bottom.
Yep, she does a solid amount of damage, and then you have this clockwork that is catching the enemies off guard. That's just how it goes. So now, if you're Team Zero, you're just thinking about your Coddle and him rotating. Ponlo is thinking about surviving, but well, that's not really gonna happen.
Surviving. Pond was thinking about TPing mid to refill the bottle, my friend. He is no chance.
There's
for
no
him.
bottle.
There's no bottle.
There's no bottle.
There's no
on the
bottle. It's
Coddle,
Coddle,
so
yeah.
usually
It's
it
a
would be
Coddle.
like, guys, I'm useful, and now he can't even do that. Yeah.
Bro, there's a twin gate. You can do something like that. Top lane, Irving. He's gonna end up losing his life, it looks like. TK, yet again with a very clutch flame break. It almost actually gets this guy killed on ZZQ, but not enough chase potential on the TK Batrider. But nonetheless, the action does not stop. Kills, 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 kills. Team Zero, at least this time, they do get a bigger target in Irving and more space for the Alchemist to farm.
Yeah, it's very important. The Alchemist's laning stage is much more important than what it used to be, because you have the gold, the passive from the start, but it's weaker than it was later on in the game. So you need a solid laning phase. 20 CS, it is not enough, especially when you consider that Kunkka is doubling that and Lina almost.
Oof. Bro, I've been trying to avoid talking about the CS numbers because it ain't looking pretty. Down bottom, looks like they want to try and maybe make a play onto Ulu. Beyond just picked up level 4. So with the
Ball
level
is
2
coming.
Scorcher, they'll attempt to run down Ulu. Cardle is
As
en
well.
route, hasn't arrived just yet. Kunkka gets there first. And the boat will come in, giving Ulu the Coco run. But ZZQ comes through the twin gate. And he will enable the kill onto the Lina. Now they find the 2-hero Earth Spike. Kunkka and Clockwork. Will either of them survive this? Clockwork will mod, but nor will the Doom. Wait, hold on. This heal from Red Panda will elongate the flight slightly. But ZZQ still looks like he is going to be forfeiting his life as XWI gets the double kill off of him. But Team Zero got the same as well. So an even exchange at the end of the day. But more importantly, they do kill the Ulu Lina, which is the big prize for Team Zero.
It is a big prize. The only problem for Zero is that your kills went to the Centaur. But I guess if he gets a solid timing Blink Dagger, that's not going to be too bad. They did leave the Alchemist all alone. Well, ZZQ is everywhere. He didn't use the TP earlier.
Yeah, he took the twin gate earlier, but he might still end up dead here on the Alk. Irving wanting to get a little bit closer to Erica. Red Panda realizing that bouncing the battery assault off of 2 heroes not going to be an effective gambit. So he will ease off. Now
Beyond
they
is left
brought up,
alone.
oh my goodness. Dude, I was about to say the Team Bright have been so good at recognizing who's where and who's been left alone, where space can be exploited. And they do it again by killing Beyond at the bottom lane.
You need to, when Team Zero, they have the Coddle, so they're gonna be the ones making the fast plays. They're gonna be the ones making the movements. You do this by, you stop this or slow this down by making a play of your own. If you just continue to react, which they were good at reacting in that previous fight, at some point you are gonna be fumbling and it's gonna turn into a problem. But that's, you kill the Doom and now you've slowed down Team Zero so much.
Holy smokes, look at Doom's net worth, bro. Holy jeez.
What
Well,
net
looks like we
worth?
have a support Doom in the game. Yeah. Middle. Might have a small skirmish around this rune here as the Kunkka drags back ZZQ with the X. 70 does not have blinding light, so there's no way to save our Centaur. They'll try with Punlo's Earth Spike, but ZZQ, he knows he's cooked. Just gonna drag the heroes away from the tower. Ends up losing his life nonetheless.
Well, he tried his best. You know what the fun thing is? We're gonna have really high-level supports in this game. When there's so much action, supports just end up getting super high-level. Batrider is almost 6. The Clockwork is 5. That Lion is a little bit suffering, but that's just because Ponlo was always dead.
Poor Podlo. Struggling today, having a tough time. And we might have some more struggle up in the top lane as well, because they brought in both supports to surround Ulu. Our Erica, though, is chilling. They leave him alone. They come back to Ulu bottom with Red Panda. One thing we haven't seen, despite all the action, despite all the skirmishing, all of these towers are really healthy. And if you look at both of these lineups, not really the best at pressuring towers anyway. So I can't expect it's going to be a while before any team feels confident actually ending this game.
I mean, when teams are bad at dealing with tier 1s, it means that they might have solid right clickers in the later portion of the game, but not even that is true here in this game. They don't deal well with tier 1s, they don't deal well with the towers later on. Only the Lina and the Alchemist slightly, but even they're not the best.
Ponlo, this time around, you get to be involved in a kill, my friend, and they give it to him. Shout out Team Zero, helping supports thrive. In the meantime, though, that's going to mean that he's closer and closer towards getting Blink Dagger. And as much as we do want to see this Coddle moving around and making big moves, it feels like Team Zero's lineup only really starts to shine when they have the double Blink Daggers on the Centaur and the Lion.
If you want to shine, you need the Radiance on the Alchemist. That's pretty much how it goes. But yeah, it is that way. The thing is, though, towers are not going to be dropping, so the Blink Daggers they can come once the towers do drop. We're just going to be having skirmishes around the tier 1s for now, and for that the Blink Daggers aren't really needed.
Ponlo will try and assist Beyond. He actually succeeds, keeping Beyond alive. Earth Spike onto TK, Hex onto Red Panda. Alright, support save lives. Beyond is like, thank you fam, I could not afford to die again. It's been a rough game.
And I already told you this before we went live, but I love casting with core players because you, some of you, but most of the people I've casted with, they do really like support players. Support players, they hate core players, and then I'm just seeing hate here. I've heard so many support save lives. He's here to help him. What a nice guy, and stuff like that. And it actually makes it for a nicer cast.
It's nice to be appreciated, isn't it?
Yeah,
Supports win games.
Definitely.
Gonna have a small move being attempted bottom. ZZQ has Stampede, but now they got scouted. Bro, speaking of supports, nah, who is this legend? TK the legend, the god. This Observer Ward right in front of the tier 1 tower has done miraculous amount of work, especially considering how long the tower has been available for.
For sure. And we're having a move in the mid lane. That is a huge kill if they can get it.
Haven't had a big mid lane move this game, and it looks like it's not going to succeed for Team Bright. They end up losing XWY, and TK, he can't keep up with 7E. The Batrider's the one that needs to run away right now. Solar Bind will come out. Ponlo can't get on the high ground now to find the Earth Spike. Gonna be dissuaded by Red Panda. Amazing response from Team Zero. Even though it was the Coddle that got jumped, they're the ones that get the Kunkka kill.
Yeah, you had just enough tankiness there with the safety bubble, with the Spirit Vessel, all the heals coming through from your Illuminate, and 70 does survive. Barely, but that is a game-changing thing. Though, one thing, okay, let's look at Beyond Die again. It's just, seems to be a classic. Seems to be
Man
a
has been through a lot this game, bro. You know, we'll look away. Next time, Observer, if Beyond is dying, look somewhere else.
Speaking about looking away, we have looked away from the Alchemist, and you know, we talked about Shining and stuff. He went for a Maelstrom, and I actually like this quite a lot. You get the Mjolnir, you get the level 20 talent with the base attack time reduced, and then you just hit 5 times per second. You can have like 0.17. I think, per hit, if you get all of the items. Though, of course, they don't have a Beast Master in the game. But anyways, and it's actually really good versus the Lina later on because you want to be doing quite a lot of physical.
Yeah, that is true. I like this as well. Generally, it's also whenever I see these Mjolnir Alchemists, they tend to get more active on the game a little bit faster. And speaking of Lina, down bottom, she is in trouble here. Caught by ZZQ. Aid is coming, but Aid will not arrive in time because the Alchemist arrives first. And they pick up the kill onto Ulu, and now TK will find himself out of position as well. Held in position by the Stomp and killed off by Beyond. And that's going to lead to them taking potentially the first tier 1 tower of this game as well.
Is it really?
Bro,
I mean, there might
no
be
push.
a Tidehunter coming in. You have a Doom, however, so one by one coming Bright are not gonna do it, and they're not in a position to smoke. Yeah, let's go, the first tower of the game here, so it's finally gonna fall. It only needed a 5-man rotation diving in tier 2.
Bro, this is a 13.5-minute tier 1 tower. This might actually be the latest tier 1 I've ever seen in a game of Dota. This is, or maybe not the latest, but definitely up there for the first tier 1 to fall.
Yeah, doesn't happen too often. It's just how it goes, it seems, with Chinese teams. Like 10 years ago, it would be 0-0 in their score at 14 minutes into the game. Now they're like, yeah, we're gonna change that, but something will, there's something we will not do, and that's take the towers down. So it always has to be something.
Oh, man. You're reminding me of, do you remember the super push meta from China? Like,
yes.
between 2014, 2015?
Yes.
That was good times, man.
Exactly. That's the one. I think there I was seeing a game. High ground push is coming, and the kills are 0-0. It was an early high ground push, but still. And I think it was around the time of the TI4, TI5.
Hook shot will miss from Red Panda. They're trying to go on to Ponlo. ZZQ was stalking Irving this entire time. And Ponlo will die. Perhaps a bit of an unnecessary death, given just how much information was available to him. But nonetheless, also not that big of a deal. It's not like Team Bright can do all that much from this position. They're not going to go push the tier 1 tower. So, unfortunately, Ponlo, your life means literally nothing this game, man. Feels bad.
Yeah. Doesn't leave Irving all alone. And with them having the Doom, can he TP out? Yeah, he can. They blundered. Oh, no,
they do. Okay, he did it. They got him. He's dead. Alchemist shows up as well. And Alchemist, he shows up and he will be able to help get a kill onto XWY, the Kunkka. He was trying to help, but all he's helping is the net worth of these Team 0 hero. Team Bright lose 2 of their cores here on the bottom side of the map.
It looked to me like the Doom used the Infernal Blade. I'm like, maybe he just threatened with it and then stopped midway. I'm not sure, but that was super weird. I was like, okay, the Tidehunter is out, you made a mistake. And you know, this is pretty weird. Kunkka coming in to avenge the Tidehunter. And that's probably why he died as well, right? Because it just didn't feel too good.
Actually, maybe this is how, in lore, this is how their beef started. They used to be on the same side, but Kunkka just keeps dying every time they come to try to save you. So he's like, you know what, bro? Just drown on yourself. Don't get me killed as well.
I'm gonna say yes, but for all the people who have read the lore, they know it's not that way. But doesn't matter. We're gonna go with it. Sounds better.
You're here for the Dota 2 remix today, y'all. Don't worry about it. As a tier 1 tower top lane will fall. Ponlo, bro, Ponlo, you cannot afford to die. He is so close to this blink dagger, 400 gold away. Just stay alive, my friend. Don't die. Get this blink. And then Team 0 will really be online at that point.
And Ponlo here is like, what did you say? I cannot afford to die. You think I'm poor? And then just runs into his death. Yeah, he should be pretty safe here. The problem is he's missing the creeps. Come on, Ponlo. Finger him. Ooh. Finger.
The Observer ward catches Ulu top. Whose ward is this? Whose ward is this on the left? Alright, Ponlo. He might not get the kill, but he's baiting with his body. And they take the bait, Harry. They jump on him. Little do they know that that jump is going to get them both killed. Alright. Observer, look to our left. There's an Observer ward placed by Ponlo there, which allowed them to scout that movement. Ponlo places his body to force them to make the jump, and his team is there to respond. Amazing play from Team 0. And Team Bright will be very saddened by that, because that was not that far away from BKB. Just needs the recipe for Ulu.
Ponlo did everything right there. It was all set up by him, and this is it. You get the idea that the Lion is this creep that is just gonna be dying. No, you're still playing versus professional players. They are at some point gonna punish you.
Bottom lane, I feel like I've seen this story before. Erica coming through the twin gates, a Doom onto Tidehunter, and a Kunkka showing up. But this time, Kunkka is like, you're on your own, buddy. I don't want to be involved in this ending. It sucked the last time.
Yeah, you have that one friend that is always starting fights, and it's okay to get a black eye once or twice, but you're overdoing it, my friend.
Red Panda will end up taking a tumble. Does fam.
They're doing really well on 0. Like, this is the type of game that they wanted. They're keeping the Lina at bay. They're putting themselves in a position where the Tidehunter doesn't want to use the Ravage. I'm actually surprised that Team Bright didn't get the blink on this Tidehunter. I guess that's the problem, that the Tide is super low net worth. He bought a shard. Okay, so that for me is like a huge blunder, because they cannot play. Because of this shard and him not having a blink dagger, they cannot play, and that's why he has been dying on the bottom lane twice.
I mean, I can understand conceptually why you want shot in this game. Dead in the Water is amazing against Stampede, amazing against Coddle, but like you say, Link Dagger, just so much more important for Irving. Now he's gonna be trying to farm it up, 600 gold away. And he keeps dying here bottom because he kind of has to, right? Like, they can't play this game without that item. Not much space, because Kunkka and Lina need so many resources to be effective. Times are tough, man. It also shows in the net worth charts, because for the first time, Doom has actually overtaken Irving. He's now dropped into the bottom 5 net worth in the game.
And the thing is, you're gonna get that Blink Dagger in the Torrent Storm at the time when the Alchemist has a BKB. It's all working out for Team 0.
We also find Red Panda, the Alchemist in question. We'll find a quick kill onto the Clockwork in the trees. And they buy back, because there's a big skirmish happening in this mid lane. they are looking to maybe at least kill ZZQ already throughout the Stampede. And if he can die here, having forced the buyback,
nice
he'll take
catch.
it. But Red Panda, very nice catch onto 7E. Unfortunately, 7E, like you mentioned earlier, bought the forced off specifically for moments like that. And it gets him out of trouble. I guess it's not the worst buyback in the world, given how early it is in the game and that it secured them a tier 1 tower. Although it does suck to have to expend it so early on.
And we got to see just what the Dead in the Water does versus the Stampede, right? You don't move. Usually you would look at this center and you would think, that is a strong horse. He should be able to pull an anchor. Well, not really. Doesn't seem to work that way. Irving? No. Is he's buying a Lotus Orb? No, please.
Come on,
please.
Do the right thing, Irving. He's gonna buy the... Let's see. Alright, I hope he really buys Lotus Orb. I wanna hear Harry's reaction. Do the right thing. Let's see. He's sending the courier to the secret shop. He's doing it. Come on.
Yeah, he's buying the Lotus Orb. Okay. Are you actually okay delaying this game with the tankiness, right? I just don't know. When you put yourself in a position when it's hard to force out a team fight, you can get pickups, but when it's hard to force out a team fight, it usually turns out badly. But they have their mid lane tower still, I guess. Now, I just don't like it because the enemies are gonna not feel under threat and they're just gonna hunt somebody else.
One thing that also threat worries me, you mentioned tankiness. As this game gets later and later, they run out of damage, this Team Bright lineup. The only one who really scales scarily for the kind of damage they need could be this Lina, but she still needs a couple of more items to get to that point. But the team will try and make some plays on their own initiative as they smoke up. TK has Blink, Red Panda has Ultimate. Unfortunately, what they do not have is Vision, as all the potential targets from Team Zero are just not here. They're busy taking a Tormentor. They're playing on the Ancients. Definitely not going to get caught out by this rotation.
They're fine. You have a clockwork, I guess, so it's not impossible to get some solid vision. But I'm not liking that they're not making a move through the mid lane. It would have been easier to go through the mid lane, place a ward on the triangle high ground there. That's the area you could go for. Because you got the mid lane tower, that's where your advantage lies. But now, with the Roche being targeted, they got scanned out. This could end up badly.
They're not really in position on Team Zero to contest this properly. Yeah, they're not coming. The heroes aren't stacked up properly. Convo's not even at the Twin Gate. Yeah, this is going to be a free Aegis. It's about to be finished. I mean, they're coming out to the tier 1, but it's definitely too late. Tier 1 tower will give them the staging ground, but I don't think they want to take this fight. As the Aegis will go. They're not leaving. They're still going forward. Okay, Beyond did just pick up a Blink Dagger on his Doom. And they also have a Blink on Erica. Erica's going to lead the charge, going on to Red Panda first and foremost. They burst him down with the finger. That's going to be one kill. Irving right now, he needs to be able to cast the Ravage, but unfortunately for him, he can't do much in this fight as they get the Doom out and the full chain combination onto Kunkka, killing him off. Irving dies without doing anything in a fight yet again. And Ulu forced to just TP out. So they keep the Aegis, but doesn't seem like Team Zero care at all. They're still much stronger than them at this point.
Irving just doesn't want to use the Ravage. I felt like when the Alchemist got stunned up by the Lina that maybe you could have Ravaged and tried to focus him down, but they probably felt like they didn't have enough damage, and that is the issue of Team Bright, is they cannot choose their own fight. It's just what this not having the Blink Dagger on the Tidehunter gives you. You cannot choose where the fight will happen, who you're gonna initiate on, because you do not have that big AoE stun in a position that you would want. And I mean, Zero, they know about it. That's why they went for a fight. This is like Team Spirit style. You let the enemies get the Aegis, you ward around the area, and if they do not TP out, you're just gonna be finding a better initiation and winning.
I mean, that's a good point, right? Because we did see in that last fight, at some point, Irving he sees Ulu to the north of him, he sees XWY to the south. Obviously, Ravage can't connect around both of them at the same time, so he ends up doing nothing. Game is hard, but he has another opportunity here because he's going to smoke up with the crew. The Lotus Orb is finished. It's flying out right now, and they're going to find ZZQ. Could be an easy kill onto the Centaur. But unfortunately, you know, every time they kill him, it must really sting to remember that that's the 5 position. So, doesn't really make that big of a difference to Team Zero whether he lives or dies right now.
Okay, so the Alchemist is gonna have a Basher that is flying to him, and he's halfway to level 20. So once you get the base attack time reduce, for people that don't know, you reduce the base attack time, basically your attack speed is gonna mean more. That's just what it means, because at some point you get to a position where your base attack time doesn't allow you to attack any faster than you currently are. This, for the Alchemist, pretty much removes it, and then every single attack speed item you get is just gonna be increasing your attack speed substantially.
I love those videos of, you know, like some Alchemist with AC, Moonshot, Mjolnir, where you literally can't even see his arm. It's like, always fun to watch.
It's like early time Dragon Ball. That's pretty much what it looks like. He's just, or you remember X Hero Siege from Warcraft?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's probably the best way to describe it.
That's actually perfect. Oh, you're bringing back some old memories, some easier days back in the times.
Yeah,
You know,
I can see
this
you
game has
appreciate
been.
it.
This game's been 25 minutes. Doesn't it feel like it's been longer? For some reason, doesn't feel like it's only been 25.
We have, I think I have aged during this game, so yeah, it has definitely been longer, and the time in Dota has stopped. But yeah, it's just because we have 30 kills there, so that's and even during those times when the kills weren't happening, a lot of action was happening. But you know what? For this Tidehunter, it feels longer because he hasn't used a single freaking Ravage. I think his R button might be broken.
It's bugged. This actually, okay, let's make a bet. How many Ravages do you think he'll actually use in this game? I think he'll only use one before the game ends.
No. He'll use 3.
3, okay. I say 1, you say 3, I like this. Irving, don't disappoint us, brother. You can't do 0, please.
Imagine now we're here for a 70-minute game. He like uses 20 Ravages. We even stopped counting because we feel so bad about our crappy prediction. Like that would really be fun.
Game does seem like it's stalling out a little bit right now. Team 0. There's still a couple more items they want. They're actually going for a fight. Who are they jumping? They're jumping Ulu, and they get the stun onto Red Panda. Oh no. Perfect situation for Erica. Red Panda can't do anything because he doesn't have a buyback. TK at least tries to drag away ZZQ and the rest of the squad, so they kill off the Centaur. Ulu with his BKB is able to run away, but it's only a matter of time before they find him, they catch him, and they kill him. And Erica will find that double kill. Oh my goodness, that is the worst case scenario. To be stunned up double like that by Erica. Man, that's painful.
He even had, I don't know if you noticed, it wasn't on camera, we were watching the other part of the fight. There was a 4-staff on the Lina, and she got herself to the low ground, right? Probably going for a pike.
Yeah.
And yeah, at that point, you see that broken tree. That's the one she broke with the 4-staff. And even with that, even with him getting into a perfect position, basically, with the 4-staff, it's not enough to escape an Alchemist. Too fast, attacks too fast. Abyssal Blade wasn't even used, so this Lina wasn't close to survival.
We've gotten to that point in the game where the danger level that the Alchemist represents to Lina is much higher than the inverse. She can't really show herself if the Alchemist is not accounted for in the middle of the fight. Team 0 get another tier 2. And now what's the play right now? Do we wait for the next Aegis? Do we even need an Aegis on the side of Team 0 to try and take control of the full map?
Okay, so they have a ward in the triangle, and Bright are not going to be going there for sure. So the thing is, it's lucky for Bright that they do have a clockwork, so they're gonna be able to see something, but this is smoke time. You need to get yourself out of the on the map and spook the enemies a bit so that you can get some area control back, and this is the perfect time to do it. Polno is in such a good position. Okay, Red Panda just walks in. Seems like Zero weren't too hot about protecting that. Now when you see this, you could rotate towards the bottom part of the map. That's where you want to be anyways. That's where the Roche will be spawning. That's where the next tower is, and you're seeing already Ponlo is making a circle. This is where we play.
He's making a circle. ZZQ just picked up a gem so he can get more map control that way, but like you mentioned, Team Bright were able to take back control of their triangle, so they have space to farm. This Lina will at least have like an idea of where she wants to go, but it's so tough to decide exactly what to progress to, right? You need the Hurricane Pike, yes. MKB would be nice. A Daedalus would be nice as well. I think she officially has one more item syndrome this game, fam. Hate to see it.
Whenever you say one more item syndrome, it's in situations when they really do need 3 more items. You are it's just on to the next item, I think would be a better way to put it. Nice hook shot.
ZZQ with the hook shot. Ends up dead. Red Panda will die for this as well, it looks like. Bursted away by the Illuminate of 7E. But that was a Ignis also committed from them. So I don't think Team Bright will be too saddened by that state of affairs. And more importantly, you know, ZZQ was camped out here, securing vision for his team, and then they got some vision of their own back for Team Bright, which I think is necessary right now. But more importantly, Harry, look at Irving's inventory. He's got a Blink Dagger coming. Let's go.
Easy, easy. Let's see what he's gonna be able to do with it. Okay. Is it late? Yes, but better late than ever. It's definitely a right way to put it. That's like a super long Roche respawn. So Bright, they put a nice ward there. They think they are gonna be able to keep it for the Roche fight, and it's just not gonna happen now.
Dude, why is Gaben screwing over Team Zero right now? This long Roche is so good for Bright. They can actually get some farm back, but more importantly, they're not farming on Team Zero. They're all just sitting together in the stack. Beyond, though, very bravely goes for the D ward here. I don't know if Team Bright really should commit to saving this ward. Beyond is going to dare them to. Those are the Shivas, and they just clear out the ward. It's good enough for them.
Now, at this point in the game, you have to use the Ravage when you know it's gonna be a fight for you. You cannot just go for the Ravage for 1 kill, because Roche might spawn, and then you're screwed. But, to be honest, just like in the previous parts of this game, Irving, if he had used it there and killed Beyond, that would have actually been good for them. But now Zero are coming forward. That rocket is gonna give you a false sense of security. Don't walk into the scan. Okay, it didn't turn red.
He didn't get scanned. And Team Zero, they're smoking out. Man, Pando is so frustrated. He's like, bro, Roche, where you at, dog? Please, pull through. This is like when you're planning a party. That one person who has all the meat, all the booze, they're late to the party. You're like, dude, where are you? Like, we need you right now.
The thing is, he knows the guy coming to the party, not Roche, that he's gonna get jumped the second he gets in there. That everybody's just gonna be like rabid dogs, and I think that's how Roche feels right now. And I don't think Team Bright have the capability to really defend them.
Team Bright, still waiting, still just waiting, growing older and older as the Roshan progression. Erica tried to force a fight here with the unstable concoction. Do they know about this? Dude, if they knew about that, oh my goodness, that would have been huge. But they go for it. The first Ravage! The first Ravage! Irving catches Beyond and they burst through and kill this Doom off. Erica, though, he wants to go smoke. He wants to take this fight. He finds a 2-hero stun onto TK and Ulu. Brings down TK very quickly. But Red Panda trying to split the fight right now. Going forward with the clockwork. Unfortunately for him, though, these heroes are a little bit too strong as Erica is chopping wood with the Alki. Now he's going on to Ulu. Ulu, though, trying to stand his ground. Has the BKB, throws down the LSA. But they just do not have the damage to actually hurt Erica. Erica comes through, kills off Ulu. XWY has no boat, has no BKB, has no options as his life is taken away. Team Zero kill off absolutely everybody. A buyback came from Red Panda, but too little, too late, as finally the Roshan shows up to give them a little bit of a greeting. Say, well done, here's your reward, boys. 6 kills and an Aegis going the way of Team Zero.
It might be time to call it. It was obvious in that fight that Lina needs 2 more damage items to be able to do enough, or at least level 25, which isn't even close to happening. It's impossible. They're probably just gonna stay for 1 more fight, because calling GG before the enemies are pretty much at your door has become a staple in Dota. I don't know if I like it or hate it, but some games are just impossible to play.
Me personally, I'm of the school of thought of the old VP team. You know, that 2017, 2018 VP. The game's impossible, just call it, dude. Whatever. Amount of times I saw them, it would be like 14 minutes and still in the laning phase. Ramses looks and he's like, I'm actually not feeling it, boys. Pollock, let's go next.
Yeah, literally like booster approach in Dota. Of course, boosters don't exist any longer, guys, because they have all been banned. Luckily. Hope that's the case, but probably not. Still, that's the idea. You see that the game is unwinnable, and you don't try to stress over it. Sometimes it can get frustrating. Though, you know what? Chinese teams, I don't think they ever get frustrated. They just be like, okay, we lost. We lost because we did this, and that, and we're gonna be changing it in the next game. They're just of a different breed than the other region players.
I will say, for me, the biggest thing that differentiates China as a region and makes it special, we'll talk about it in a second, because we might have a fight here. TK was searching for a potential target, and Red Panda actually had vision of Erica, but definitely doesn't want to make the jump. Will do it if he has to, but would certainly prefer to just stick back. But the thing I've often noticed in China is how different the games in a series will be. That like game 1 will be markedly different than game 2, which is markedly different from game 3. Different metas, different team crushing, different lane compositions. It's very fun to watch.
Oh, you think so? They adjust faster. Is that did they read you? Okay, yeah. I think that is the case, because in my mind, Chinese players are the most devoted. They study Dota the most, and it does open it. DK starting the fight.
Okay, but unfortunately they don't have the damage. There's the second Ravage from Irving. Sadly, they already got the Stampede. BKB out on Erica, so he easily just gets out of trouble. In the meantime, though, Kunkka got caught lacking bottom by Beyond and Ponlo, as they're able to find the kill onto the Pirate Man. Okay, so 2 Ravages. They get a ZZQ kill, but more importantly, right now, Zero is not at the foot of their base, so I guess you're not happy, but it's okay given the situation.
It's fine, but that was the second Ravage, and I like how you mentioned the first one because it would go hand in hand with your prediction. But when it's getting closer to mine, then you don't talk. That's not nice. There, thought we were colleagues, friends, but sure. If it's definitely a competition now.
Don't worry, I got you for the third one. You know. It'll make it more exciting when that third one comes out.
yeah, makes sense. Yeah, but again, you can't kill the Alchemist. You use the Ravage, you use everything, and he just runs away. Double 4-staff. Used at a perfect time. If they made a mistake and used one of those 4-staffs while he was still being pulled by the Batrider, the Alchemist might have died. But look at that.
Well, he's now soloing Tormentors. Is there any more room for him to still grow here? So he can still get a Moonshard. Maybe at some point the game goes long enough, he can get like Force Boots and get rid of his normal boots, but we're pretty much capped out here, fam. Strongest that he's gonna get for Erica, but he's really strong at the same time, though.
Yeah, I think next item probably... Okay, he's going Moonshard, but it's just because it goes so well with his build. I feel like Aghanim Scepter for a Doom would be quite nice.
Dude, look at Beyond right now, playing with zero fear. Just runs up, Shivas everybody, hoping to start a fight, and he actually does. The Ignis connects out onto Irving, but they have the necessary 4-staffs, they bail him out of trouble. But Team Zero, with a 34k net worth lead, I feel like they think we are finally strong enough, boys. Time to go up the hill.
Let's go. I mean, Alchemist feels unkillable, though you're still going versus a Ravage. So if they want to be extra safe, and we know it's all about discipline in China, they could. Yeah, I mean, when you kill the tower in half a second because you attack so fast, it's there's no reason not to go, probably.
776 attack speed. Oh my god, look at that. Wow. TK though, will find the connection onto Erica. BKB came off first though. So Erica makes quick work of the Batrider. They do get the buyback out as they manage to take down the racks and the stun. It caught onto the Alchemist. Alchemist's dead. They didn't even need to use the Ravage for that one. So Irving still has Ravage number 3 ready to go. Will they even require it here? They get the jump out onto this Beyond Doom. Doom is going to end up dead here. Can he TP out to safety? He barely gets out, but no. The X is there. It's going to drag him back. No, PKP duration is long enough. He is safe. But the fight's not over just yet, as they end up losing Red Panda. Dies to the Spirit Vessel damage. ZZQ finds the stun onto the 2 cores. They need to retreat now. And look at Ponlo doing work from the edge with the mana drain. TK, he's losing his life slowly but surely. But the Spirit Vessel does
Ravage
end, and
ready.
Ponlo jumps up, he finds the stun out onto Alina, but Ravage number 3 comes out from Irving. That allows them to kill Red Panda, but sadly it cannot save Irving, nor can it save Ulu. Both of them end up dead. The racks will end up being taken, and despite a surprisingly impressive fight, I think the game is still over here, Harry.
I felt it was over for quite some time, but it should finally be at the point where Team Bright want to type those two same letters. No, this is the thing. You go to sleep. You don't tap out, right? So that's what you do. So Team Bright, they are
I
just
see,
gonna
I see,
be
I see.
staying in that one until the very end.
So you're like, you're of the school of Stone Cold Steve Austin. You take the sharpshooter until you pass out. I like that.
Exactly.
Never tap out.
You know, after the Conor McGregor Khabib fight, he said, "Why you go to sleep? Why you tap out? Go to sleep. Like, why did you talk?" Yeah, so that's the approach. And ever since then, I'm like, yeah, you never call GG. You wait for them to punch you so hard that you cannot get up any longer.
Erica was throwing that haymaker forward onto the Kunkka, but sadly for him, XWY got off the BKB. And Lina's about to come back in 10 seconds. Although Erica is here to provide the damage onto the buildings, I'm not so sure they're going to stick around for the Megas. The waves are very far back. He's channeling the stun right now. This could be an opportunity for them. TK, go make the jump. TK, go for it. He's not going to do it. Oh well. Looks like the game is about to end. We are going to finally have that jump from TK, but it does come a little bit too late. The boat will crash down onto Alchemist, but where is the follow-up damage? It's just not there. Lina got doomed, so she cannot contribute to this fight any longer. And Team Zero will be able to clean up these buildings. They got the final melee racks. They are looking for the full megas, but they don't even need them. As Ulu calls GG, Red Panda gets himself killed, and Team Zero will secure game number 1 here in the DreamLeague 23 qualifiers. They are making a statement in the opening series.
Okay, at least Bright kind of forced them to exert some of their willpower there, because that definitely at some point felt like, okay guys, we won this one, we just need to close it out. And this is what I like. Yesterday you and me cast Southeast Asia, and you said one thing, you know, that winter always repeats. In Southeast Asia, teams have a hard time ending games. In China, that is never a problem because discipline is the staple of the region. So they just approached it with a lot of discipline, never gave away their lead, and got the victory. But overall, I feel like this game was decided in those first couple of minutes fighting around the towers. For me, the biggest move that happened was that 5-man rotation on the bottom lane. That's where Team Zero really got their advantage.
Yeah, because before that movement, right, it was not just even, but Team Bright was winning a lot of those skirmishes. But then right after that movement, they take the first tower of the game. They're able to consolidate more farm for Beyond, bring him back into the game. He goes for a few more active items, you know, relative to Irving, who didn't go for that early blink. Then the map opens up. They can play Dota. And they also got pretty good timings on their blinks for Ponlo as well as for ZZQ there. And Team Bright get the W, or get the loss there. I do feel, in retrospect, yes, the Blink Dagger would have been nice on the Tidehunter, but I feel like this Kunkka didn't really feel like he did enough in these engagements. Well, Kunkka and Lina didn't feel like they did enough, right? I didn't get enough disable out of the Kunkka as much as I would have wanted, and not nearly enough damage from the Lina side of things. What would you want to change draft-wise for Team Bright before they get into the second game?
I feel like you picked the Kunkka to catch the Coddle, and the Coddle had 0 deaths in that game. So I don't know if in general this is a draft problem, but Team Zero went for heroes that are super in the meta, and you went for a Tidehunter and a Clockwork. So there's a reason these heroes aren't being picked up. Even if they are comfort heroes, maybe you should stay away from them.
I will say, I'll put some respect on Red Panda. Some of the catches that they made, some of the vision he provided was a lot better, given the Clockwork being in the game. But like you say, meta exists for a reason, and we'll see if Team Bright will bend back towards the meta, or if they chart their own path into taking the second game. We'll find out after a very short break. It's Snare and Harry Freak, the Harry duo. We'll be right back.
creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new.
Alrighty, welcome back one and all. We are still here in the Chinese region. We're doing some DreamLeague qualifiers, and we're about to enter Game 2 of Team Bright versus Team Zero. Game 1, it was action-packed. It was, very exciting to witness. But let's be honest here, it wasn't as competitive as it should have been. So what were the glimpses, the little sparks that you were like, you know what? If they pursue that path on the side of Team Bright, maybe they can follow up those good things into turning Game 2 into a victory.
I feel like in the first game, what they've shown is that they understand the early mid game and what they should accomplish. There were a couple of fights that just changed the game really for the worse for Team Bright, and then their lineup shouldn't work like that. They allowed the other team to snowball. So I think it was just who's gonna take the prime. That game could have gone either way at like 15 minutes, but with Team Zero being the first ones to strike, being the first ones to always make the rotations, that was the problem. But Bright, I think they played a decent game of Dota, and I wouldn't say that they don't have a chance. That wasn't like Team Zero showing that they're 10 times better. They just got the right fights at the right time.
Yeah, I'm fully with you on that. And there were moments that we saw of just genuine out execution coming out of Team Bright. So they can pursue that track going forward. Things could be a lot better. In particular for me, I want to see Ulu play a classic Ulu hero. One of these. Lina, yes, she can be like a sort of skirmisher and a fighter, but Ulu, I think, is at his best when he is on the map, chasing people down, fighting, getting involved in frays. Obviously, the days of like CK or whatever are gone, but something, whether it be Luna or Morphling, just something that's going to allow him to be involved in the game as much as we saw Erica be allowed to be involved in the game, I think would make a big difference for them.
Yeah, for sure. Though, do you see a discrepancy here between mine and your head? I kind of feel like Zordon from the Power Rangers. Let's try to change that a bit. Okay, now it's better. Now we're kind of the same.
Oh, Zordon, that's actually really fun. It's funny because I used to be obsessed with Power Rangers. That was the first movie I ever bought with my own money to be like, Power Rangers. Okay, did you ever watch that movie, the one with who was the bad guy, Ivan Ooze?
Ivan Ooze, yes. I always ask these people on the Dota cast, and they have no idea about it, right? Because the Weaver set, the one that looks like a wasp, reminds me of Ivan Ooze's Zord, and I'm like, yeah, look at that, it's like Ivan Ooze's Zord, and they have no idea who he is. So thank you, Snare. Now we can focus on
brother,
Dota.
for being a follower of the Church of Ooze. Yeah.
So we can now focus on Dota, and then I'm gonna watch that movie later on in the evening if I find it somewhere on the internet. But let's see what the bans are gonna be. Chen is still we're gonna be saying goodbye to him, even though they mentioned him in the patch. Like some things needed to be changed, and then it was like, Chen, we're looking at you. People still don't want to play against it.
Yeah. Honestly, in my mind, I don't even consider Chen a hero anymore. It's just banned every game. I'm just expecting to never see it. So it's like, whatever. It's fine. Bad Rider still in the pool from the first game. So, of course, that's going to be the quick pickup for Team Bright. As mentioned, it is still very versatile and flexible for them. If you're Team Zero, you see Centaur's banned, no Brewmaster, you just pick Oh, no, you just pick Pango. Okay.
That's an interesting one. I haven't seen the first pick, or second pick Pango, but either way, first pick overall for your team, Pango, in a very long time. I don't even think that Gaming Gladiators do this any longer. So this is really weird to see, but it does go hand in hand with what we saw in the previous game with constant skirmishes. Pango is gonna thrive in those quite a lot.
Those are the situations where you expect them to do well. Honestly, I'm not that surprised that they did this. There was a period of time where 70 would literally play Ember, Pango, Coddle. No other heroes, just those three. So the fact that he's come back in for the Pango right now, Coddle was still in the pool, so was the Ember, but Ember is not in the best place right now. I'm okay with this. I suppose now, even if enemy team ends up picking Mars, you guarantee that one of your heroes will be able to roll through the arena. That makes it easier for you to counter-initiate those moments.
Yeah, I think you now don't need to ban out the Mars. It's just how it goes, right? You pick a Mars into a Pango, and you're always gonna have troubles in the team fights. He's way too hard to control. I guess a little bit easier now when you can spear into an arena a little bit more effectively than what it used to be. It used to be very hard to pull off. So now you can at least engage on the Pango. But once he gets the Bling Dagger, he's always back in the back line. A ban on the Disruptor. Okay, I wasn't expecting that one. Mirana pick, on the other hand, that's fine. I think it got slightly nerfed, if I'm not mistaken. Let me check.
Let's see. Mirana base movement speed decreased by 5. So from 290 to 285.
Oh, GG, over. So, CM on the side, like, first time? Yeah, like, is this the first time this has happened to you? Yeah, maybe.
Oh, poor Mirana. That is really slow, though. 285 is pretty atrocious.
How is that fair? Like, I don't know why it is in Dota. Flying heroes are usually super slow, like dragons, right? Are super slow. And then you have a... Okay, I understand the CM when she's on foot, but when she's a dog, right? That should be super fast.
Should be faster.
Cats also should be super fast. They're literally crawling. I don't know what's wrong with them.
We need to go and reassess the entire suite of animations for Dota. Say, make it make more sense with the character models, please. There's the slow girl. So they have the two sisters on the side of Team Bright, Lina and the Crystal Maiden. Yet again, tons of disable. Got some magic damage, have some laning prowess. Overall, though, does this fix the damage issue that they started to run into as the game went for Team Bright?
Not as the game goes on, but it does give them a opportunity to push the issue even more in the early mid game, so that you get the Lina super strong and you don't run into damage issues, if that makes sense, right? So if it comes to the later portions of the game, no, these heroes are not going to be doing damage, but if they get the advantage, which is what Crystal Maiden is pretty good at pushing, right? You get level 4, 3, 4 early, or 5, and then with the Frostbite, you just get kills, and with that, you get items, and then you're not gonna have damage issues. But the Mars is just amazing. Versus all three of these heroes, they hate playing versus the Mars. And actually really easy to catch as well.
Yep. Dude, this is an amazing Mars game. Bulwark is great, Arena is great, Spear is great. Alrighty, and they're gonna put the Hoodwink together with this. We've seen this lane together many times, the Mars Hoodwink. Now, no matter who Mars is with, either of these supports, if he's on the map and another support is missing, a hero can die. They have like kill squads all across. Like the amount of skirmishing this Team Zero lineup can do is kind of phenomenal right now.
For sure. Okay, I wouldn't mind the Tide here for Bright. Like, it's actually solid to go for it this game, better than the previous one, because Mirana and Hoodwink, they die pretty easily. Just get that Blink Dagger earlier. Okay, they put the Lina into the mid lane this time around, which makes sense because CM Lina wouldn't be the strongest of lanes, and this is a good lifestealer game. The problem is I don't like the catch of Team Bright. Other than the Batrider, they don't have much, and it is a question if you're gonna be able to start the fight off with that. And if the other side is starting off the fight, your Crystal Maiden is dead, your Lina is dead, or your Batrider is dead. Maybe even all three, which is a problem.
Let's see. Where can they get that initiation from? It's gonna have to come from the off lane. So we must look at what heroes are left. There is no Centaur, no Brewmaster, no Mars, of course, no Pango even, no Timber. What's left that has stun? I guess the Tide Hunter you mentioned, but I don't know if I want to see Irving play Tide again, if I'm honest. That felt like a very traumatizing performance. Like, do something else.
I mean, it's one of his. It's his best hero. He's been playing this Tide Hunter ever since his LBZS days. So,
yeah.
You know, he probably got traumatized a couple of games in the past, anyways, and he probably had some of the great games in the past as well. So you just go with what you know. Let's see what else is there really.
Not the thing that sucks after this Primal and the Doom ban is that Tide honestly is the best remaining option, right? AoE team fights, Dead in the Water, good against Mirana and Pango. You know, it's one of these heroes that you can, with the heroes that are left, I doubt they're going to pick for Erica like Ursa or Monkey King. You're not that sad in most matchups. Unless you play like Underlord. How would you feel about Underlord instead? It would mean that they can't get initiation, but at least you could buy like the team items and maybe they try and go for things that way.
I wouldn't mind it. I saw a change a bit there to his axe, but he's just not a hero that you see too often. You know what's in the pool? Kunkka is in the pool. I'd like the Kunkka more. Take an offlane Kunkka. That's what I'm fine with. Slardar was left as well. Sure, your 2 cores are going to be doing solid amounts of physical damage. The problem is now you're gonna eat some troll in the face or something along those lines.
Now you get Luna here, bro. I would Luna them. Erica Luna, let's go. Give us Luna. I mean, it's going to suck a little bit against Slaughter at some points, but Troll or Luna. I really like Luna, though, overall. Troll would also be really great. Good matchup into the lifesteal in the game. Lanes incredibly well against the Slaughter. Most melee heroes aren't really in the ticket now because of the Slaughter. Unless you play like... can you afford to play Monkey here? Nah, they have too many scouting tools, right? They can find you in the trees. So maybe that's a bit too risky.
Yeah, it's risky. It is risky, but it's actually a solid Monkey game if you look at Team Zero's lineup, right? If you just look at how it's gonna work with their lineup, it's actually not too bad. Oh, we saw Seeker change. Seeker could be a solid one. It's a high armor hero, so he can pretty much survive versus the Slardar. Good versus the Lina, gets in her face.
Okay. Ground target silence onto the Crystal Maiden. That always catches her because she can pretty much never escape. I wouldn't mind that too much. Medusa. Medusa. Bro, this is actually legit. This is a great Dusa game. I'm fine with this. You've got like, there's 2 heroes that'll play in front of you. I guess Stone Gaze is not that scary for Team Bright, but overall, how do they kill the Dusa? So they'll amp damage her. Lifestealer hits her for a while, but amp damage with right click doesn't mean anything for the Dusa. So that's always very nice. There's Lina, but she can buy BKB. Oh, that's actually fine. I don't see the Snake Lady all that often. What's your feeling about it?
It's a solid one. I feel like whatever you went for, you mentioned the Luna, now the Medusa came out. Whatever you went for, you are gonna be on a timing. You are not beating a Lifestealer Lina Slardar in the later parts of the game. But that's when things, I mean, in general, this draft was scary for Team Zero, because you have very aggressive early mid game, solid lanes as well on Team Bright. And if they do well in the lanes, transition into a solid early mid game, which their heroes should be able to do, Team Bright will force out the late game. The Medusa is not going to hit the timing that she needs to win this game. So I think Team Bright have set themselves up for success in this one.
Well, I just won a game 3, so let's go Team Bright. Sorry, homie Ponlo. I'll apologize in chat later, brother. But I'm trying to get a game 3 on us. But Hoodwink for Ponlo has always been very, very high performing. So we'll be able to see what he can accomplish in this particular game. I will say, though, that relative to the previous game, their initiation is not nearly as simple as it was for Team Zero. So the execution level is going to have to increase if they want to have the same degree of skirmish success.
That's why him being a specialist in the Hoodwink is actually a big deal, because Arena is not going to be there always. As far as I know, it got nerfed a little bit. It used to be 90 seconds cooldown, now it's 100, 95, 90. But overall, that's not that big of a change. The biggest thing is here, Hoodwink with the Bushwhack is going to need to stop this run at you from Team Bright. They should go for it. If you're just not fighting with the Crystal Maiden early on, you're doing something wrong. So I think Team Bright are going to be running forward, and then you're going to be relying on that Hoodwink getting the Bushwhacks. If the Bushwhacks aren't good to protect your team and turn fights around, then Team Bright could get away with the early game.
I also really feel that in this game, because they don't have cooldowns on Team Bright, like the thing you're saying about them being able to always skirmish, they should just never stop. Because why, right? Just keep going. Divide. I want to see them play like, who's the most aggressive team I've ever seen? Do you remember that Eastern European team, Power Rangers, from way back in the day?
Yes.
With J4, Cheshire Cat and them. They must play like that kind of Dota.
But that's not the most aggressive team ever. MVP Phoenix is the most aggressive team ever.
Oh, now my man is talking. There we go.
A little bit, though. They're super fun. I feel like if we have new players in the chat, they're gonna have no idea what we're talking about. Okay, I'm just gonna paint the picture. They pick Darkseer and 4 other melee heroes, and they just run at you. They literally don't do anything other than right-click the enemy heroes. And that MVP Phoenix, like, I don't want to say dominated, but they were like top 6 teams in the world probably at some point just by playing Dota that way. It was insane.
I believe they got top 6 at There was a TI. Was it TI 5
Yeah,
or
I
6
think
where they
so.
got top 6? Yeah.
Ooh, you know what the
Very
funny
fun
thing
times.
is? It might be 4. No, it wasn't 4. 4 was
No, it
kind
was
of
after
passive
4.
meta. Yeah, after 4.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
probably 5. You
Four-
can
four
cast that. I can check.
was-
I can check, you know, so it's
Okay.
a really important thing. So I'll just go and do it.
I'm betting it's 5. I think it was TI 5. Bonlo, down bottom, just taking some damage, doing his thing. Him and Beyond tier, no real threat onto Ulu, but Red Panda, gotta watch your step, buddy. You can at level 2. I feel like they should just kill the Crystal Maiden. It shouldn't be that hard to accomplish.
Your Dota history is way too good. It cannot be beaten. Though you did get one thing wrong. They were 7th, 8th. They weren't 5th, 6th, 5th, 6th. But still.
7th, 8th. Damn it. But still, that was a good year of Dota. That was fun to watch.
For sure. I mean, after the I4, everybody was so disappointed just how easy it was. So you know, anything would have been good. But definitely a fun year. You know, with Samael coming in and it being super hype, it was amazing.
Shout out to Sumail and EG at DSC 2015. Was still one of the best tournaments I've ever seen in my life. The final game where Black on Shadow Fiend, I think, dropped like 2 different rapiers in a game. That was fun. But let's not educate the kids on Dota history. We still have to cast this particular game. Anything that's going to be interesting here. Last time we saw Bloodbath in the lanes. Any possibility of that happening in this one?
It's gonna start fairly soon. It's just that this time around, it's probably gonna be level 3. Actually, Crystal Maiden starting off with the first and the second spell, so I expected more of their approach. We have seen, you know, that build of the Crystal Maiden starting with the stick without any mangoes, and then you go for the Arcane Aura. But Red Panda doesn't do that, and they're still not super aggressive. So I guess Team Zero have dodged the bullet on the bottom lane. But top lane, once the Slaughter is level 3, maybe 4, that's when you want to start running down the Medusa. I actually can't do it. Mirana can't help much.
Definitely waiting for this action to all start popping off. We saw a little bit mid that Lina is winning, as you expect, against the Pango. But, you know, Pango... He's come to be very happy with just, if I'm not dying, I'm getting levels, then I'm winning my lane. It's not too sad for me.
Yeah, and him being a Pango
Even
expert,
though-
not gonna have issues. He has a lot
Might
of
be
issues.
dead here. He ran out of mana on the Lina. That was so close. For want of like 50 mana, that could have been a kill with the Dragon Slave.
And look at what he's buying. An old talisman. He's gonna come to the Lina. You wanted it buffed up, and well, ZZQ, you know, we're getting hyped up, or I'm getting hyped up about null talismans, and then we get a first blood.
ZZQ ends up dead. Well, actually, that's probably the nerf on the movement speed on the Mirana taking effect. I'm not so sure he dies if it was the previous patch, man.
Okay, sure. That's I agree. That 5 movement speed really coming in handy here. We're seeing that Ice Frog and his changes. They always make sense there.
There we go. You see this null talisman? If it wasn't buffed, he wouldn't have bought it. But after the buff, he's like, this is the best thing ever. It's going to be a small contest over a water room.
Beyond is in trouble.
But
Mars is dying.
Beyond is actually going to die. Mars. He ends up dying down. I did not anticipate that happening. I thought the first person to die in this lane was going to be the Crystal Maiden, not the Mars. How the hell did that happen?
I mean, it's a lifestealer Crystal Maiden. Crystal Maiden is super strong in the lanes. If you go for her and it doesn't work out, instantly you don't kill her, she's gonna run you down. And, if you don't go for her, then she's gonna go for you. I guess so many slows. Mars he's carrying a big shield, a big spear. These two are slowing you down. You just cannot outrun them.
Game is hard overall there to end up losing the life, but he still has quite a lot of CS, so not going to feel too bad about himself. Handedly winning the CS war against the Lifestealer. So he's chilling.
That's how it goes. Good animation, good damage on the Mars. And I'm still waiting on Ice Frog to add a hero that is not gonna have good animation, good damage at the start of the game. It just hasn't happened in the last like 10 heroes added.
I feel like it can't be fun to design a hero that doesn't have good damage and animations, right? That's half the fun, to figure out how to make something that feels broken just from rip.
Sure, but where's like a Wisp type hero or something? We'll see. The new guy coming in, there is a chance that he's not gonna have good animation. Like Hoodwink. that catches the
Hoodwink
Crystal Maiden.
definitely has very good animations, catches the Maiden, but the spear is in a sort of a wrong angle, so they can't find the rebuke to actually kill the CM. Instead, TK makes a rotation over and they burn down Ponlo. So they are on fire right now. At the same time, mid lane, is that a solo kill from XWY onto 7E? Yes, it is, baby. Got the level 6 first, ends up zapping him with the Laguna Blade. This early game for Team Bright, man, it could not be going any better for them as it stands right now.
And it's not gonna stop, right? You get high level in your supports. Both the Batrider and the CM are very good at rotating as well to the mid lane, which is what you want to do when you have the Lina on your side. They kind of missed this first power rune. We're lacking on resources a bit, but the next power rune, when you can leave the Lifestealer all alone, is gonna be different.
Lifestealer right now, starting to build into his omelet. Do you still want to buy Radiance this game as the Lifestealer, or do you go a different build?
I think you do. I think you do. The Medusa doesn't want to buy an MKB, so sure, you just go for it. I feel like Radiance is mostly a farming item. Before you get it as a Lifestealer, you just don't do much. Armlet you get so that you can stay in the lane longer, and then you get close to your relic. Usually you're gonna get pushed out at that part. You still farm the jungle quite slow. Once you get the Radiance, it changes. So I'd be okay with it.
We'll see what the progression is for him. XWY, of course, playing in the mid lane now. I don't think we'll see the same build. Previous game, we saw Ulu go for... He went like, what, Mjolnir first, came back for like a 4-star, then he went Gleipnir, then he went Falcon Blade. It was like a lot of mid-tier items at once. And speaking of Ulu, he was putting some pressure onto Beyond down bottom, but Beyond is going to be a-okay. Survivable enough at the moment on the Mars, not to actually die anymore.
I feel like Gleipnir is still the build for the Lina. You get a Maelstrom maybe into full Gleipnir, or Maelstrom travels Gleipnir. That's still a mid lane Lina build, so very rarely do people go for like the magical damage approach. And yeah, XWY is queuing up a Maelstrom.
It would be fun to see a Kanda Lina bottom lane. Beyond, bye-bye. Ooh. Man, is Beyond just gonna have a rough start to every game? Because his game 1 start was also quite difficult on the Doom.
I mean, Bright are picking some really strong safe lanes, so I guess the answer is yes. But they actually kind of, you pick a Mars, you think, yeah, I'm gonna be fine. This Lina is toast, and then you understand that Lina is already burning super hot, so that toast is not really gonna be that great. But you also understand that you're gonna be laning versus a Lifestealer, so that is the problem. Team Bright is just setting their safe lane up for success. It's not Beyond's fault.
Right now, his dream is just to survive as XWI is farming away. And looks like Team Zero would be happy to get a kill so that they could at least accelerate their timing on pushing on these towers. Probably don't want it to be like game 1 where they had to wait 15 minutes for their first building. But unfortunately for them, very similar to game 1, their ability to siege towers is atrocious from Team Zero.
Exactly. You're gonna be needing to bring in the Medusa at some point. Once you get the Manta Medusa, I don't think this is a game where you're gonna be allowed to just farm. And the thing is, with this kind of a start, you might have to, which is a disaster. This is why the start for Team Bright is so huge. Also, Lina was very low on resources, so you could see the Team Zero were trying to capitalize on it, kill the supports. Team Bright supports, they know when to stay hidden. That's just, for now, beautiful gameplay coming up from them.
Honestly, when Team Zero gonna try to make their first move with this Pangalia, kind of sucks because it's not the easiest targets, no matter where you go. Going top, you find the Slaughter, you hope to catch him before he sprints away. Go bottom, killing Lifestealer is never easy. Ponlo? Ponlo? Brother Ponlo? Okay.
The stress is getting to them. They are feeling the pressure. That's definitely the case. They know that Team Bright are gonna start coming for them fairly soon, so they want to get some of these support kills, and it's so hard to do.
7E's in a bit of a dangerous position here. He needs to make sure he doesn't get himself frostbitten. Walking underneath an observer ward right now. Red Panda really thinking about it, but sadly XWY is not in range, so it won't matter even if she does get off the frostbite. He is alone, but 7E doesn't know that. Not gonna take the risk of chasing him with the Rolling Thunder.
And if you use the Rolling Thunder there, then Team Bright are really gonna put their foot on the gas. But everything is working out well for them. Okay, they're gonna try to go
They're
for the
gonna go
lead.
middle. They missed the arrow combination though. They hit him with the Rolling Thunder once or twice, but it's not good enough. Oh no, 7E got a little bit stuck there. Will he get lassoed? Not up yet for the TK Batrider. So 7E should still be able to get out. And Team Bright, with the reinforcements that they brought in, they not only end up surviving that entire situation, they get a tier on tower out of it as well.
Yeah, but it's fine because you don't have any blink. When is the bat gonna have a blink? Okay, so tier 1 mid being down now, with Lina not being able to posture aggressively, let's say like an Emperor, and the Batrider not having a blink, it's not the worst thing in the world. You can only go with smokes. You cannot punish them, just kill after kill. And Slider is going for a BKB. Okay, I have to say I haven't seen this in quite some time. The first item BKB. It's usually Blink, or if the game is going well, like Midas, Mask of Madness. The BKB really hasn't been on the menu for these slaughters. So this is quite interesting. I guess it's versus a Mars.
I was about to say they have a Mars Pango. He's probably thinking, if I don't get BKB, I literally can't move in the fight. Okay, we'll see how it pans out for him. Irving's itemization this series so far has been fairly interesting. So let's hope this time it pans out for him. Team Bright did end up making a movement with the sisters, which didn't really achieve anything, unfortunately.
Yeah, sisterly love doesn't work out, but it's cool that you Red Panda, are they finally getting a kill? Beyond, he hesitated.
He did. Beyond hesitated, so they will not be able to find the kill. They will find the spear now onto Red Panda. Just let him die. Who cares?
Now you see what you are up against.
All right.
last game-
Didn't cost them that much, fortunately.
No. Last game we were getting excited for a 14-minute tower. Now 12-minute first kill for Zero. Let's go. At least they got something. Every single time a hero from Bright is off the map, you feel a little bit of relief, because you can see that they're constantly under pressure of Zero. They're constantly moving back, and it's costing them a gold lead over and over again, even though they're not bleeding kills.
On the bright side, though, Erica has been primarily left to his own devices. His tower is at full HP, and you almost have the full Manta style at the ready. So this
You mean
Medusa
on
is
Team
still
Zero
having
side?
a very decent game. Yeah, for Team Zero, yeah. Erica.
Anyways, this is not gonna be a dead CM.
Nah, she's fine.
Arrow?
Arrow will come
Very
in.
dead.
She's fine, mate. She's fine. No, she's not. She's dead. How did that arrow hit, though?
I don't know.
Like-
I actually don't know, but it hits because you have 280 movement speed and you just cannot move.
Well, that arrow connected. Dead CM. We'll see if they can
They
turn
want
this
more.
into more, though. And they are trying. They're looking for the Batrider. Unfortunately, they missed the Bushwhack and they missed the arrow. So TK will be A-OK, popping the Salve for good measure. He has a lasso available as well. Looked like he was thinking about it, but his team probably told him, dude, we're not going to come help you. Just don't die. That's your only job right now. Just don't die and hold the tower. This is okay.
Oh, they're targeting Ulu. Should be fine. Yeah,
Nice.
very nice. Nice decision. Also, the Hoodwink versus the Batrider, you really have to be careful how you use the Bushwhack. That's why he missed it. So it's not like, oh, Ponlo doesn't know what he's doing. You just have to get him at a certain angle so that he doesn't burn down the tree.
They do get this time Crystal Maiden, catching her with the Bushwhack. Sharpshooter brings her down. The arrow was committed, but they still do have access to a swashbuckle. They're hoping to keep chasing. Sadly, the Lina a little bit too far away. Nice Bushwhack again from Ponlo to catch out TK. And this Batrider no longer has any access to the Flame Break. We'll just die in the trees. Beautiful kill. Team Zero doubling up their kills all of a sudden.
This is the thing though. If you had a Blink Dagger on Team Bright, be it a Slardar or a Bat, but of course Slardar more likely, you would have been able to capitalize on the early lead and use these supports of yours, the Batrider and the CM, to just follow up on the Slardar. But because you went for a BKB, you can't do it. So even though I kinda liked the item, I still think that the aggression was the way to go for Bright. But Irving, this is the same way he played in LBZS. He was always greedy.
Yep. My man's as greedy as good player, that's for sure. He's finally going to show up to the mid lane to reveal his BKB. Can he do anything with this? They find the stun onto 7E, but they can't chase him into the river. That's very unfortunate. XWI does not have high points into LSA, so the cooldown is too long. And the Pango should get out. And right now, you see when Slaughter is chasing him? Man, how much do you wish you had a Blink Dagger if you're Irving right there?
He doesn't. He wished he wanted the BKB. He has a BKB, you know, so he got what he wanted. The thing is, this is Team 2 happy about it. We'll find that one out. They still have the advantage on Team Bright, and if you go into later portions of the game, you're gonna be fine. Beyond, there's the arena.
Oh, Beyond is in a bit of trouble right now, but there will be a spear combination onto XWI, the leader, about to lose his life here, but there's no right-click damage from the Team 0 heroes. They needed more right-clicks. They just didn't have them, so they end up losing Beyond. 7E did finally emerge with those necessary clicks, but it comes a bit too late. The fight's already over. Team Bright get to somehow keep this Lina alive, but Pondlo's chasing. Pondlo's looking for something here. Finds the bushwhack. Solo onto the Lina. He's gonna solo kill her. He's trying to at least, but he's gonna set up 7E to do it. In the meantime, Irving finally there with the revealed BKB, hoping to bring down the Mirana. Will be able to do so, but I'm not sure so he escapes this fight. Will he die here? It looks like he will. They are trying to find revenge with Red Panda getting off the freezing field, bringing down Pondlo in the process. But Team Bright lose 2 of their cores here. It's a 3-for-2 exchange. But nonetheless, there's parity in the golden experience exchange at the end of the fight.
And also a 9-second BKB of the Slaughter, so definitely a win for Zero in general. Plus, they were the ones on the aggressive, and that was after a great healing Lotus was given to the Lina. I think it was the Slaughter who gave it to her, because well, he was on top lane just collecting them all the time. Without it, the Lina would have died earlier, and it might have turned out into an even bigger disaster. You probably wouldn't have brought the Mirana down, but still, I mean, it was shown that the Slaughter can fight with the BKB quite effectively, but you still cannot start fights. So he's still gonna be. I think you might want to slow things down a little bit more now on Bright and go for the Blink Dagger. And you can see that Irving is farming in the safest place possible.
Yeah. He wants that Blink, but Team 0 do not want to let him get it. They're going to be the ones that smoke up now, hoping to find somebody here in the jungle. They can find Irving. Man, that would be huge if they can find Irving, but equally big if they can get to XWI, which I doubt they'll be able to do. And looks like they're not going to catch anything with the smoke.
They want the mid lane tower. You have the 2 Blink Daggers on Zero side, so if you open up the mid lane, it's gonna be huge for you to just keep catching the enemies.
They start off with Red Panda. Miss the arrow from ZZQ, but it's fine. Reinforcements will arrive though. First off, they get the lasso out onto the Mirana, dragging her underneath the tier 1, and they blow her up. They couldn't keep the Pango in position though, and they'll just let him escape. While all that was happening, Beyond did manage to finish off the tier 1 tower down in the bottom lane, so they don't get exactly the tower they wanted, but they still get some map control for Team 0.
Medusa has been untouched though, and I feel like he could be joining in on this mid lane push. Now when the Mars gets the bottom tower, his path towards the mid lane is gonna be quite short, and that means that the Medusa can come over. At this point in the game, with the Stone Gaze, he has it leveled up. The Medusa just doesn't die, and he's coming. I think this is the right move.
This is the happiest score you could possibly have. The safe lane Medusa. 20 minutes in the game, I'm 0-0-0. More please.
I don't understand carry players. I don't understand you guys. 0-0-0. I'm like, yeah, that's super boring. Why would anybody want it?
Bro, this is the most therapeutic thing. When the game is just quiet, people are killing each other, and you're just there in the Ancients, doing your thing. Man, it feels fun. Very enjoyable.
Yeah. Very true, very true. It can be enjoyable, but still not super fun. Still, they are going to be making a move towards the top lane. Mars DP there, I think he showed himself, so this is going to be something that Team Bright should be able to read.
Speaking of carry players, our other carry, Ulu, has now picked up his Radiance. Just arrived with the courier now, so he's ready to fight, but he's underneath an Observer Ward right now. Bro, Pondlo, does he always place wards in this exact corridor? Second game in a row. Now we're going on to Ulu here. Rolling Thunder will not connect. The 4-star from Red Panda ensures that they do not have that clean angle of initiation that they needed.
They smoked under vision, even though their lifestealer just got jumped there. So Team 0, they know about this, and they probably don't want to fight without the Rolling Thunder.
But, well, the fight might be coming to them. TK was looking for the catch onto ZZQ, but ends up getting caught himself. Now they're trying to rush forward, but Ulu has the Rage TP. Beyond, though, he wants bigger quarries, looking for XWI, who gets off the BKB TP. And unfortunately, they do not have BKB
Arrow.
piercing disables. Arrow connects onto Red Panda. How slow is this hero, Harry? She's just dead. My goodness, so unfair. She thought she was out, but they bring her back to reality and send her to the fountain.
That's super sad. I think this time he didn't see it. It just went through the trees. It was just beautifully used by ZZQ. So well, let's not put the blame on the slow CM. She's used to the cold, right? In the cold, molecules, they don't move too fast.
She got left off. And now they're gonna make the jump. Wow! That's the first time we see the Blink Dagger from Irving. Must have just arrived recently, and we get to see how much of a difference it can make. Instant amp damage, maximum right clicks. The most, unfortunately though, for them. Wait, did they? Oh, they did. They did get the Wisdom Rune as well. That's even better. Quite nice.
Yeah, quite nice. The Slaughter Lifestealer combination is not what it used to be because the Slytherin Crush isn't as long of a stun as it used to be as well. I don't know if you remember, it's 2016, like when it was played, or 2015, I think 2016, when it was played like so much. But
yeah.
It's still an amazing combo, right? You jump in, you have a setup bash, you mark somebody with the Corrosive Haze, Lifestealer comes out, and you just eat him alive. Once you get the shard on the Slaughter, it becomes even easier.
Yep. And they managed to catch him just before he shield crashed, so absolutely no damage block in that situation. Speaking of him, though, he's in the mid lane trying to kill off the Slaughter. The arrow, bro, that is such bad luck. The secondary bounce of the Rolling Thunder literally bounced the Slaughter out of the range of the arrow. If he's in the range of the arrow, he eats the full 5 seconds. He's 100% dead right now, but it's a little bit lucky so he can slither to safety.
ZZQ knew what he was signing up for. There's a Bushwhack, there's a Mars Spear, God's Rebuke, and a Rolling Thunder. So you know that they're gonna be moving them away. He has been trying to adjust with the arrow, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. But I think overall the success rate is quite nice considering what his setups are in this game.
Definitely been tough for him. They get ZZQ at least gets rewarded with a shot. Yay!
It's a solid shard. It's not too bad, right? Because you shove out the waves quite nicely. The CM is slightly better. She got hers from the Tormentor, but you're going in.
Oh, TK jumping in. He has the Lifestealer. They find Pondlo and they blow him up. We do see Beyond dropping the arena down, but he's been amp damaged, so he might just end up dead regardless. 2 heroes gone. The path to Roshan empty. And because they have Irving right here with the level 2 Corrosive Haze, this should be an easy take on the big man.
Yeah, they're gonna destroy him in a second. Tango in a Roche Pit is quite dangerous, but I don't think you even come close. So, this is the thing. The Mars and the Batrider blinked at the same time. If the Mars got the Batrider, completely different fight. But because it was the other way around, it did go the way of Bright. This is it. Bright's lineup is pretty reliant on getting the grab, getting the first kill in the fight. If it's the Medusa that you're jumping and you can't kill her, if that's something that Team Zero can bait out, it is gonna be a problem for Bright. But they understand who they need to kill first, it seems.
They're also doing a really good. If they can keep controlling these Aegises, you know how many of these Medusa games, when we're in the draft, you were talking about how they want to play around the timing. And usually at Medusa, your third item plus Roche number 2. In this situation, Roche number 2 is definitely not going to be as easy for them to claim, which means that the game gets extended longer and longer, which is very bad for them. But we'll see how this fight goes. Irving, he caught a sliver of vision, but not enough to justify making the full jump. So they're not going to. They'll instead retreat to their own walls and try and play around this area.
So, Lifestealer has a Halberd, right? This is it. Medusa has her timings with the... Once you get the butterfly, it is go time. But I don't think you have the advantage enough to win this game. This is just how it feels to me. So, you already have the Halberd. You are going to have those MKBs on both the Lina and the Lifestealer at some point. Zero are in trouble. They are in trouble this game because they lost the early game way too much. And despite Irving not getting the Blink Dagger, it's good enough, it seems.
Irving is still searching. He wants some kind of prey to take down. He'll take out the Watcher. Always so funny to me seeing the Radiance Burn come in from the Infest. They won't find anything though, unfortunately for them.
He might find it in the mid lane. Oh,
Oh,
up the
they
mark.
look for Panlo. Panlo doesn't get caught. Can he scurry away? No, he cannot. Unfortunately for him, the Corrosive Haze provides damage, the vision, but that also means XWY is a little bit isolated down bottom. But they didn't have enough catch to hold him in position. The Pango is not here for this fight. They come in with the arena though, looking for Red Panda. At the same time, ZZQ gets himself dragged out by TK.
You need to run.
Medusa, she needs to get out. Irving is coming. Irving is coming. And he's gonna get the catch onto the Medusa. Beyond pops a BKB to try and run away to the north side, but their big prize is the Medusa. They're surrounding her. Erica, he needs assistance. 7E is gonna try and render onto him. They need help. Buybacks on supports will not be coming in. So they end up letting the Medusa's life be forfeit. 7E doesn't have a TP scroll himself here, Harry. He actually might die. He's out of mana. He is dead. He's gone. Irving's caught him with the help of TK. He gets slowed down by the Diffusal Blade, but Blink Dagger's coming back online in just a minute. They jump him. They will right-click him. He'll roll up for a couple seconds, but he knows his life is done. Team Bright, man, they just cannot be stopped. They are getting everything they want on this map at the moment.
They're too strong, and I feel like Team Zero, they just can't let their Medusa die in this game. It's just how it goes. You need to be super far ahead with her if you want to have any chances of winning the game. They allowed her to die. Their supports didn't buy back. I think that's the time where you probably all in to try to save her. The second she used the disperser, tried running away, they still weren't on her, had full mana, full HP. You could have tried to protect her, but on the other hand, it's a little bit of his fault. He ran in to kill the Crystal Maiden and just used the Stone Gaze. That's a nice grab.
Yeah.
Easy.
Bye-bye Beyond. Very easy kill for them. Nice, nice, nice. Mars is trying to build into the Yule Scepter, eventually the Wind Waker that his team needs, but it may be quite a while before we arrive at that point, my friend.
That is going to be a long time. Lifestealer is queuing up an Aghanim Scepter, so this Medusa is going to be disarmed for 10 seconds. Good luck winning the game when your biggest damage dealer slash your tankiest hero is not going to be able to do anything.
Especially when the enemy team is, like you mentioned, about to finish the MKB. This always is the worst feeling in the world. When you buy BKB, or Butterfly, sorry, and then less than 2 minutes later, enemy team has these MKBs. You're like, are you kidding me, dude? Nice little play from Erica there, using the illusions to juke himself out of trouble. Does that still... Dude, he needs to TP. Oh my god. Run, 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 run. I am actually really surprised that he just did the raw Stone Gaze there, given that he didn't actually have vision of TK. Could have died from the flank, but lucky enough to get out to safety.
I mean, you have to use it, right? And it's probably better to try to run away. I'm not sure. It worked out. We're gonna leave it at that. But you are helpless. If you ask me, Team Zero are completely helpless. There needs to be like an insane Panga roll that changes the game, and that's only once he gets the Basher. Before it, I just don't see Team Zero winning engagement.
He's not getting it because look on the cliff over there. Red Panda's vision. The ward will make sure that Erica gets caught out. Almost dies. Forced to run away here. His team did bail him out of trouble though. And we'll see if they can get back in. Beyond misses the spear, but the arena will catch onto both Irving and XWY. How much further can this fight go? Irving will be the first casualty, gets taken out. And look where Ulu is. He is isolated from the rest of his team. They're not in the same place at all. Fortunately for him, he does have the Rage TP out. Creates enough space for the rest of Bright to escape. Okay, that was a miracle. You know, I thought the Medusa was dead for sure. They caught her before the Stone Gaze came back online, but she miraculously gets out of that situation.
The disperser movement speed is not fair, right? You just get yourself out of a bad situation and the reset. This is it. When the Medusa is the first one to jump, you can win a fight. The problem is, of course, at some point here, they're just gonna rip her apart as well, because they do have the ways of doing it. But that's as good as it gets. Bait on the Medusa if you can. That's your last bet.
Tier 2 tower is gonna fall now, and Team Zero will be able to equalize a lot of the gold lead that they've lost out on. Now down to a mere 3k. Pretty much no difference at this stage of the game.
Yeah, pretty much. This is the timing of the Medusa. So usually you would hope at this point in the game that you're winning the game, you're ending it. But at least they are feeling like they can play Dota, which is a step in the right direction for Zero anyways.
Bro, press F6, dude. Look at the win probability. It's perfect. Literally 50-50. Oh, you love to see it. Doesn't happen often enough.
I still kind of disagree with it. I still think Bright are in a better position. Now it changes back again. So Lord Gaben is unsure. I still think you have one damage dealer, one big damage dealer on the side of Zero. I guess if I'm Ponlo, I'm building damage in this one. You need the Hoodwink in the later portions of the game to contribute in the damage department.
Honlo is definitely wishing that he'd gotten a Maelstrom earlier. There wasn't really space for it, but would have been very nice if he had an item like that to help him scale throughout the game. We also have to worry about the scaling of Team Bright supports. BKB will eventually come out for TK, and that is a big deal. Not being able to stun him up. If Batrider is only vulnerable to Stone Gaze, man, that makes you feel so good.
Basher is coming on the Pango soon, so that is for me like the big item for Ponlo.
Poor Ponlo. Oh well, try to TP out, got caught. Ends up dead here. Big deal as well, because this happens just as Roshan respawns, potentially. But it's gonna be a long... Oh my gosh. Team Bright, now it's your turn to camp around the Roshan pit, waiting for the big man to come and get jumped in the club.
Still, it's still a really bad death on Ponlo, because if he had TP'd back, his team was ready with a smoke. They knew where Bright was. It would have been amazing for Zero. With this... Now your whole move is kind of screwed up. At least they get the AD room, so maybe they can still go for an engagement. They should.
Yeah, they definitely will. They're gonna smoke up. They even gave it to the Medusa in the bottle to hold it until they get to the fight. Ponlo about to respawn. Unfortunately, they've taken the tier 2 tower, so it's gonna be difficult for him to immediately get back into the fight unless he goes to the outpost first. DK waiting on the outskirts. Irving just picked up some precious cargo. But he's a little bit far away from the rest of his... Dude, if they knew where the rest of his team was, they might have just tried to jump him right there, but they do not. But they will hold off.
It is still a 4.5k HP hero with a lifestealer infested, plus you have the Aghanim Scepter on the starter. Hard hero to kill, but if there was ever a time for Zero to win an engagement, it's right now, because of that AD rune. They don't have the Basher on the Pango just yet. He's so close.
Very close. Just shy of having the full money. Vision is being provided.
The ward they don't have a sentry. This is game losing.
Oh no. Oh no. They see them. TK knows. Irving, he gets both of the supports at once. Not gonna be able to kill them off though. As TK, he finds the big target. They found the Medusa. She does get off the Stone Gaze though. And now damage goes back onto TK. They bring down the Batrider. Buyback immediately. Ulu, yet again, isolated from the rest of his team. Where are the homies? Irving says, here I am. Jumps in with the BKB. Demolishes Ponlo. As Red Panda assists, killing off the Medusa with the freezing field. A double kill right now for XWY. Bangalore will end up dead. Ulu inside of him, tearing him apart from the inside out. And after that, Beyond will join him in the grave, granting a triple kill for XWY. And man, that Observer ward, you countered it. You said that this is the game-losing, fight-losing ward. And how they started that fight was pretty much perfect. Irving finds the stuns, and they can just keep chasing from there.
Yeah, they did lose the Batrider there because they wanted to control the Medusa. That's just that you got ahead of yourselves. I still think the Lifestealer, when they got in, he couldn't get the kill instantly. Should have just gone back and controlled the Medusa. Halberd, infest, make sure that your guys don't die. But either way, they knew after that initiation, whatever you do, you're winning the fight. That's just how it goes.
Perfect jump. Allows them to start taking the lane of Rax right now. And they're already getting ready to retreat just in case. And TK, he's actually going to find Ponlo. So Ponlo will also be bursted away. Beyond, sitting here behind the trees. He's waiting to try and go in. He misses the spear back though. TK will not end up dead. Will they at least catch him? The buyback will not be in vain here. So This Batrider will die, but it's a dieback too. Yeah, he bought back in the previous engagement. Okay,
Roche
not
is
so
for
bad.
0 then. Roche is for 0. They need to kill it super fast, but this is next to the enemy outpost. They are coming in numbers.
They prevent this from happening. No, they cannot. They're not even going to stick around the area to try and stop this. They're just going to give up on the Roche in its entirety. But it doesn't seem like Zero want to take the risk of actually going into the pit for it, though.
Go for it. Like, don't cower from it. This is the only way for you back in the game. Even with the Aegis, it's debatable if they can do anything. But you have to make this play, so they will. That's Team Bright were greedy and wanted the Raxes. That it was much better. You see the glyph, you go back, you get the Roche, and you're gonna be happy about it. Why does he have a banner? Why is he bugging?
Oh no, it's what happens is he keeps what happened when he started getting attacked. So I think somebody hit him bottom once or twice, and then that pretty much locks the banner onto him even when he moves.
What? When did they change that?
It was like a while ago.
Really? I've seen so many times
like,
when Roche starts, he literally starts moving towards the other side, dies on the Radiant side and drops the cheese. Like,
wait,
and I saw it like 3 days ago. I saw it 3 days ago. Like, literally, I was casting a tournament and I saw it 3 days ago. So now I'm baffled.
Well, Dota's still in beta, my friend. A lot of things that are still need to be taken care of.
So now I'm not sure if it should work like what you said, right? I believe you if that's the case, but I had no idea.
Now I'm not sure which way it's supposed to work.
Okay. Okay, we're maybe somebody in chat can tell it to us, of course, because casters here don't know how the game works, unfortunately.
Nope.
We thought we knew, Snare. I guess that makes a difference.
People think we're casting because we enjoy the game. No, bro, we're at school. This is education for us. We're just trying to learn. Team Zero will smoke up. They just picked up an aesthetics cap for Medusa. That is a great item for her. That status resistance, baby. But let's see what they can find with this fight. Beyond, he's leading the charge here. Comes across Ulu. This is maybe not the first person you wanted, as he will just rage TP out. You don't have... Oh, the bash! It hit him! The swashbuckle bash. He does have a BKB, but he is spam picking his crew. Boys, I need help. Team, I need you to get me the hell out of here. But the team succeeds. TK gives him the Uber ride of a lifetime, puts him in, drags him out, and ensures that he is safe from Team Zero.
If you are you're doing something illegal, you better have a good driver to get you out of there. And TK, he's ready for his buddy. And now you want to turn it around.
I thought his name is TK. It turns out he's DK from Fast and the Furious, man. Showing us what's up. Ponlo, though, I'm not so sure he has a good driver on his team, as he will experience a drive-by instead, as Team Bright swipe away his life and turn their attention to the top lane so they can get their mega creeps for this game.
Yeah, that's 60 seconds on the sidelines. You do have an Aegis, so Team Bright, if they really want to, they can wait it out, but I think there's no need. You can continue applying pressure. Oh, coming out of the base.
Medusa? They actually come out the base. They get the Natsu out onto Beyond here. Still going to be kept alive a little while longer. Erika threw in the Stone Gaze. Will be able to kill off TK, but now Beyond trying to fight Mano versus Irving. Irving is a very tough customer, especially with the assistance of the Lina and the Lifestealer. Erika will find out just how tough they all are as he loses his life. That's only life 1 though. Can his team bail him out for life 2? Irving goes to the backlines, demolishes both Beyond as well as ZZQ. And now Erika is all alone, he's all isolated. They cannot help him. He loses his life. Does have buyback though if he wants to expend it. But he doesn't see a point. He throws in the towel. GG is called. And Team Zero will go down, which means that Team Bright will grab Game 2 and send us into a deciding Game 3.
Yep. I mean, the second we saw the draft, I felt like we should be going there. And then after the laning stage, I was pretty certain. Even though Team Bright didn't really push their advantage, they knew that the late game was theirs. You saw just how easy it was. This Spango Basher changed things a bit, but definitely not enough. And the difference there was way too huge. Medusa this last pick, it put you on a timer that Team Zero just didn't have the capability to work off of.
You know, it's quite interesting to me seeing the Medusa in game 2 and the Lina carry in game 1, that they both had a similar problem, right? Have a lot of farm on them, have the ability to stand their ground and dish out damage, but either they're not dishing out enough damage to threaten the enemy very active carry, which was Lifestealer game 2, Alchemist game 1, or they're too squishy. They just can't stand their ground long enough, and they just end up dying and falling over. Like, imagine if he had Alchemist instead of the Medusa this game, being able to actually get more involved, fight more often, but ends up not being the case for Team Zero. Beyond that, though, I also want to say that it didn't feel like the supports had that much impact in this game. How do you feel about the support performance on the side of Team Zero here?
The second that your laning phase went badly, you were trying to be on the aggressive with these supports. I think they had the right idea, but they just haven't been set up for success ever since the start of the game. So that was a problem, right? You are behind with a Hoodwink Mirana versus a Slardar CM. Let's not count the other heroes at all. The other heroes are also pretty good at catching you, but just these two are a problem.
Yeah, presented massive problems. Irving really popped off in this game. Before we go into a break, we actually haven't talked about MVPs for any of our games just yet. So who are we giving this one to? Who impressed you the most on the Team Bright lineup?
Oh boy, this was a team effort, but let's go with Ulu. I think Lifestealer did everything correctly, right? And that pick in itself was the reason that Beyond again had a catastrophic laning phase, and you needed a stronger Mars in this one. So let's go with Ulu.
All right, shout out Ulu, getting us off the MVP for game 2. We're going to be witnessing whether or not he has what it takes to replicate that performance in the third and deciding game, or will Team Zero go back to their winning ways from game 1? We're all going to find out together. It's Snare and Harry Freak, the Harry duo. We're coming back in just a moment for game 3 of Team Zero versus Team Bright.
With no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me. Promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. There's still a savor in the drink. It's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell
Welcome back, one and all. We are here for the third and final game in the upper bracket of the DreamLeague 23 qualifiers. Team Bright, Team Zero, one of these squads will go through the upper bracket. The other team still has another chance going through the lowers, but it can definitely have a big psychological impact to be losing your first series. So far, though, it's been back and forth. Harry, do you see what I mean about how these teams adjust? Like, game 1 and game 2 legitimately felt like different games and different teams playing, right?
Exactly. I mean, mostly different teams, right? Because the only thing that kind of was the same was beyond getting smacked in the laning phase, right? That's the only similarity. Other than that, it was literally everything completely different and different winners. So that's why we have a game 3. Though you didn't tell me that you were gonna be playing the drums here, so I could have like went for a guitar or something. But next time we're gonna make it work.
My bad. Before next game, there we go. You know, we're gonna get the Harry band started. It's gonna be very fun to watch. Just as the third
I need
game.
to let this go, right? Because you're talking like the Harry gang, and nobody can see like how
there we
actually are.
go. Yes.
The beast is out.
I love that you say the beast is out while I'm wearing a Beastmaster shirt. That's pretty great.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely took that into account.
You know, speaking of things that are out, my friend. So today, new patch, right? Have you seen anything so far that's been legitimately different? That you're like, oh, okay, there's a reason why the letter change was needed.
I think the letter change was needed because the big patch isn't ready just yet, and something needed to change because there's so many things being played. So I think that's the case. Of course, some things are always OP in Dota. It just comes down to it if it's gonna be figured out. So yeah, I do like some of the changes. You could say Revenant's Brooch needed to be changed because it was picked up on every single hero every single game if it's like a crit based hero. But overall, I think if the meta stayed the way as it is, it would have been fine. I think this is Valve reading Reddit. They got scared of the pitchforks and like, do something, just do something. And now everybody's gonna be calm for the next half a month, and then we're gonna get the patch as Reddy said on his Twitter. Mid-April, it's coming.
Mid-April. That's around the time of my birthday, so it'll be a nice birthday present to get a new hero. That will be very exciting. I do think the one change we saw in the previous game that the patch made, if Mirana had 5 more movement speed, she would have landed more arrows, bro. I'm telling you.
Exactly.
So let us now see our third and decisive game between Team Bright and Team Zero. They are about to get into their draft. Team Zero playing on the Dire side. They're going to be having themselves the first pick, and that means, of course, Team Bright will be on the Radiant side with the last overall pick of the game. Now, a nice little change here. Team Zero have actually decided to take out the Lina, so that means Batrider is still here, Centaur is still here, Mars is still here. What do you want to see the draft lead off with?
I mean, I'm still surprised that people are letting the Batrider come through here. They are just not afraid of it, it seems. I'm afraid of the Batrider, so that's something that I'd want to get banned. If not, I still think it's first pick material.
I haven't actually seen Team Zero play that much Bat. I know Panlo does play it, but doesn't play it as often as maybe like his Rubik or his Lion. We'll see. They're really considering who should be removed here. Enigma ban. Why Enigma ban of all the heroes in the game right now?
Radiant team ban.
Red Panda play an Enigma? I know it Irving does. So if Red Panda plays it, for me, teams that have a 5 and a 3 that both play Enigma is probably like the best opening in Dota right now. That's just my current feeling about the hero. It is super strong if you can flex it.
Okay. We'll see if they are going to be able to do that in some capacity deeper in the draft. Centaur gets taken out. Marge probably, because they don't have the first pick. Or they could just decide to put 70 out of his comfort zone. Because I know when he has Coddle available, he always likes to play that hero. And you could feel the difference in his impact playing the Pango relative to playing the Coddle. Despite the fact that him on the Pango, when he got the Basher, there was a big difference, but definitely felt like the whole team was more comfortable when he was on Coddle.
Yeah, he gave away a first blood as well in the mid lane. A real best Pango player, he wouldn't allow that to happen. You would understand it. It's fine for you to be a behind.
Team ban.
He says that you cannot die, right? But them banning out the Lina gives me the confidence that they might want to go for it again.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
So no Timbersaw,
Team pick.
and they are going to go for the Shadow Demon. All right, so we see this response happen a lot of times as well when you leave Batrider in the pool and then you grab the Shadow Demon. For a while, last like one of the previous letter patches, it was Venge or Shadow Demon, but as time has gone on, Shadow Demon has much more currency. And this is one of Pondo's best heroes, so makes sense to me to get it.
Yeah, for sure. Now you're like, yeah, pick up the bat. Come on, do it. But they're probably gonna stay away from it. I'd get some catch for the Shadow Demon. I don't know how popular Tiny is in the China region, but that's the type of hero that I'd be okay with. The other approach is pick up a Lion so that you're not afraid of the illusions later on.
Dire team ban.
What do they get? They just get the Pango themselves. Okay.
That's
Straight
good
up
catch for the Shadow
Pangolier.
Demon.
Yeah. Good catch for the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon can't really do anything to
Team
Pango.
ban.
Always
No.
feels nice. And, Ponlo has, every time I've seen him play Shadow Demon, at some point he goes middle to help with the rotation. Pretty much no point making that rotation against the Pango. He always escapes.
Yeah, very, very hard. Even if you disrupt him mid swashbuckle, he still makes it to the end point.
10
So
seconds remaining.
that's quite nice. The thing is, versus Shadow Demon, versus any save lineups, Chaos Creation is a really good tool. Pango is like the Chaos creationist. Let's put it that way. So it really does make sense that you go for it with Rolling Thunder. It reveals the Shadow Demon, and then the other ones can make the jump.
I'm very intrigued by the fact that they're the ones that decided to ban Grimstroke, which is normally what we see being deployed against Pangolier. So they must have some other high mobility hero that they don't want to get soulbound. All right. Or maybe they don't want to play against the illusions. They want to have the illusions themselves, not give the enemy team the opportunity to make their own.
I think the idea is that you don't want to play a Grimstroke and you're afraid of the Pango Grimstroke combo. I think that's the idea, because the Grimstroke and the Shadow Demon would have issues in the laning stage until they get some levels, and that can be punished. So you don't want that to happen, though. This is also a hero that can be punished in the laning stage, though not as weak as some people think. You get the Cold Embrace, you go for that build nowadays, and you actually have quite a lot of regen. It's just the question is what you pair up with it.
I mean, there's a non-zero chance that this could be off lane as well. There was a moment in the sun. We saw her being played off lane, but probably not. What do we get from Zero? We get some Kunkka. Okay. So now we have 1.5 saves. The pure save from the Shadow Demon. Got some Coco Rum to extend fights. And a solid laner against the Pango if he does have to go mid. I'm okay with this.
Yeah, and it is a flex pick. You can get your other supports right now or the carry, and you can kind of leave the enemies thinking about what this is. But actually, other support is just a really smart way to go now for Zero.
Which other support do we want in this situation, fam?
How
about ET? How do you feel about that?
CZQ. I actually feel quite good about the ET because Kunkka is a mixture of physical and magical damage, and whenever you have that in your arsenal, it actually makes sense to go for the ET.
And you have multiple ways to set up Echo Stomps and Earth Splitters just from the 2 heroes you already have deployed. It'll make sure that there's at least one lane where you've got some protection, so you can play some range hero if need be. I wouldn't mind ET. What's he got? Nature's... Oh, bro. I forgot how good this used to be. Red Panda used to spam this all the time, the 5 Nature's Prophet, but we've been seeing a lot of skirmishing early. My gosh, it's about to get even better. Early rotations from Nature's Prophet. I'm so excited.
Yeah, Kunkka gets somebody with an X, the Nature's Prophet comes in, and they just beat the crap out of him. That's how it goes. So I like it. It gives you more ways of shoving out the lanes, and Winter Wyvern, is a hero that can help you shove out the lanes, but it's also very easily caught, especially when there's a Kunkka on the other side. So I think Team Bright, they need something that's going to be dealing with the waves a little bit more safely and not getting caught by the X.
Let's see. One thing that they are going to be worried about, though, Team Zero don't have the best initiation on their lineup. I guess you have, like, eventually Blink Disruption, but even that's not the best. So Team Bright could maybe exploit that, try and increase the tempo of their lineup overall. And that is exactly what they'll do. They'll get a Tusk, and play really, really fast on the map. We just need some damage now, but I really like the kind of pace that Team Bright can set across the map. Yet again, very low cooldowns for these heroes, so you can always be fighting if need be.
Man, this is great, right? Also great save for the Kunkka boat. It's amazing. Morphling doesn't care about any of the heroes on the other side. Shadow Demon illusions can be slightly annoying to you, but other than that, this is a pretty great Morphling game in general.
Bro. So it's interesting for me because
Let's go.
I think this is a phenomenal Morphling game. Well, it was. Now it's still okay. It's still pretty good. This is his second most played hero, Ulu. But he loses a lot on this hero. Like, he kind of plays Morphling in a similar way to Fly, where he'll do everything right, but the one thing he does wrong will get him killed, and then they just lose the game immediately. So I'm kind of worried seeing this Morphling, because I've had experience seeing Team Bright have a promising Morphling game that just goes down the gutter regardless.
Yeah, I've seen them do that as well. The thing is with the Morphling is just that type of a hero, and if you lose a focus for even a second, it can turn into a disaster. But that's why you have this Tusk, so you just go forward. If you're attacking first with the Morphling, those mistakes are unlikely to happen. And really, when we look at Team Zero, they don't have many heroes that will punish those types of mistakes. So this is actually not bad for him. I think this game, he has less chances of making those mistakes. But the anti-mage pick, it's pretty much perfect. If there was no Tusk, if it was some other melee support, this anti-mage would like be the best pick in the world. But the physical damage on the Tusk can sometimes actually pose a threat to you. But in general, it just looks beautiful.
Yep. Enemy team has no instant initiation. The one catch they have with the one instant catch they have with Winter's Curse, you as anti-mage, either A, should never be hit by that, or B, should never be close to your team enough that you die from it. So I would love to be AM here. This is so nice. And it doesn't feel like they can super punish him in the lanes.
As well. No, they can't.
Dire team ban.
Is this a slaughter?
So now it's all about the offlanes. I think you have to, right?
Dire team pick.
They don't. So you don't have to, it seems.
Ah,
They pick
that's why they don't have to. You ban Tide, you pick Slaughter. This is actually genius. If Slaughter was in, there's no way Irving doesn't play it. It's literally the best lane matchup against Anti-Mate from the offlane. But this is very nice. Now they also have a way to amplify their own damage. Got a way to get some quick Roshans. They have some minor tower poke with this Nature's Prophet and stuff. But mostly this gave them initiation, which they were drastically lacking before the Slaughter came out.
Are we gonna see an Irving LC? Like, it looks like a pretty decent LC game other than the disruption save, but you cannot look at that as like, oh, disruption save. No. He's gonna be saving you from something.
X. Oh, TA. Okay, we are having offlane Pango. Yeah, offlane Pango. Okay.
It is also an Irving hero, but I don't know. I guess a lot of minus armor for the anti-mage, which is actually quite smart.
So a Pango Tusk lane. Okay, this will be interesting to watch. Unfortunately, they have to lane against Nature's Prophet, Anti-Mage. The Anti-Mage is not going to be so bad, but NP against two melee heroes, man, put me in that NP costume. I want to just right-click them all day. Although they do have reach onto you, right? They have Snowball, they have Shards, they have Swashbuckle, so you can't like just play 100% freely in the lane.
I think the idea here is you cannot leave the anti-mage alone. So that immediately does cripple the Nature's Prophet as a hero. So I don't dislike the laning setup of Bright, right? Because Morphling doesn't care much about the Slardar. The TA can care about the Kunkka, but that's only if the rotations come. And the Nature's Prophet, which should be rotating, isn't gonna be able to. I have to say I'm leaning Team Bright here. I think they they could win it. A lot of physical damage, Roche taking potential on both sides, but the timing of Team Zero's heroes doesn't go well together. Whilst the other side, they get the timing all at the same time.
Yeah, I also prefer overall Team Bright's lineup. Seems like it's more cohesive to me. And I've always been, what's the word? Skeptical of drafts that contain 3 melee cores, which is what we're seeing on the side of Team Bright, Team Zero right now. Not going to be the easiest game in the world for them. That being said, I do think if they can win their lanes, this is one of those games you can just roll over and just keep running at them, make them run out of options, force them to always have to respond to moves instead of them being able to make them proactively. Already
Are they gonna catch somebody? No. You know that the Nature's Prophet is somewhere planting vision, but he was too quick to escape.
I think one of his wards got pinged out. Where the Winter Wyvern's courier is right now. They're pinging there. Let's see if he knows. Red Panda. Sentry. He doesn't know. Wrong side. Oh, he still has a sentry. Okay, they could still meaningfully deward this, but these wards that they've planted have given them such good vision that Team Zero are actually going to smoke themselves. They see both supports right now, and they know where Ulu's at. They're going to at least catch one of them.
Oh, Ulu is a good kill. And an easy
Ulu
kill.
is a good kill. Oh, he doesn't have waveform either. He is dead for sure. He's going to try and morph out of this. His team is coming to try and help him out, but no way out of this one, buddy. Losing his life here, but he's actually still alive. Kunka ends up dying first instead. Too much damage coming in from Team Bright. Blood grenade throw down to slow them out. Where was ZZQ? They didn't have the right click damage. The Nature's Prophet wasn't there.
He got, I think, maybe 1 or 2 in, but he definitely should have TP'd in. This is the thing, though. You went in with the disruption first, and the Morphling got the morph off before it, so he got quite a lot of it out. It is a Slardar mid, and...
Hey.
Okay, I didn't pay attention to that. I'm gonna be easy
Alright.
versus
Well,
TA.
70 has been known to do this, playing like these off-laner heroes mid. He used to spam Mars a lot, especially in the mid lane. So, I guess Slaughter probably in that wheelhouse as well. How does this lane matchup go? It feels like TA should be completely unbothered in freeform.
Catastrophic. I felt like the Kunkka would do better, and Kunkka is not gonna do much better than the Slardar in the offlane. So I think in general, laning setup for Zero is not ideal. Let's put it that way.
I'm just watching 70. He has a Fairy Fire, but he's at 50 HP right now. He's trying to rush forward onto XWY. What is happening in this mid lane? He has no mana, but he does have the Fairy Fire to play with. He's trying to bait, but I don't think either of them will die here. Or not, they shouldn't die. They should just play more carefully. It'll be okay.
Now you have to be afraid of the side blades though, if you're 70, because XYW he went for that one, but he doesn't have the refractions, so can very easily get taken down. Maybe an Nature's Prophet rotates now. To the bottom lane though.
Well, that's going to get them a kill potentially, because Red Panda going to be forced to embrace himself, but with the Arctic Burn trying to fly away, why did they stop attacking? What happened? They lost vision as he flew over the trees. Oh no, Red Panda compounding the misery that Team Zero have experienced in this game so far.
Yeah, this is looking good for Bright. It's also gonna leave the anti-mage unattended for a little bit, and now you don't have to go for the laning shenanigans with the 2 melee heroes. You can just punch the anti-mage in the face.
And everything is starting to work out here. This would have been such a different game if that Morphling had died first, but not only does he not die, he's doing really well in the CS. Mid, you know, mid could be disastrous, but so far 70 is holding it down. You know, keeping parity with his TA. She hasn't gone for, she only gets refraction now, but somehow 70 not allowing himself to get completely taken advantage of here.
Yeah, he is losing, but and he will be probably losing a bit more. But this is solid for the Slaughter. If at some point you get a rotation, it's gonna be nice. And Red Panda, with 3 heroes, they couldn't do it.
Okay.
With 2.
Time around, Beyond.
No mana
Doesn't have
combo.
X, so yeah. But that's a very nice courier. A very stacked courier. Bracer, a blood grenade, a sentry, and some tangos. Okay. Almost worth a kill.
Yeah, that's actually a big deal for sure. But it's still a crawling courier, so it's only gonna be gone a minute. Not the worst thing in the world. Still, in the laning stage, minutes are 1 minute is pretty important. Plus, that courier is gonna be hella slow once again. I guess you hope that you get level 4, but that's not gonna happen for Red Panda.
I had an idea. Who was I talking to? I think I was talking to Lizard about this. I think they should change couriers so that the more things are on a courier, the slower the courier is. Give it like a debuff called... What is the debuff called? We're going to call it Precious Cargo, yeah. To make it slower and slower so you don't just play this game of stacking your courier completely.
Yeah, usually people when they put the regen in the courier, then they just put whatever. Like, just bring me everything, because you're gonna be so slow. If people don't know, when you're carrying regen, your courier is even slower than the normal. What's the difference? Like 15%?
I think it's 15, yeah. Not sure the exact number. Paying attention to exact numbers in Dota. No way, bro.
Ah, the Chinese players do. That's the thing. That's why they're so good.
Speaking of Chinese players being good, right now 70 will find himself not as good as he thought as he gets taken down by XWY. ZZQ has a very bizarre sprout over there. I mean, again, it doesn't matter. XWY has a Quelling Blade anyway, but still kind of bizarre that they let that kill happen and then make the rotation.
Yeah, it's very bizarre, because usually you would be like, okay, we lost the mid laner, but now it's not you lost the mid laner, we rotated 2 supports and lost the mid laner versus a solo hero. So
And we're about to lose Kunkka.
Disaster.
Kunkka's dead. He's gone for sure. TK snowballed onto him, hit him with the tag team.
Yeah, he's
So
gone
it's
as
all
well.
going from bad to worse. Mid lane though, they do get the TA at long last. They managed to figure out that kill. And this is happening on a Siege Dragon wave, so they might be able to find some damage onto the tower as well.
Red Panda is there, so you're gonna be fine. The TA just hit her level 6, so that was kind of the last time you're gonna be able to kill her. Now when she traps around the mid lane, it's gonna be almost impossible.
70 needs to be a bit careful here, because both supports are in the vicinity. TA, she's coming in. They got the snowball. Ice shots just came back off cooldown for TK, using them onto 70, who was out of regen. Will be able to try get off one more stick. My gosh, he actually lived. 70 HP. The Slaughter is not dead. Oh my goodness.
Just because of his great movement there. If he just wanted to try to go up the ramp, the shards would have gotten him. So he went left, right, and then if you get caught by the shards in the river, it's not that big of a deal. But he turns around and says, no, you guys deserve a kill.
Oh, Greed is good. 999. But he came back for the arcane rune. Why would he do that? Gets punished super hard for it by Team Bright.
Or 999 or minus 278, because that's the amount of gold that he gave to the enemy mid laner. Not ideal.
No, not ideal.
Anti-mage blinked in aggressively on the top lane, but yeah, it's not gonna be a problem for Erika. No mana unnerving. Look at how sad that the Pango is.
There's a reason we don't see Pango offlane anymore, and this is not a fun matchup for the Pango. Lowest of all the cores in terms of net worth. Anti-mage can't really be stopped by the Pangolier, and that's why Erika is at the top of the net worth right now. ZZQ wanted to TP in to steal the Wisdom Rune, but arrived just a fraction of a second too late.
Didn't even use a scan, if I'm not mistaken. Oh yeah, he did. Okay, he did use a scan, so he knew somebody was there, and he still went for it. So that's a crazy guy. Doesn't care much, I guess.
I will die for wisdom. Worth it, man.
It makes sense. It makes sense, right? It's so good. The wisdom runes are so freaking good that you are fine giving your life away. I've seen Insania on Liquid just every single time. It doesn't matter. I can get it, I can't get it. He's just running into the wisdom rune, dying. It doesn't matter. His life is just not as valuable, and if you get it 1 out of 10 games, you're gonna be happy.
Top lane. Looks like they're trying to surround Erika here, but I don't think they have enough levels on these heroes to reliably kill him. Level 2 blink at the readies. Got some healing lotuses. And they're actually going to catch him here. He doesn't have help. He is going to end up dead, it seems. He gets off the Monov wave. Get another healing lotus. 1 second blink. He's alive. Oh my goodness. Erica playing the edges of that fight, but not falling off the edges. And in the meantime, his team assassinates XWY in the river. Team Zero striking back hard here at the 8-minute mark.
I'm not sure how the Kunkka is so farmed, but sure, especially because he was left alone at some point and he was being pushed back. But all three of the cores of Zero are topping the network chart. When the game started, I didn't expect it to go this way. I expected the Anti-Mage to have a great game, but the other ones, not really. And also in the top lane there, made a mistake, used the counter spell earlier, so he opened up the possibility of a snowball coming towards him, which he could have returned, and then gave yourself like 3 seconds of time. And I thought that at that point it was over. They're just gonna kill him, but just not enough damage.
That's such a huge problem for them. And as the Anti-Mage gets stronger and stronger, it becomes even more difficult to achieve these kills. Right now, fortunately, they haven't given up that much map control. You know, they have all their towers still. They're all really healthy. Which has been a surprising theme throughout this entire series, that tower damage has been derelict by pretty much both lineups.
In this lineup, at least Bright should be a little bit better in taking him down once there's more levels on the TA and items, of course. Oh, what a sprout.
Nice, nice, nice. Gonna hold TK in position. Snowball, though, will allow him to dodge the Slithering Crush and roll on forward onto the Shadow Demon, but will still end up dead. In the meantime, they also caught Irving. Earner Shadows from ZZQ ensures that he goes down. And that's 2 kills that they find in the top. Once again, they cannot muscle the Anti-Mage off his lane. And they'll just get all the net worth, all the goodies for themselves.
Okay, so Team Bright picked very greedy heroes, and with their greedy playstyle, they're just being punished for it. Like, so much.
Mid lane. XWY manages to get up. I think it's the fact that right now they can't really make any moves on the map, right? They need still so much time and items and levels as well. All of these heroes kind of useless without having high amounts of XP.
That is true. At this point, it's hard, right? But you had a Tusk. He could have been anywhere on the map. Usually, you would like to go to the lane where you have the most number of heroes. So bottom lane camping would have been quite nice. It's not like you were helping on the top lane anyways. So that's maybe what they could have done. But now it's farming time for Bright. That's why Slaughter got the Blink Dagger, and I think he's gonna be showing Irving how it's done when you get it early.
Slaughter had a surprisingly good laning phase, and will be able to leverage that strength elsewhere on the map. Probably going to go bottom, because they already have Kunkka and Ponlo positioned in the area, and that's indeed where he goes. Getting the kill onto Ulu would be phenomenal. And Ulu, right now, he's in high agi. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. Bye-bye. Peace out, Ulu. Oh, no, he actually got off the morph. They didn't coordinate this move properly, so he might actually survive this. Get the boat off, but there's still too much damage, and nobody came in to help him, so he just ends up dead.
At least you get the mid lane tower for this. So at this point, as we mentioned, it is going to be greed for Team Bright, where they're just going to be focusing on farming, but also they're pretty solid at shoving out the waves, especially with the TA. So you pressure towers as much as you can, so that even when you're losing heroes, you're gaining ground on the map. Once you get all of your items, you might have more map control to equalize the goal that is undoubtedly going to be in Zero's favor at that point.
Tier 1 tower bottom will fall. They return in time to defend their own tier 1 in the top lane. But they might just want to overwhelm this with numbers from Team Bright. The entire team is here. So ZZQ probably going to end up dead in the situation. Irving abandons him to his own fate and says, sorry, bro. Oh, 7E rather. I'm still thinking of Irving from the previous game.
The Slaughter is played by a different guy right now, but this was really smart from both Team Bright and Zero. I'm really liking that 7E read that situation properly. Like, nobody's showing on the map. Yeah, I'm not gonna jump here. I think if they had the Kunkka bow, they probably would have TP'd a lot of heroes, but without it, it's just not worth the fight.
7E. Get some damage out onto Irving, force him to just roll away with the Rolling Thunder. He knew he's not going to do anything drastic there. Just to remind him, hey man, this game's not free for you. Just relax, just chill.
Radiant's bottom tower is
A bit of a skirmish there between the carries. That big of deal Morphling trying to assert dominance until the anti-mage is just a god in this game. I'm thinking Battle Fury, Manta, Skadi in this game, and you've just won. It's how it goes.
Man, I haven't seen Skadi in such a long time.
Yeah,
That
but
item
look at it,
used to be in every
Morphling
single
PA.
game.
It's
Yeah,
just
you have to
perfect.
ban. It's so good. Yeah. Hell, Morphling, the TAs here, even against Winter Wyvern, that item can be quite useful.
For sure. Maybe you get an Aghanim Scepter though. Aghanim Scepter is quite cool, especially when you have a Slardar Kunkka. They can keep players in a position for a very long time, and the Corrosive Haze will allow your illusion to do even more damage. So I wouldn't mind that either. If he's not committing, then Ags makes sense.
Now Sponlo and 7 are smoked up again, looking for some inroad on the map. They'll see this Tusk in the mid lane, but never fun to jump a Tusk. You prefer to find another target. Doesn't seem like they're gonna get it though. So the smoke kind of gonna go nowhere.
Slardar still wants to make something happen. Killing the Winter Wyvern is always nice, because that's an annoying hero that's gonna be a problem for all of your cores. There it is.
Wow, that's a lot of damage. Wow. Wow, that's a lot of damage. Okay.
Wasn't expecting that.
I definitely wasn't expecting that one. How did he get the vision? Did he just jump him blind in that situation?
No, he saw him. He saw him there in the trees. He was hiding from the creeps in the lane. See, so yeah, exactly that.
Oh,
line
okay,
that
yeah,
our
okay,
observer
okay.
pulled.
I see.
In daytime, when you smoke, it's just unfair. You see him, he doesn't see you. You're like a PA.
He tried to take the advice of HY and stay in the trees. Didn't work out for him in the end. Still ends up dead.
Do you see this cosmetic on the anti-mage? He's fighting with a shuriken. Dude, that should be tossed. Like, what the hell are you doing?
Actually, that's true. Fuma Shuriken, instead of throwing them, you just hit people with it. Nice.
That's fine, I guess. But
Oh,
looks kind of funny. Oh, that Pango's in trouble.
Unfortunately, there is still a tier 1 tower nearby, and the gang doesn't really want to fully commit. Not having absolute vision. Especially because they don't know where Winter Wyvern is. But if Winter Wyvern shows bottom, they might make that jump. Winter Wyvern does show now, but they also know that there aren't enough allies around the Kunkka. And they actually find this kill. Blade Mail and the Coco Rum will buy so much space and time. And Ponlo comes to the bottom lane. If they can find the X onto Beyond, maybe this kill can happen. But Ponlo is here with the disruption, so Beyond most likely will be able to get out of this.
I don't know, if you use the X and you see the disruption, you still have the Winter's Curse to play with, so... I feel like you should
Don't
go.
you just disrupt? Don't you disrupt Kunkka here? Oh, Morphling, sorry. Then Tusk should be able to find the eye shots. Current will come through, but it misses the TK Tusk, so it's gonna end up with a dead Kunkka. And Ponlo stuck around for some
Bonus.
reason. That's gonna get him punished. Okay. Nice little bonus being awarded there. The entirety, basically, of Team Bright is here. 4v2, and they prevail on the side of Team Bright.
Yep, that's nice for them to get this goal lead into their favor. It's kind of important, at least for her cores to be out of the anti-mage. If the anti-mage starts pulling out ahead, he's not gonna stop. And you have pretty solid farmers on your side as well, but they kind of suck versus the anti-mage in general if the game drags on. And anti-mage isn't like the strongest late game hero, but versus these two is gonna be amazing.
Bro, Irving actually just straight up outplayed 7E. What a player. 7E had him dead to rights, right next to the Lotus Pool. They even brought ZZQ, but he literally just outwalked him without even needing to use Swashbuckle. What a god. And they might even punish 7E for this now. TK finding the initiation. The rest of the team is around him. Harry, I don't know if you're getting the same feeling I am, but it's starting to feel like Team Zero is falling apart a little bit right now.
They don't have heroes to work together at this point. You need to split a bit. I think 7E's idea is to force rotations, go back, force rotations, go back, but he is always staying a little bit longer thinking if he can get a kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Anti-Mage will just get away while he's farming right now, but Team Bright feels like they are starting to hit their stride right now. TA can start building into her own BKB. with the Blink D-Lance. Man, I miss the days where TAs would have, instead of Blink D-Lance Charge, we'd have a Blink Deso. That was good times. Much more exciting stuff.
But AM is in
Blink.
trouble.
I don't think AM's in trouble. I think AM is dead, my friend. They're gonna jump him right now. TK
Disruption?
throws him up into the air. The stuns are there. Ponlo, he gets kept from the disruption. But nonetheless, the AM too close to the tier 2 tower, gets the bonus armor, and they do not have the damage to finish him off.
Yeah, if they had the build on the TA that you talked about the Deso, that would have been a very dead anti-mage. But yeah, you take your range and just attack from afar like a coward. And this is the result.
Well, the cowardice might at least lead into a Ponlo kill as he gets decimated in the top lane. And that's gonna allow them to put some pressure onto the tier 2 tower. This game is just starting to feel very fresh for Team Bright. And they're actually gonna go for Roche. Look where Ulu is. Mans is already in the Roshan pit. He's like, I don't even know why you all are fighting. I'm trying to get in Aegis and win the game, boys.
Yep, and the XWI is coming to assist. I'm liking what the Morphling is going for. It's a butterfly. Anti-Mage is not going to be getting an MKB anytime soon, and this is a timing that you're going to be able to hit, right? Anti-Mage can be super strong versus these two melee heroes, but he doesn't do anything versus a butterfly, so you can go for that timing on the Morphling and be this unstoppable force. I really like what Ulu is going for.
Okay, I've got an idea, bro.
Let's go.
So, the Slaughter 25 talents. Change the 25 Corrosive Haze Undispellable. Swap it around with like Slithering Crush damage. And then make the new 25 talent that Corrosive Haze gives True Strike.
Yeah, and
how would you feel about
make
that?
Slaughter the strongest hero in the world. Sure, I agree. Hey, let's go. Level 20, Corrosive Haze Undispellable. GG. Ulu left all alone.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Ulu is left all alone after they found the kill onto Beyond, and he's not the one carrying the Aegis. They gave the Aegis the protection to XWI. And it looks like Ulu... I don't know what that means. Gajan? Is he complaining about lag? That's what I would imagine is the case.
Yep, he should have been able to blink out a second ago, and now I think Anti-Mage might get the hit in before the animation is there. Let's see.
Let's see. He's gonna try to get out. He will be able to blink, but does he escape is the question. They're chasing him. They really want him. He's toying with them with the illusions. But unfortunately, the only person... If your name is not Ame or Ana, you can't do the illusion tricks. Wait. Ends up dead,
he made
and
a
that is
mistake.
a massive kill.
He turned himself into back into the anti-mage after he started juking with illusions, so that was kind of easy for the enemies to understand which is the real one.
Bottom tower is under attack.
That kill is huge. That means no tier 2 towers are going to emerge from this Aegis timing, I don't think. That means closer to the BKB for Slaughter.
Tower is under attack.
And with Morphling off the table, right now they feel so confident. They want to go middle. Did they make this jump happen? They're looking for it. They find Red Panda first and Firmas. And they almost kill him off. But he does get into the Cold Embrace. Not enough to save him though. ZZQ trying to TP out. Will be stopped by the Rolling Thunder. And the Snowball from TK to drag XWI back from the rest of the fray. Will ensure that they keep the TA alive. 1-for-1 trade in this mid lane. Let's see if anybody has the temerity to try and search for something more. It looks like 7E is the one that's gonna have that daring. Jumping forward for TK. Not enough time on the disable. He's able to blink away onto the high ground, but here comes the anti-mage. Erica, he wants the Mana Void, can't find it, as the Walrus Punch delays it from happening. But I'm not so sure that Irving will be as lucky, as he gets dragged back in by the X. Mana Void brings him down. And Team Zero starting to announce themselves on this map right now. Things have been going well for them in these last 2 minutes. Let's see how much further they can go.
Radiant's middle tower.
That Morphling kill opened up so much for them, and now you want to be on the aggressive.
Ooh, the stun from 7E, finding 2 heroes on the high ground. There will be a Winter's Curse though onto 7E, but Ponlo, having thrown through the Shadow Poisons, it helps them to get 2 kills. The ultimate out onto the Morphling. Ulu, he's trying his best here. The
No
Water
mana.
Park holding him in position. He's lost all his mana, and the Torrent will ensure that he loses his life. TK cannot save him on this task. He bought back for nothing. As they kill off XWI first, taking away the Aegis. They're trying to get the dieback out onto this tusk, and they will succeed in doing so. XWI can at least claim safety and refuge behind the tier 2 tower. But man, Team Zero, from that Morphling kill, they swept across the entire map area, and they've been getting everything they want at the moment.
And with sheer speed, they're just going everywhere. This is the effect of the Nature's Prophet, that when an enemy hero is dead, you can shove in the side waves so easily, and then you can focus on whichever part of the map you want. This time around, it was the mid lane, and they just went forward and forward and forward. And the only reason the TA is alive is because she had an Aegis. But now, it's not there any longer. You didn't get any tier 2s. You lost ground, you lost gold, and you got the anti-mage, or the enemies got the anti-mage at the top of the network chart. Everything worked out for Zero.
Now all of a sudden we are 800 gold away from both Slaughter and the Kunkka having access to their BKBs. The map is starting to feel like a scary place for Team Bright, but all hope is not lost. They still have heroes that can make things happen on the map, but they will need a few more items. The Morphling build that you mentioned, he's still trying to get himself towards it. But the TA does have BKB, so XWI is better equipped to actually stand her ground in a fight right now.
The Aghanim Scepter on the Anti-Mage will be done though. So creating chaos in fights, it's gonna be easy. It's gonna be easier to find the Winter Wyvern. It's gonna be easier to force out those BKBs. It's gonna be easier to give vision for the Kunkka X. It's just gonna be easier for Zero to play in general.
Team Zero. There will be a fight that starts bottom potentially as Panlo gets jumped on by TK and then just gets absolutely demolished. Well, for Team Zero, they're not really playing around in ages here, so it's not that bad.
It was Ponlo doing the jumping though. He blinked in forward and he just got met with traps and multiple enemy heroes. It's just so unfortunate, and Ponlo has been dying quite a lot in this series.
Yeah, he has. This game is not so bad, but it's still not been great. Meantime, speaking of deaths, Erica might suffer one here. This is huge. Can they find him? Red Panda looking for the angle for the curse, but he can't get there just yet because 7E interrupts with the big slithering crush. We'll get cursed for his efforts though, so that probably means the death of 7E. And Ponlo, he just died, so he just respawned. Not going to be in range for the disruption. And that will lead into the death of the Slaughter. Very awkward situation there, how Erica got caught out initially.
Classic anti-mage players, right? I'm gonna maximize my farm by stealing everything that you have, and then you put yourself in a really bad spot. So it's very important that he survived here. So 7E, I like that he gave his life away. It's just of the utmost importance that the anti-mage does not die in a split push. Dying in a team fight, it's a completely different thing because a lot of spells are going to be expended, but dying in a split push is just straight up disaster.
Ponlo, this time around he tries to blink away, but there's too many traps. He's probably going to end up dead regardless. We'll try for the disruption play. Will it help him? It will, but now one swashbuckle will kill him, but it's actually just going to be the hit from the Winter Wyvern. And now Wyvern, though, might be in danger herself. Pango for Irving out of mana as well. So is the Winter Wyvern. Looks like two heroes could die. As Winter Wyvern goes down, 7E finds the stun to set up for the kill. And with both of these heroes down for the count, they can start pushing out to the tier 2 tower and hopefully take control of the area before the big man comes back.
Open area fights are really hard for Bright because your Winter's Curse is not going to be that great. Your Tusk won't really know who to jump in and save. It is overall hard. Bright need to be pretty well positioned for fights, and that's why the Zero lineup is so good versus them. You shove out the waves with the Nature's Prophet, you shove out the waves with the Anti-Mage. It's hard to fight in an area that you choose.
Tier 2 tower will now fall. Erica, he knows there's no kills happening here. He's just zoning them back, announcing himself a little bit. And that's also going to give us the timing of the double BKBs. Kunkka and Slaughter are ready to fight. How far away are TA and Pango from their big items? We almost have the Deso for the TA. And we just finished the Butterfly for the Morphling. So they've got some decent strength on those two cores, but we desperately need Irving to have his Blink Dagger. Feels like that's been the story of the series for Irving. When can we get this man a Blink?
You can't get into a good position with Team Bright for the Morphling to be attacking the tower, and then you are behind him with the saves of the Blink Snowball and the Winter's Curse. Your lineup doesn't work, and I think Team Zero have already put themselves in a position where they should not allow Bright to shove out the lanes enough so that they can do what their lineup is solid at.
And it looks like they're going to take that advice because 3 heroes are smoked up. Heading to the top side of the map. They want to remove this tier 1 tower, hopefully get a kill in the process. And they actually scouted these heroes. This Observer Ward placed in by ZZQ next to the tier 1 gave them so much information, so they know how to plan this next stage of the fight.
Be bright.
Radiant's
So hard
top
for them
tower
to
is under
engage. They hate this game right now.
Radiant's
It's just impossible. If you blink in with the Tusk, it's not good. If you go in with the Pango, it's not good. You need the enemies to start on one of your heroes on your terms. It's just so hard to do in this scenario.
I've got an easy fix, bro. We just need Aghanim Scepter on TK, so then he'll do the blink kickback snowball combination. Very easy. Nice and simple.
Yep, that's actually nice and simple, but he's not going for it.
No, he wants Yule Scepter, and he might not even get there if he ends up losing his life here. They can try to contest this Wisdom Rune, but Team Bright ended up losing said contest, and now they're going to lose the life of their supports. They're not done just yet. They wanted to chase for more, but ZZQ got caught in between XWY and Ulu and gets blown the hell up. But it's still 2-for-1 for Team Zero, so they will happily claim this tier 2 tower as well.
Okay, DA has the death, so maybe you can jump a hero with the Tusk and the DA delete him, and that might change the fight enough so that it's then long enough for Zero to make a mistake. So I think Team Bright should be on the aggressive. Did they not spot each other? Yeah, they did.
They spotted each other now. But this is a Slaughter, very tough customer to kill. He's just trying to buy space and time for the rest of the crew to show up. Now that they're here, they really would like to bring down XWY, who's trying to escape with this BKB. His team is buying him space and time. Shout out to Irving for making all of this happen. That keeps the TA alive. And nobody dies on the side of Team Bright.
So they did force out the BKB on the TA, but the Slaughter used his own. So in general, this is pretty even. The thing is, Slaughter can fight without the BKB. The TA, unfortunately, cannot. The Torrent Storm is way too annoying.
Torrent Storm is a massive, massive problem right now. Anti-Mage gets the illusions out onto the Morphling, sees where he's at. Definitely doesn't want to jump him though, but will force him away from the farming area. Team Zero just want to keep building and building this lead. The question is though, Harry, when do they go to Roshan? Because the big man is available, but he's coming down in 8 seconds. Do they just go immediately right now? Prepare to take the Rosh?
They prepare, but you do not walk into the pit. You understand that the Winter's Curse and the Rolling Thunder are gonna kill you there. Plus, there could be some traps. You wait on vision. So I like what Team Zero are doing right now. Actually, they're gonna don't focus on rush. You kill it fast, but I don't know if you kill it that fast.
Well, looks like they're gonna spam him with corrosive hazes and let Erica be the one to continually right-click him. They're gonna put the impetus out onto Team Bright. They scout out Ponlo first. He does blink away. Oh, 7E with the 2-hero crush, but not enough follow-up. The Rolling Thunder will ensure that the Ghost Ship doesn't connect from the Kunkka. And now Team Bright just trying to beat a hasty retreat here. The Tidal Wave trying to pull in the Morphling. He does get himself away here. The Rolling Thunder is about to end. So their fighting prowess has drastically decreased on the side of Team Bright. They still have access to the Winter's Curse. Not anymore. All the mana has been burned away from this Winter Wyvern. Erica will be able to bring him down, but at the same time, they're losing their supports on the back end of the fight because XWY has just too much physical damage. Speaking of him,
He's back.
he gets jumped on right now by 7E. Red Panda, he brought back, but he's gonna die back almost immediately. DK, what can he do here? Drag back in by the X. He is Blink Daggers, trying to buy as much time as possible. He goes down, hits onto 7E, but no angle for a Blink. So he will end up dead here, granting a triple kill to Erica. And yet another team fight win for Team Zero.
Well, good positioning there from the Slaughter so that the Tusk doesn't get to the low ground and gets and remains on the high ground. Just very nice read of the situation. But the Anti-Mage is destroying them. He's just sending in illusions, and you could see even in a fight that was kind of concentrated from Team Bright at a certain area, the Anti-Mage sends in a couple of blink fragments. They start breaking their formation, and then it's just so easy for the pickoffs to come through. Team Bright are helpless in that kind of a scenario. They bring down the two supports. The two supports don't do anything. Once the fight is all around, the Anti-Mage just jumps from one end to the other. The Slaughter does the same, while the Kunkka is catching and being annoying from the backlines. It's so easy to fight from the dire side.
70 getting yet another good catch. He finds Irving, but Irving is able to roll himself away. So I don't think he dies here. ZZQ though, trying to ensure that he does, forcing him to TP out here, which he will succeed in doing. Man, Team Zero, they're just pressing them all across the map. And unfortunately, you know, they just have such an ease of execution for starting their fights. But Team Bright, their fight starting is, alright, XWI blinks on the support, blows him up. But how do they initiate onto these cores?
Are they gonna chase on this Morphling? It seems that they are, as the anti-mage is coming from the side as well.
Uh-oh. They have vision too. He's walking right underneath an observer ward. He's trying to TP out. Will they catch him in time? No, they won't. He barely gets out, but they knew where he was at. Tusk though might not be so lucky. As TK just gets ran down by Erica. Wicked 6 streak for the anti-mage. And that's one more kill for the side of Team Zero.
Usually we don't see the anti-mage two-shotting people, but when the corrosive haze is on them, you have this 300 damage, a lot of attack speed on the anti-mage because of the butterfly. It's just so easy to bring down the supports. And Team Bright, their lineup does not work if even one of them is dead. It's not the same for Zero.
I also like how he went for this Defiant Shell, making it much harder for the Morphling to even want to close him down and attack him. Good stuff from Erica. Leads into a tier 3 tower. However, we now have a BKB for the Morphling. So they do have the dual BKBs for Team Bright. What they don't have is an easy path into the fight, but they do have all their ultimates, so they might try once the Tusk is back.
Irving is farming his Aghanims. I feel like it's the name of this the series. Like, what have you seen in this series? That Irving was farming, and I'm not sure that's what you want to see if you're Team Bright.
Irving definitely has had a rough going of Game 3. Just trying to recover. Erica, he's chilling, man. There were some issues that happened in Game 2 on the Medusa, you know, some definite misplays that he did. But in Game 3, he's showing what's up. That he still deserves to be noted as a high tier carry. And there's that Skadi you wanted. Skadi Aghanim's Butterfly Manta style with an AD rune in the pocket. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, and Anti-Mage is a mixture of magical and physical damage, so the AD rune is amazing on him. But an MKB on the TA is there. So, Anti-Mage now, if you can hide this MKB, maybe can be caught off guard.
XWI unfortunately has not hidden well enough. Gets scouted out by the Slaughter, but they didn't ping out the item. Look where Erica is. Looking for the backstab here. After the initiation happens from somebody else in the squad. Blink Fragment is going to be there. Look at the damage on the T. Oh my god. XWI just gets eviscerated by Erica. Winter Wyvern zoned back into the fountain as they finally go for the Rolling Thunder from Irving. Do they have the lockdown? Perhaps, but I'm not so sure they have the damage. They're going for Erica. He's actually falling very low, but this is still his first life, Harry. Even if he dies here, they're going to have to deal with him again. But miraculously, they do manage to do it. They take life 1. But now what for life 2? They still have the Winter's Curse, though. They deploy it onto Beyond. The damage is coming out, but Punlo, with the disruption, immediately ends that fight. In the meantime, down to the south, Tusk ends up getting brought down by the rest of the lineup. Ulu with the BKB trying to man up, trying to force everybody back, but instead gets forced back into the fountain himself as he does not have enough HP. Hangalier gets eviscerated by Erica. And Team Zero take a lane of Rax, and they have not lost a single hero doing it, Harry. Only the A just got popped in the meantime.
And 7E's continuing to mark the Morphling with the corrosive haze. Like, you cannot leave your base. We see you. And Ulu, you know, you have to use the Manta to be able to deal with it. No glyph. This is gonna be mega creeps from what it seems. Yep.
Not just mega creeps. They just call it. They throw in the towel. They look at the situation. They appraise the state of the game and conclude that it is pointless. GG, well played is called. Team Zero will win the series 2-1. And continue in the upper bracket of the 23 season DreamLeague qualifiers.
I think Zero overall looked like the better team. Like on the side that they won the series, I think even in the game that they were losing, they were kind of doing what their lineup should. They just had a lineup that couldn't win or would have a really hard time winning, especially after the way the laning stage went. But I think in games 1 and 3, when they had decent drafts, they utilized them to their full extent, right? In this one, it was shoving out the waves and catch and not allowing Team Bright to get together, and they just did all of that perfectly. It's not like their spell usage was amazing. It's not like their item choices were okay. They were fine, pretty much what you needed. But it's that their setup to how they needed to play the game in the mid game was perfect, and that's where you really show who the better team is.
Yeah. I will say shout out to Team Bright because especially earlier on, there was a significant portion of the game where they were either at parity or slightly ahead of Team Zero. But one thing I think we've seen, especially from this series, is that Team Zero is very good at recognizing when is their moment. When are there good timings available and what can they accomplish with them on the map? In the first game, we saw them. The moment they realize this, they go bottom, get a kill, take over the whole map. Things look easy. In this game, that one kill on the Morphling, like to take your mind back, Harry, before that kill happened, like, Team Bright were doing well. They were the ones pushing into the tier 2 in the top lane. Team Zero find that one kill. 2 minutes later, they're pushing a tier 2 bottom and winning another team fight. And you're like, all right, this team knows what they're doing. They know how to leverage their strengths. And that, of course, is why they are through into the next round. And you know what their reward is for going through to the next round? Let's see, who are they going to play? I think they have to play IG. Yay, that's a fun way to be rewarded for winning Dota.
I mean, you know, you're gonna meet them at some point, so you better get it over with early, just smack IG easily, right? And then go forward. That's what you want to do.
We'll see what they've got. Of course, they're going to be breathing, taking their time, going into the next round as they don't have to play today anymore. They'll be in action yet again once tomorrow. And that means that we're going on to our next series, which is not going to be this one. Of course, Team Bright lost 2-1. We're going to have Kev versus LGD. Another matchup that's not necessarily even like this one, but more of a David versus Goliath situation. We'll see if David prevails or if Goliath gets the stomp on in that series, which will be coming up very shortly. So don't go anywhere. More DL23 action coming at you in just a minute.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet. Stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back. Didn't mean to sound so concerning. Am I alone in the hurt? I never followed anyone. It's so absurd. creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool, it's not like
see if he get. I don't know if he'll get his classic heroes because a lot of them aren't necessarily the best right now. So they'll have to be digging deep in the bag draft wise. Also, actually, there was a hero at the very beginning of 735. Undying was like in every other game, but now I never see this hero again. That's gonna affect Kev because Undying is, ironically enough, a great Undying player. But what happened to that hero, fam? Like, he just dropped off the face of the earth one day.
He was played a bit recently by some teams. Let's say One Win plays it with Fishman, and even Liquid played it, though they kind of dropped the ball with it. I think, first of all, nowadays only Undying specialists are going to be playing it, because when a hero is overplayed, especially a hero like Undying, everybody gets used to it, and then in the laning stage you just get outmaneuvered in every possible way. Nobody drops the ball, no one gives you the double decay, and the hero just does not work. Plus it's not like ultra strong at the moment, so that people look at it, and it seems that the save supports have fallen out of favor a bit, and he definitely falls into that category with the shard.
Yeah, that's true. Like, we don't see Undyings anymore. Venge is completely gone. Haven't seen that hero in a while as well. Shadow Demon's still around somewhat, but only every other game, and in large measure as a response to Batrider. But, you know, I like save supports. I always think that Dota is more interesting when you can't just like go in, immediately kill a hero. You have to sort of plan how you're going to initiate the fight. Going in waves, right? Wave 1 of the attack, wave 2 of the attack. We retreat, we come back a little bit. Forces you to have to think a lot about the game, even though I will tell you, as a carry player, it's annoying to play, but very entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it is the case, right? When playing versus save supports, especially multiple, you have to have somebody who gives vision, let's say, which currently in Dota doesn't really exist. You have DA with the traps, you have Clockwork, and you know, that's about it. So that's off the hook. You are best off with chaos creators, somebody who's going in like a Pango to just create chaos, and then you have these jumpers that kill them. Or you can have multiple layers of initiation, like you have a Storm and a Mars, and then Mars jumps first, the save comes out, Storm sees who's doing the saving, and he jumps in forward onto them. So those are kind of your ways to deal with them. I mean, it does make the game 10 times more entertaining, as you mentioned.
I actually wonder what's been happening with a lot of these spirit heroes as well. Like, we saw a lot of Storm early on. We don't see Storm anymore. We still get Pucks in the game. Void Spirits off the map. Ember Spirit? Bro, I don't even remember the last time I saw an Ember Spirit game, which is kind of unfortunate given how good Butterfly Effect is on the hero. But I definitely think that Kev can't afford to play a farming game against LGD. The ways I've seen this team get beaten the most comprehensively is when the enemy team plays really, really fast. Especially if you give Shiro like a Naga or something, and then you have a bit more of a timing window to try and exploit. So I kind of hope that Kev go in that direction. Play this game quickly, boys. You're not going to win a farm fest against LGD.
Exactly, that's what they need to do. But coming back to the Spirit Heroes, I'm not sure about the Ember. I'd say Ember is Mage Slayer mostly, and people just got used to playing it with the Mage Slayer. Now they need to dial back the drafts to where you're just a poking guy rather than I commit and I cannot die. But what ended up happening to Spirit Heroes is one very slow, crawling, and cold Position 5 named Crystal Maiden, who has a 3-second long lockdown and in which you always die. So I think that's the main thing that happened to those Spirit Heroes. Once they find a way to deal with the CM, we're gonna be seeing those back.
Okay, we'll see if CM and Lion find themselves out of the meta and the Spirits can come back in. But now we are gonna look at our first draft of this series. Kev playing on the Radiant side with the first pick. LGD Gaming on Dire with second. And so far, not that many surprising things in the draft. Well, the Pudge ban is very surprising. Why Pudge first overall ban in the game?
Wait. I've been going through these Kev games, and I have not... Oh, I have seen a Pudge. Okay, so they played the Pudge, and if I'm not mistaken... Wait, let me see where they played. I would assume off lane. But, no, actually a support? They play a support Pudge. Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's why you don't want to play versus it. You don't want to play versus something that you're unsure of. And really, if Kev are to win this one, they need to surprise LGD. So I can get behind the ban.
Kev now make sure to take out the Tusk. PYW, one of his best heroes, so slow them down on the map overall.
And no Shadow Demon, no Kunkka. So we could very well see a first pick Batrider here for LGD. What else is in the pool that's still great? Mars is gone, so Centaur's around. I mean, that would be nice. I think Centaur or Mars, Centaur, excuse me, or Batrider, either one of those would be an excellent first pick for both of these teams.
Yeah, I think Kev probably go for a Centaur and then LGD would respond with the Bat. I think that's
Radiant
the most
LGD
obvious
Gaming.
choice I see. Oh no, Ken is. We forgot about him because we said we
wow.
just forget about this hero. Well, we shouldn't have because he's here.
Normally banned every single game. All right. Also experienced some changes. The Penitent Slow is much, much worse than it used to be. Well, the same at level 1, worse at level 2, worse at level 3, much worse at level 4. And then Divine Favor is also quite significantly nerfed. Damn. 6. Yo, wow, that's a big change. 6 armor at the 4th level. Wow, okay.
I mean, Divine Favor was just stupid. Level 1, you give somebody 12 armor. Like, what the hell is that? Like, how is that legal? So, you know, it needed to get toned down a notch. But it does open up this Primal Beast for LGD. When the Mars is banned out, it's not only good for the Centaur, it's good for the Primal Beast, because when there's no Mars, the Primal Beast doesn't have to go for a first item BKB. He can actually go Blade Mail, Blink, and only then go for something like it. Plus, it's a hero that can deal relatively well with the units.
Yeah. It's also one of the big 3 for new in the off lane. His Primal, his Mars, his Centaur. Those are by far his best heroes. I guess it is flexible as well, because Setsu has played Primal, not nearly as much as New has, but now you have that capability. Some BKB piercing disable. It's always good to have Primal in the game, so glad to see it from LGD. The question is, what is the lane going to be? How would you feel about Primal Beast plus Bats into the Chen lane? Oh, Bats banned, never mind.
Fine, but it's banned. Yeah. Overall, it's nice. I'm thinking if you're LGD now, you might go for something like a Crystal Maiden. It's solid versus the Chen. You have your ulti. You make the early mid game go your way, and that is good because the mid game is Chen's, and you want to be stronger there. But you get the Tiny. Tiny is good when people are running into you, and with the Chen lineup, that usually does happen.
You were calling for this in the previous series, asking how often the Chinese teams play the Tiny. Setsu plays it as well as PYW, so they're still holding their cards to their chest on the side of LGD. But always good to have multiple ways to start fights, and now you have that definitely in spades from both of these heroes. What do you want for the 4 position here from Kev? Do you want to pick like a brawler to try to go toe-to-toe with this Tiny Primal, or do you play a bit more safe?
I didn't want to see that. Just now I would put this Tiny on a core and I would have food all the time. Like, look, it's food and it's actually a disruptor. Let's see what changed for the disruptor, because we have seen him banned and I saw the hero completely ignored for a very long period of time. So
Thunderstrike
slow
buff, that's
duration
all.
increased on the Thunderstrike, which is okay. I guess laning stage wise is gonna be slightly better.
Disruptor, Brewmaster, that's going to be an intriguing lane. Okay, we'll see how that ends up going. On the bright side, it does mean that they have, yes, food for the Tiny, but lots and lots of team fight for themselves on the side of Kev. Maybe that's the direction they're going towards. Just fight them all the time. But I don't know about this, Harry. Their cooldowns are very high on the side of Kev. If I'm LGD right now, I'm just picking low cooldown stuff, running at them consistently. This fits the bill wonderfully. Nobody has a long cooldown. We can fight around both We can fight around Disruptor ult and Brewmaster ult. And because they don't have super hard disables or BKB piercing disable, once I buy Weaver BKB, I do not die again in this game. Love it.
And the thing is that Kev's heroes are really bad versus minus armor. And now you have 2 heroes that are gonna be getting that minus armor out and capitalizing on it quite nicely as well. So I like it. This is pretty solid for LGD. Also another stun that might allow you to burst the Brewmaster, but you can or it doesn't matter even if you don't. It's not that big of a deal.
LGD also have, with all this minus armor, easy ways to take down the Roshan, so that's always going to be fun. But Kev, what now? We have to reveal either the Fly hero or what Butterfly effect is playing. What's been banned out? It's been some offlaners, a couple of carries. I suppose you can pick a carry now and then roll the dice for the butterfly effect hero. What do you think?
That will be okay. The problem is I see Faces Void solid versus LGD other than the Venge, but then you have nothing to go with it. Not sure how to feel about it. It's an okay Faces Void game, but I'm afraid for the damage here. The Penitence is really gonna need to come in handy so that this guy can do the damage. Or you need a really strong mid laner on Butterfly Effect. Something like a Queen of
10
Pain
seconds remaining.
comes to mind as a possibility.
How about Invoker? How would you feel about that, hero?
Seconds remaining.
I actually like the Invoker. It gives you early game presence, which is much needed for Kev. They need to be able to get some kills in the early game so that they can capitalize on the glimpse. And then later on, you have this big combo with the Faces Void. But I feel like it's good.
Wouldn't mind seeing Invoker. Wouldn't mind seeing Lina. Lina would be quite nice. LSA, Burst. Oh, never mind. Banned.
Yeah, they just
Never
got
mind.
good. But yeah, it would be solid. You would want a hero that it's another way to put it. A hero that stands its ground that LGD want to kill and then you chrono over it. So something like a Lesh also comes into mind. And I'm actually surprised LGD didn't get rid of Lesh DP. I think that would be better than the Lina because Kev, they already have this Chen and the Brewmaster, so another hero to push down the towers would really elevate their lineup. So I'm thinking Lesh would be something that they're going to be closing their drafts with.
5 seconds remaining.
Lesh Chen, we've seen that before. I'm a bit worried about Lesh's positioning in the game with the Tiny Venge, but still I like it for the reasons that you mentioned. You can get involved in the middle of the fray. So what's the ban here? Boys, Kev, show us the strategy. They could potentially ban Storm. That also is not fun to play into as a Chen disruptor. But they take out Queen of Pain instead. What else is possible? TA maybe? Nope, Lesh. Okay.
The second they ban out the co-op, it was obvious because Lash doesn't want to be dealing with burst damage, right? So you get rid of that, and now not a lot is left for Setsu to be this burst damage hero. But I still think you can put the tiny mid. I actually wouldn't mind it. Just put it mid, get something like a hoodwink, I guess, for even more burst, and your lineup is gonna be amazing.
They still have quite a lot of reserve time to think about this. So either a mid hero or another pause 4. Bro, how would you feel about a Viper in this game? Viper mid, bro? It would be Pog. It would be great. They get OT. Okay, that's fine.
It flies. It's annoying. It's literally a Viper, right? So and it is burst damage. Though Lesh is a hero that does have a solid amount of mana, so I'm not sure how much the Sanity's Eclipse is gonna be killing him. But the Brewmaster and the Faces Void, on the other hand, these are gonna be in trouble. I don't love it. I don't hate it. I think OD is a good pick. I haven't seen much of it, so I'm really glad I get to see it in a competitive game.
For me, the major value proposition of this OD is that it's gonna frustrate Faceless Void so much. If you don't catch the OD in the chrono, then there's no point, right? Your positioning has to be so good. Once Setsu gets BKB, he's the only person that Faceless Void should be chronoing. But then if you chrono him, there's a Venge next to him to get him out of it as well. I actually really like this last 1-2 punch. I don't think Void can actually play against this until much later in the game. And at that point, Shiro Weaver, I've started to fall more and more in love with it because of how he plays. Sort of reminds me of old school How when I see him play this Weaver hero. And if they can get to that later timing, that 25 talent, man, with the extra Geminate attack hit, Leshracker is gonna hate life. Faceless Void's gonna expend like half his HP before arriving in the fight. I don't know about you, Harry, but I am all in on LGD, fam. I'm thinking like 70-30, personally, me, in favor of LGD.
But I mean, in team-wise, yes. In terms of draft, I can see Kev having chances in this one. The thing is, you just don't look at the Faces Void here as a win condition. You look the win condition as we mow down your towers, we close out the map, and then we taunt you on this Slash to make a mistake, and then we chrono you at the later ends of the fight. So
Okay.
it is very hard to execute though. So yeah, I think 70-30 split is pretty fair, considering that we have a team that is on paper better. I mean, should be better anyways. And then we have Kev with a very hard to execute lineup. So yeah, LGD all the way.
Let's get into it. Game 1 of LGD Gaming versus Kev. Neither of these teams will be eliminated even if they lose. But the path is always much easier through the upper bracket.
Prepare for battle.
So let's see how
course.
this is all going to pan out.
But it's more fun through the lower bracket. That's the case. If you have strong nerves and a strong heart, but you know, not everybody does.
It also might be the case that, you know, some players just level up with their back against the wall. They can't necessarily play. I know I'm one of those players. Like, no matter what game I'm playing, it was the worst maybe in fighting games, but I always was much worse in the upper bracket than in the lower bracket. So I get it. It's fine.
No, you play some fighting games. Which one?
I play Tekken, Street Fighter. I don't play Mortal Kombat anymore because MK1 sucks. But yeah, those three are like my main fighting games.
I played a lot of Soul Calibur back in the day. But yeah,
Oh,
I like
Soul
Tekken
Calibur.
as well.
Have you played Tekken 8, bro?
No. You know which one I played the most recent? Tekken 3. My friend got a console that has like all the games from 95 to 2010. And it has like a billion games. We found Tekken 3. We fought like into the night.
30 seconds to battle.
Tekken 3 is a go-to game. But seriously, bro, use the money you're going to get from these qualifiers. Buy Tekken 8. Trust me. Some of the best money I've ever spent.
Makes sense, makes sense. Anyways, let's look at the game here. So how are the lanes going to go? Faces Void, Chen. I guess that's okay, but you don't stop the Primal Beast from farming. And it's gonna be like Tiny and this Chen just fighting to block the camps, unblock the camps and such. I don't know what to expect from the Brewmaster Disruptor lane. The only thing I know is that it's very easy to ignite the Cinder Brew when you are when you're a disruptor. So I'm very curious to see, but I'm kind of seeing this disruptor as food for the Weaver. That's what it seems like to me.
That top side of the map, I can see Disruptor dying. I could see Venge dying. The core should be fine, though.
I can see Weaver dying if he makes a mistake and gets glimpsed. It's not impossible.
No, wait. Like, somebody has... Oh, but there's a sentry on Vent. Bro, if I die here as Weaver, I'm flaming my team so massively. Being like, dude, where was my sentry? Why did they see me? What the hell's going on?
Exactly. It's always the other guy's fault.
Of course. I'm the carry player. It can't be my fault.
Of course.
If I miss a Chronosphere, then why didn't you all position them better so I could catch them all in the sun?
Exactly. You're 100% right. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm a support player, but I always know it is my fault
Exactly. That's what's...
Dire's middle tower
if I don't keep the egomaniacs that play the carries in check and make them believe that they're the best. That's what you do. That's how you win games.
Yeah, exactly. So far, nothing really exciting happening in any of these lanes just yet. Top has potential. Bottom, very little potential. And middle should just be a lot of farm trading. So, don't think this is going to be as much of an action-packed bloodbath as we had in the previous series.
Probably not. When in these lanes, when there is some kill potential, but overall that kill potential happens if you over commit with one or the other side. I don't think we're gonna be getting that.
Seeing you just trampling about, farming it up, doing his thing. For this phase as well, we're just having a normal build-up, you know, Maelstrom, BKB. Nothing, you don't want to see anything spicy on that hero?
Not really. I wouldn't mind a Mask of Madness in this game, just so that in the early game you can get some solo kills. Because that's what you want to do. You get the chrono, use it, get the kill. Get it back again, use it, get a kill. Don't save it until like it's minute 20, 25. Just make sure that you are heroes off the map. You want to be doing it. When a hero is off the map, your guys can actually push safer. And that's what you want for them to do. But so far so good for Kev, right? If there were no like sides here, Kev on the left and LGD on the right, you would from the CS be like, yeah, Kev are or Radiant are a slightly better team, because we usually see better teams do better in the CS department in the first couple of waves. That's just how it goes. Like, disregarding the matchup completely.
It can still catch up though as more levels are to accrue for LGD, but for now, things are definitely looking up for them. I'm just glad though that in the top lane, Smile is doing the right thing. De-warding for his Weaver, so I can use my W in peace. Thank you so much, Smile. Very appreciated.
And I like that you went for the uproar. A lot of primal beasts lately I've seen just completely disregarded. The slow is just so good, and I'm not even talking about the tankiness and the damage. It really does make a lot of sense. So I assumed in China they are gonna be going for it. Gets a point in onslaught as well. So only on level 4 will the trample be doing a massive amount of damage. Level 1 trample is pretty bad.
They do happen to catch Faceless Void in between when his Chen is in the waves, so we're in the jungle. Won't be able to play as aggressively. Everyone's just chilling. Mid Setsu's gonna have himself with some support nearby to secure this water rune, but shouldn't really be anything spectacular happening on the map. It feels nice as PYW that you can move away from New. Now that he does have that 1 point in uproar you mentioned, he can survive by himself, doesn't have to rely on the Tiny being nearby all the time.
True, but you are still giving a great start to the Faceless Void, right? So that could be problematic for you. As
oh, are they getting a face? Wow. Okay. Trample right on top of him. PYW there with the avalanche, and they find themselves the kill. Faceless Void goes down in the bottom lane.
that was perfectly done. You start off with the trample, you don't use the onslaught early on, and then the Faceless Void doesn't want to jump away early. He wants to wait for the 2 seconds of the trample, then jump away, and then the onslaught won't be a problem. But you see your Tiny coming, you push the Faceless Void towards the Tiny just to be a little bit more close, and then the avalanche makes sure that he doesn't move. That was good bait, good spell usage, good communication, like everything working well for LGD.
Also on the map though, they're going to try and make this play onto Shiro, but Shiro has a good support, so could be fine. You might actually want to turn a little bit. Old 11 not really an appealing customer. Shiro just happy to not be dead. He'll take it.
It's just dumb sometimes how much the Brewmaster dodges with the storm stance. You think you're gonna get him, and then nope. You just don't get anything done.
Oh, bottom lane!
Again.
They get the Faceless Void again, and this time he will not have TP for another 25 seconds. Well, only 10 seconds once he respawns, but still a walk of shame that he's going to have to take while they are able to clean up on the top lane onto the Disruptor as well. So although they were falling behind in the CS department, LGD able to execute better and get the initial kills.
Yeah, their heroes are definitely better at getting kills. Once you get a bit more in level, some stats items as well in your cores, you know that they cannot die. So then you can go for these aggressive moves. In the early stages of the laning stage, you go for aggressive moves, you overextend and you can die. Once you have the
top lane?
stats items, that doesn't happen.
Old 11 might die here. W in 1 second from the Weaver. Shiro's going to chase him. The bug has been destroyed, but Sakuchi will provide enough damage, and there's no vision on the high ground for Undying to find the glimpse. Man, LGD able to make some big plays here, but they're going to glimpse him back. He's been dusted up. Do they have the damage to kill him? He doesn't have the level 6. While this is happening, they do lose their Chen, but certainly worthwhile to kill Shiro. I am very surprised that Shiro decided to run into the tower instead of just running north towards the Lotus Pool, but mistake gets him killed.
It still forces the Lesh rotation, who doesn't have a single point in Edict just yet. So Butterfly Effect, he cannot make good use of this. It really is okay for LGD that they lost the Weaver there. Because if the Lash had like 2-3 points in the Edict, you start pushing the top lane, you might force out some TPs, then you leave with the Lash, and then it's fine. But this way, LGD are quite happy still.
Heroes a busier crewing net worth on the LGD side. I haven't seen them try to make any rotations because they're still very content to farm. Faceless Void, Suda's gonna have to start worrying about his life. There's level 6 out on the Primal Beast. And top lane, they need to worry about the life first of the Chen. As Undying gonna get ran down, he loses his life. While that's happening, they end up losing the Faceless Void down bottom. Smile does also take a tumble here.
but you'll definitely take it. Trading 5s in the top lane and getting another kill on Void down bottom. Happy days for LGD.
I mean, the second you said they have pulverized, that second you got him up in the air with the pulverize. It's just that we were looking at the action on the top lane and Tiny with the avalanche thought. It was pretty much the same thing that was happening in the lane thus far, just that you had the pulverize to start it off. They're gonna go again.
Yeah. Butterfly Effect and Imitator are smoked up, but they can't get there in time. And what? Again? New ends up getting another kill onto Fly with the assistance of PYW. That is the 4th death of this Faceless Void in this game. He already TP'd back into the lane. Alright, your laning phase is over, buddy. Gotta go try and find network elsewhere on the map.
The thing is, he doesn't have level 6. He doesn't have level 6. He doesn't have a TP. He doesn't know what to do. If he had level 6, at least you could try to do something. And Shiro is being targeted, no ulti.
Nice one. He just got ulti back. He should be okay.
Got it.
Gets back. Nice one. And they will drop Sanity's Eclipse, in fact, to kill off the Disruptor. Brewmaster uses ultimate too. Shiro, still A-okay. Should be able to scurry away from these Brewlings. And they definitely do not have the damage to kill off Setsu either. Dude, Shiro was so lucky. He was 3 seconds away from getting his ultimate when they ganked him. Outplays them, they get a kill as well, and they keep the tier 1 tower alive.
Not only alive, it is untouched, right? And that's a big deal. You're playing versus a Chen Lesh. You want to slow things down as much as possible. And with this kind of a lead, with the Faceless Void being pretty much useless, you're gonna be able to do it. And again, they are targeting him. This time around with the 2 supports. They might wait for the Primal Beast. No reason not to.
Yeah, but New's on route. Fly, you need to get the hell out of here, buddy. They have vision as well, so even if he goes back to farm in these jungle areas, they'll know where he's at. And they bring Shiro in. Shiro gets perfect vision on top of him. New, gonna be patient. Clear out the creep wave first before coming through with the onslaught. Now they've got him. He is dead to right. There's no way out of this one. He tries to get out with the time walk, but he knows his time on this earth is forfeit. Another death on the Faceless Void, and this time around, they definitely will get the tier 1.
He didn't watch Lord of the Rings, he would know what what fly actually means, right? That you should not be there, that you should run like the wind. He hasn't done it in this game, and that is a disaster. This is a disastrous start for Kev, right? So we talked about their possibility of snowballing with not this lineup, but in general versus LGD. With this kind of a start, you cannot do it. Even in the mid game, when the Chen should be applying pressure, it's not going to be easy, or rather, it's going to be pretty much impossible with the start that you have given, mostly to the Primal Beast. I want to see which items he's going to go for his Blink Dagger. Yep, that's the case. You don't need a Blink in this one. You don't need the BKB early in this one. You can just get away with the Blink and start hunting.
Yep. I mean, he's so tanky on the Primal. By the time he shows up, even in front of the Leshrac, no way Leshrac spells can actually kill him. And they will be playing 4v5 for a while, because Void is not going to be ready to fight. I bet you he's going to buy Midas. There's no way. He's not going to buy the Maelstrom anymore. He has to buy Midas. Wait, let me see. Yep. There's a Glove of Haste. It's going Midas. What can you do?
I mean, still could be a Maelstrom. Not impossible. People forget about it. Forget about the Gloves of Haste. No, we'll see. We'll see.
Bro.
But yeah, I agree. Still, I want to see him do the Chrono. Just go use the Chrono, please.
Shiro, for his part, what's he farming into? Just the usual D-Lance Maelstrom on this Weaver. So the game is going to resolve down to the performance of this Leshrac for a while. Which, to be fair, he does have Kaya. Can start building into the Sange as well. So he will be a focal point that Kev can rally around. And it does help that outside of bottom, they still have their tier 1 towers. So there's quite a lot of map to still play with.
Yeah, long fights you lose, so just get the damage items if you can on the side of Kev. If it's a long engagement, your Brew Split will end, your Lash will lose mana, you won't have the Chen ulti any longer, and you're just gonna die. So make sure that somebody dies quickly so that you can use this glimpse for extra kills. That's the only way that you are winning these engagements.
There's the new Blink. He's standing right next to PYW. PYW puts the smoke back in his regular inventory. And we're going on an adventure, Harry. Where are we headed to? Looks like they're going to outline mid lane as a place to go. But Kev feels ready. They're not scanning in the exact right place, but they are playing with their positioning as if they know a rotation is coming, and they are correct.
They're gonna go for it, and I guess adventure is always to the Candy Mountain. Well, let's see who's gonna be caught first. Do you know Charlie and the Candy Mountain? If you don't,
I do
it's
not.
better for you. They got him.
All right, I will find out afterwards because they do find him. Onslaught in through onto the Leshrac. They kill him off. Shiro got scouted by the Disruptor in the trees, but Imitator couldn't do much more than just drop the ultimate on him and run like hell for his own life. As a result, nobody can save the Lesh. He dies, and the tier 1 tower will easily be claimed by LGD.
It's so hard. The lineup of Kev isn't meant to be played on the defensive. You need to have Lesh in front, pushing tower. Pretty much the same thing that was in the previous game where the Morphling and the TA need to be in front, and then you go with the counter initiation with the Winter Wyvern and so on. In this game, it's the same thing. You go in with the Lesh, the Faceless Void is behind, the Disruptor is behind, and you use your ultis around the Lesh. Not like, oh, I'm gonna catch this guy on the left with the Chrono, this guy on the right with the Static Storm. That's not how the lineup works. It's never gonna be good that way.
Gonna get ourselves a Wisdom Rune for Imitator. That will bring him to level 7. Man. No items anywhere in sight for Imitator, unfortunately. I mean, a Blink Dagger eventually on this Disruptor will be very, very nice, but gonna be quite some time before we're anywhere close to those kind of items.
You wanna get it disappointed even more?
Uh-huh.
Face Void is going for a Maelstrom, though you're
No.
not. Yeah, look at that. The Observer knew. Observer knew. I really
no.
like that our Observer can read my mind.
Well, I suppose if he does go for this Maelstrom, that thing you were mentioning about getting him involved in more fights definitely has to happen. Because if he does go Midas, he can't actually participate for another 7-8 minutes. Maybe they feel the game would be too slowed down at that point.
I don't know. I feel like you haven't used the Chrono for 15 minutes. Around the 20-minute mark is where LGD are probably going to be able to go for Roche when the next daytime comes on the bottom lane. So I'm not sure about it. If you already didn't want to play aggressive with the Chrono for 5 minutes, don't do it now. For me, this Maelstrom is more going to be for farming, which just gives even more opportunities to LGD.
LGD, we're playing around an Observer Ward right now. PYW hunting a little bit. Would be nice to find this Void, but won't be able to do so. And the game has slowed down somewhat. Yes, LGD is still accruing gold at a mammoth pace, but they're not losing buildings on Kev. They still have access to most of their jungle. They can still play around the Wells area, down bottom. So this game is playable, unless, of course, they kill the Faceless Void again, which looks like is exactly what's going to happen. Oh well, that doesn't feel nice. And Harry, if he had bought Midas, he could have at least used it twice by now. Feels bad.
Exactly, and it doesn't matter now even if you have it on off cooldown because you have those 2 charges, so it always refreshes. But yeah, he's having a rough time, and very soon he's gonna be below the Piney in farm. Oh, nice usage there of the Hurricane. Yeah, very cute. Doesn't change anything.
It look cool. Sometimes when you die as a support, all that matters. I look cool while doing it. It's okay. Top lane. They did manage to take down the tower, and the first Chrono of the game will emerge from Fly. Do they have enough damage to kill the Faceless or the Weaver? No, they do not. Why you smile with the swap, but it clips him back. He didn't have enough time to swap out here, and he will actually end up dead on this Weaver. Mega kill streak taken away, but PYW is getting instant revenge on the rest of the squad, and as they chase Fly, he just desperately wants to get out. He succeeds in doing so. They get off the Bruce split from Old 11, turning their attention towards Setsu, but the question is, do they have the damage to actually kill him off right now? They slow him in with the time dilation. Why you smile, dropping some stuns behind him. They really want Setsu trying to escape towards the west. He is running for his life right now. He has the pike available at the moment. Avalanche on the 2. Savage Eclipse drop down as well, and the Pulverize from New kills off the Faceless Void. They do lose Setsu though, and now New, he's in danger as well. Old 11 threw in some right clicks, but it's the glimpse from Imitator that secures the kill. PYW though is gonna spin back for the homie, goes right in, brings down the Imitator Disruptor, and then TP's out for good measure. A massively chaotic fight. We get the first chrono of the game, a brew split and an avalanche, a sanity's eclipse, but after all is said and done, Harry, Kev will certainly be ecstatic at how that fight turned out.
Yeah, they're super happy about it. But it's always about what happens after the chrono, after the split. The next 2 minutes are what's gonna show us if that fight was really worth it for Kev. So LGD are gonna be very aggressive now, for sure.
Oh, small mistake top. This is unfortunate. PYW and YU Smile got overexcited. Was right next to each other. It happens. What can you do?
Yeah, it does. But overall, Kev are for now keeping themselves somewhat safe. I guess the best course of action is just send your supports on the side lanes to die, to just get some hate onto them and find out where your opponents are. Chen dying was pretty much that. You just don't want to lose any cores.
Old 11 and the gang. Just gonna post up on the top side of the map. Get some D wards. I wonder if they're gonna stick around for the wisdom room, or if that might be a little bit too much time to wait. Looks like it'll be the latter option, as they can go into the Roshan pit. We already have the OD waiting. You know, we've got this Vengeful Spirit nearby, 2 points into the Swarm for the Weaver. So, very easy take on the Roche. And they have ample vision enough that they can see any kind of rotation coming, which Kev could do. They just got all their ultimates back. Do you think they should go fight this or just let it go?
They should fight it, but they have no idea that it's happening. That's the problem. You should have fought it every single time that you have ultis. You should do it now. You're in a position where you have your ultis, but you're not certain to win a fight. And that is how you end this game if you're LGD. That is how it goes your way fully, is if Kev uses all of their ultis and you still come out on top.
Kev are smoked up on bottom with the Disruptor and the Brewmaster. But there's nobody around. They even threw the scan for this one. They really wanted to find somebody. Fortunately for them, though, looks like LGD wants to find them too, as they're smoked up, coming in through the mid lane. And they want to fight. Oh, the scan connects. Butterfly effect is the first one seen. The Yule Scepter will buy some space and time. But unfortunately, it's not going to buy enough, as he will end up dead. Easy kill for Setsu. And they're actually jumping forward. Pulverize catching to the Brewmaster. They just want to flee right now from the side of Kev, but LGD might not let them. They're trying to get off the Brew split, but it looks like they have enough damage to kill him before that happens. 2 heroes down, Setsu finding an Astral onto another. They kill off the Disruptor. Fly trying to jump away with the Time Walk, but there's absolutely no way he survives. Setsu drops the hammer, gets the triple, and secures the team fight for LGD.
Okay, let's try to be positive for Kev. At least they didn't use their ultis. So it's not too bad, but it's, in general, realistically, it's catastrophic. You have your ultis, you don't even get a chance to use them. And now the question is, you cannot allow your heroes to continue dying one by one. So stop, take a breather, reset, try to go for a fight. That's what you need to do.
Yeah. They are playing kind of like they're tilted right now, I'll be honest. The coordination is not looking as clean as it could be. They also took their wisdom on top. Yeah. Yeah. We had that conversation off air, right? About watching Butterfly Effect games.
Yeah, I've seen him call GG sometimes super early. Not doing it here, though.
Yeah. There's old 11 and Fly on the team to be like, no GGs. And play until the very end.
Very true. They definitely have, or should have, the respect to be listened to from Butterfly. Usually he would play in a team where he would be the star player. Here, that's definitely not the case.
Yeah. Unfortunately, there's a lot more stars on the enemy team, and one of those stars, PYW, will initiate onto Butterfly Effect, toss him back to the rest of LGD, and they are able to easily kill him off. 4th death for the Leshrac, 0 kills from him, and now they're going on to old 11. They will force out the early glimpse. Imitator, though, could still die from Shiro. Shiro glimpse back back into outside the base. Fly forced to drop the ultimate, but he can't even escape his own chrono. The stun chased him. He barely gets back into the base. We see Old 11 forced to use Bruce Split just to try and zone back these LGD heroes, but he's getting close. Setsu's actually dropping low. Nice little force off onto the high ground. And Shiro is falling low, but he does have a secondary life to play with. PYW and New also losing quite a bit of HP, but they do not lose their lives. And yeah, very good fight around this tier 2 tower. LGD unable to push past them, and that'll end the push for now.
Every spell used, LGD are ready to dive in. They will also find the regen rune. One of their heroes doesn't need to go back to base. It will be New, and now the hunt really starts. They're definitely going to be exercising their revenge for these attempts on their lives. So, Kev, it was nice knowing you, but now LGD are not going to stop.
Might also end up losing Undyne here. Setsu got a sliver of vision onto him. They see the Faceless Void now as well. They're not the ones playing with Disruptor though, so they're chasing prowess. Not nearly as impressive as that of Kev.
New coming from the other side, so the Primal Beast is ready to onslaught into the enemies. Nice TP away from the Chen. He was the one that definitely would have gotten caught.
Dude, look how tanky this Primal is right now. Eternal Shroud, Blink, EKB. How you kill this man, I do not know. How he kills Disruptor, that I do know. Does it just like this.
Radiant's top tower is under
And might get a
Quite
courier out of it too. Nice.
has been killed.
He does it quite easily. Courier would have died even earlier if the trample of the Primal Beast wasn't there. New gave it up, but of course we know Tiny, one of the best heroes to snipe those couriers, and that's gonna be the first tier 2, and they're still not done.
Oh my goodness, PYW! He found the toss. Getting butterfly effect back right on top of Shiro, and he does it literally 2 seconds before Shiro's Aegis expires. Yeah, Shiro ends up dying to the magic damage of the Lesh, but who the hell cares? Now there's no buyback on this Lesh. We've taken mid and top tier 2. Time for a lane of Rax, Harry. I don't think there's anything they can do to stop them.
Cut the waves. That's what you can do. And the Faceless Void did do it on the top lane. The mid wave is coming. You could push into the enemy base. The thing is, it's 25 minutes into the game. LGD are 10 times stronger than Kev, but towers are still a dangerous thing to fully commit on.
Well, they'll show that prudence and that discipline. Top lane, guess who they found? It's oh boy, Fly, and he is dead again. And 1, 2, kill. 9 deaths on the Faceless Void here in game 1 of Kev versus LGD.
At least he has 3 assists, right? But yeah, that's a disaster. And it's always the same two. If there's always trouble, why is it always you two? The Tiny and the Primal Beast, they really have got his number.
Yep. I must say, PYW's performance in this game has been sensational on this Tiny. Not even just the reliable hunting of the Void, but gotten Leshrac killed a few times. And he might be impactful in this fight too. They get the Gleipnir out onto Undyne and Old 11. Avalanche onto them both, killing off Undyne very early on, forcing out the early Brew Split. And although they did get the Vengeful Spirit, it might be much more costly than they imagine, as they're looking for the Leshrac too. Butterfly effect staying alive for now. There's Setsu being bullied by some of these Brewlings from Old 11, but this ultimate will finish eventually. And now New jumping in, still hasn't activated his BKB. He knows they don't have enough damage to realistically threaten him. Setsu in the meantime staying alive for just a while longer. He gets to the low ground. Old 11 cannot finish him off by himself. Now the Brew Split is over. Onslaught from New back onto Old 11. But they'll glimpse out the Primal Beast. It's not going to save him though, because there is PYW with the toss back. Chrono is going to be leveraged by the Faceless Void, catching on to 3. But Setsu with the save, making sure they do not kill New. But even through the BKB, they have the right click damage. They do beat him down. Offlaner for offlaner. The Chrono was utilized. And they glimpse back now onto PYW. Hopefully they can get this kill for Kev. They really want it. PYW will get hit with the Lightning Storm and will eventually die. But has he made space for Shiro, who comes in with the Gleipnir directly on top of the Leshrac, looking for the right click damage. Doesn't have enough of it though. Fly convinces him to leave the fight, and he will take that advice. LGD, for the first time in a very long time, Harry, they actually kind of lose a fight.
Yeah, they do, and you do have time to shove out the mid wave. Shove out the mid wave fast, and then you can maybe make a play, because all of the lanes are going to be shoved out, and LGD are not going to be able to read where you're gonna go. So Kev, please, shove out the mid wave, go for a play. It doesn't matter that you don't have your ultis. With the Disruptor ulti, you can get one kill, delay it long enough so that the Chrono and the Split are back up. Kev actually have a shot. The only question is now, are they gonna be greedy or are they gonna play Dota? And they are gonna be greedy.
Greed is good. 99999. We'll see how it pans out for
I
them.
like it. Greed is good, and then in German you say no, 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 no. I like that.
Bottom. Oh no, not again. Fly, please, brother, please run. Get away from this primal beast. New, looking for the pulverize. Here comes Why You Smile. Here comes Shiro. And looks like yet another death for Fly. Do they have the damage? Of course they do. He'll delay proceedings for now, but he's delaying the inevitable. In the meantime, PYW was looking for Undyne, unable to find him. Still on the high ground though, but gets glimpsed back before he can cause more trouble. The supports will survive on the side of Kev. But that is officially the 10th death of the Faceless Void in this game.
You had a chance, but well, you didn't use it. That's just what it is. I just have a question. Do you know, is the Essence Flux with an Axe purgeable once you get the shield? It should be, right?
It should be, yeah. Should be.
Okay, so doesn't do too well versus the Brewmaster then. I just want to see if he's gonna be on point with the Dispel.
So far in this game, he hasn't had to worry too much about controlling the Storm Panda outside of the Cyclone. So we'll see what he decides to do. Does at least have an AC now on the Brewmaster, so his effectiveness in fight has just leapt up quite a bit between the AC and the Radiance. The question is, will it be effective enough if they have to deal with another Aegis push? And another question, do they have what it takes to even stop that push from happening in the first place?
Man, this Dispel from the Brewmaster is actually so good. You can Dispel the Uproar, you can Dispel the Onslaught. People tend to forget that. Onslaught can be dispelled. He's like, rah, rah, rah. You use the Dispel on him and he just stops. That's super annoying. That's why the Shadow Demon is so good versus the hero.
Limps back onto PYW. They want to try and find this kill. But do they have what it takes to do it quickly? Sleipnir onto the Chin and the Leshrac. Save yet again to keep PYW alive as Shiro was able to take down Undyne. Now all of a sudden, look where the Leshrac is. He's too far forward. Gets Hurricane piked back by Setsu. So this OG will give him a second chance, basically. Unfortunately, we're not going to be seeing the same be true for these Brewlings. But Old 11 will try and escape. I doubt he'll be able to. His team will attempt to help him out here, but the blink forward from Setsu ensures that they cover all the angles and kill off the Brew. New. He's on the high ground right now, looking for another target. He doesn't have a gem, so they don't see the Glimmer Cape TP out in front of him. Nicely done there by Imitator.
At least he gets himself out. They used the Split, but they didn't use the Chrono. Still, Split is the chaos creator that allows for a good Chrono, so Chrono in itself shouldn't be threatening to LGD whatsoever.
I don't know if they clicked on him, but if they did see his inventory with the AC, then they'll know that he shouldn't have buyback. But they're not going to force the issue. They're going to go back. Roshan has just made his way to the bottom side of the map, so they'll go take the Aegis and give Weaver even more immortality.
It's insane. You could, if you wanted to, give it to an OD and just expect for the Weaver to be saved every single time by the Astral or a swap. But it's probably safer to just give it on the Weaver because he's the one pushing.
Aegis now in their hands. They've got a banner. Where are they going to put the banner? They've placed it already somewhere, but I did not see.
They?
I'm not seeing it in anybody's inventory.
It's in Why You Smile's inventory. It's there. He's holding
Is it?
it.
Oh, there. There it is. There it is. I was looking in the
I
back.
heard
That's
of
how I normally
a-
see these players.
I heard of a good new way to use the banner, which is cool because it actually has a purpose. Then you just come to the enemy high ground and you put it down for vision.
Basically a super ward. I see.
Exactly, exactly. And I actually like that way of using it because wherever I see it put, people just take it down with ease.
I like seeing it with megas because then the creeps get hilariously strong. That's always funny.
Ah, that's insane. I mean, but when mangas are there, you probably already won the game. So again, the banner just keeps on being useless.
Yep. We'll see what they decide to do with it as LGD are now beginning their siege upon the high ground here. Not the easiest game to siege into though, as they do have ways to clear out these waves from the high ground. But LGD, with the coaching of Zhao 8's, discipline will never be an issue for the squad. You know they're going to take this as methodically as humanly possible. As they jump up now, looking for the aggressive play onto the Leshrac. They don't find it just yet, but they do get the Avalanche out onto Old 11. Sadly, though, the disruption is there first. And there's the Chronosphere catching the Weaver. Do they have enough to kill him? No. Why you smile there with the swap? But Leshrac, 2 heroes stunned on the ground, will end up killing off both the Leshrac, or the Vengeful Spirit, and the Weaver. Lesh still fighting on the far front of the fight. Lots of mana lost, though. So maybe they can't keep pursuing this engagement on the high ground. New losing his life to these Brewlings. With the trample, though, they do get rid of most of the Flame Panther damage. The Mew will end up living. Sanity's Eclipse from Setsu just burst through Fly. He was hoping to get the kill first, but he fails in that endeavor. Shiro now able to mop up the rest of the lineup. They kill off the Lesh. They kill the Faceless Void. And as they mop up the rest of the squad, Kev throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. And LGD Gaming, as expected, as predicted, they will be the squad to take game 1 and put themselves in pole position in this best of 3 series.
Yeah, they understood that Kevin, that fight, expended everything they had, and it was just time to go.
Yeah. That game was just so sad, dude. I feel so bad for Fly, especially. Playing the Spaceless Void, he is the win condition for this lineup, right? We saw how many times where, even though Leshrac had a lot of damage, Leshrac couldn't end the fight by himself. Void's supposed to come in, he's supposed to help contribute. Instead, he ends the game 0-11-6. Wow, with the 3rd least amount of damage being dealt by anybody in the game. That's not what you want out of your hard carry.
I really like this. So the game ends. Kev's carry got absolutely demolished, and we go back on cameras. Snare is standing there and says, "That was so sad, Harry," and super happy with his LGD logo in the back. Super happy that his boys won. I mean, it was to be expected, though. I would say I wouldn't put it much on the draft here. I think there's just a big discrepancy between the teams. It was shown once the laning stage started coming to an end. The LGD were getting everything, and Kev just seemed kind of lost.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see in the early mid-game as well that many engagements that Kev themselves started. They were always playing on the back foot, responding to the moves from LGD. I will say Old 11, man's held it down. Did as much as he possibly could on this Brewmaster, but the hero is not the game winner all by its lonesome that it used to be back in the day. And Kev overall, like you say, just clearly the inferior team. But before we go into the break, give me your MVP, Harry. Who's going to get the trophy for being the beast here from the side of LGD?
The Primal, yeah, for sure. Since you're mentioning a beast, for sure they are the ones in the bottom lane that made everything happen when things were not going well. He kept his composure, waited for the levels, then they just started murdering the Faceless Void, and from that lane the win actually came. And from that lane the win was so easy because enemies did not have a carry.
New did play a phenomenal game, perfect itemization out of him, incredible usages of Pulverize, just solid performance. So LGD obviously will be hoping to replicate that in game 2. But Kev, there were some glimpses of hope. So we'll see if they can use those glimpses, magnify them, and shine a light into winning game 2. We'll find out very shortly, so don't go anywhere. The Harry duo will be back in just a minute with some more Chinese Dota.
Creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me. Promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for some more Dota 2 action. Game 2 of Kev versus LGD Gaming. The winner of which proceeds in the upper bracket, probably to take on Azure in the next round. But nonetheless, they keep the additional life in their back pockets. And right now, it's looking like LGD is the team that's going to be able to do that. But, you know, this is Chinese Dota. A lot of magical and random things can happen. Kev could still upset this game and take us to a third and decisive game in the series. But the more important thing is the draft. Harry Freak, the genius, the man with the pick understanding. What do they need to do? What adjustments do you want to see Kev making to give themselves the best chance of winning game 2?
I'm glad that at least this time you didn't call me a big-headed guy, so that's nice. That's an improvement. But overall, I'm thinking heroes that have more kill potential rather than that rely on positioning, right? Because they went for a positioning style lineup that is harder to execute. It's not going to work versus a better team. Versus a better team, it's like in sports. You just go all in. Let's say it's a basketball game. You just go and you shoot the threes, right? And you hope that every single one goes in that night so that you can beat the favorites. Here, we get heroes that can get kills, that can allow us to snowball. Chen can allow you to snowball, but not in that way, right? It's like playing a Drow Ranger lineup or something. It is way too hard to execute versus a better team, so don't do it.
Well, we'll see if Kev can give themselves an easier draft to execute as we head on over into our second and potentially final draft of the series. LGD playing on the Radiant side with access to first pick, and Kev will be playing on Dire side with the second pick. Bans are still more or less the same. LGD went for, was Pudge? Somebody else banned DK. They were not the ones banned. I think they banned Mars second, but either way, a lot of these heroes removed, and Kev decided to remove the Chen, even though they lost with it.
I have a question for you. So maybe production can answer it for us as well, and then we'll give it to the viewers. I'm seeing whenever we have these transitions between the screens, drafts and stuff, there are laces, like literally shoelaces on the screen. What do you think that's all about? Like, what does it
There's
represent?
shoelaces. I did not see. Where are the shoelaces? Like, where on the screen? At the bottom of the screen? On the sides?
Transition? Oh, they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Or maybe it's not a shoelace. Maybe okay. I'm gonna tell you when we do move. I'm gonna show you. Which is the shoelace, and then you can give me your thoughts about it.
I'm ready. I'm prepared. I'm gonna be watching that screen now, almost exclusively. Yeah.
Okay. It's even in the break screen. So see shoelace. You
Oh,
see them?
those
They're
are
everywhere.
cracks, bro. Those are like cracks, like when you crack the ground.
That's a shoelace. Okay.
Well, okay. You must have the biggest feet in the world if those are your shoelaces. Shout out to Harry Freak. Harry Feet actually is what we're gonna start calling you, fam. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not a hobbit. Like, why? That's not fair. Anyways, let's focus on the draft. Like, shoelaces, cracks, big feet, all of that is fine. We are gonna be seeing a Timber Saw opening things up. If it was Kev with the Timber Saw, I wouldn't like it because, again, it's not a hero with jump in, stun, kill. It is a hero that needs to position well, play the lane well, do everything nicely. He is quite tanky and strong, but still does need a certain amount of setup before he goes and bursts somebody down.
For me personally, I'm seeing this Timbersaw. You know, in the previous game I was mentioning, after they got the Primal, that news top 3, it's his Primal, his Mars, his Centaur. Right outside the cusp of those is his Timbersaw. And this is, the Timber and the Mag are the heroes he sort of made his name with. So I'm happy to just see him on it, just because I know what he can accomplish. And I feel like Timber is one of those heroes that, in the hands of a specialist, its tier and its effectiveness in the game goes up by 1 or 2 automatically. It's just such an intriguing hero. But I also like Razor overall in general. And it's one of Butterfly Effect's better heroes. So if they put this mid, I'm not feeling too bad for Kev already.
Very true. I'm not sure how I feel about the Razor though. I don't know where they're gonna put it. I like the flexibility of it. I know Butterfly Effect in the past did play a Razor. And overall, it's not like the greatest hero versus a Timber Saw in lane because you can still CS quite nicely with the Timber.
Kev. There's not going to be a Bat Rider or a Tiny in this game. Both were banned out. LGD, of course, are going to need, if New is the one playing the Timbersaw, they're going to need some playmaking to come through the mid lane.
So which heroes for Setsu are still available that do that? But there's still Puck in the game. Can go back to that later. Or do you think they should put him on, like, put Setsu on a more hybrid carry and then have their playmaking come purely from their supports?
Dire team
I
ban.
would for LGD. I mean I think LGD whatever they pick, as long as it makes sense as a lineup, is fine. I'm still looking towards heroes that can constantly fight, like very low amount of cooldowns. Maybe one hero has a huge cooldown, but overall on LGD, I'd be fine with Setsu being the playmaker. Be it that he is a playmaker or the supports are running towards the mid lane. Both of it makes sense.
Okay. Kev are going to be the ones leading us off in the second phase here. What else do they want to
Dire team
remove?
pick.
They take out the Puck. Okay. I mean, Puck with Timber been played very much by LGD, so that makes sense. Does this mean they want Storm for the mid lane? Do they want Queen of Pain for the mid lane? It'll still take a while. Right now, you just get your basic support that just does whatever. Maybe like, Shadow Demon's gone.
Seconds remaining.
Rubik, Venge, either of those feel good. CM? Yeah, CM is good.
Venge,
Roots against
CM,
Timber.
LGD
yeah.
Gaming. Turn.
Okay. I'm starting to feel that this is what they want versus a Timber, these two. Or wherever they go, these two are going to be laning together, right? Because imagine that damage. The Tusk keeps people in place for a very, very long period of time, even with the level 1 shards, and then the Razor builds up the damage, and you cannot run away.
Hmm.
5
Husk.
seconds remaining.
I like Tusk. Always like more of these active heroes as well. It could also be 5, the Tusk. Doesn't necessarily have to be the imitator hero. I don't know if Undyne plays it as much, but can certainly be a thing. And for LGD, where are we going now? Probably the Why You Smile hero. This is normally where they pick it. CM would still be very good. And would give Timber Soul mana. It's always fun to play with it. Some additional juice in the tank.
LGD
Well, let's see
Gaming.
if that's the route they're gonna take. Okay, they go for some lockdown. This is something I like, right? Because Timbersaw needs some lockdown to go with him. Sometimes he doesn't if he's having a really, really good game, but most of the times he should go that route. And Lich, he did get slightly changed. I don't even want to say buffed. I only know that you can use his ulti on the Ice Spire now.
Yeah. For me, that was one of the better changes to this hero.
10 seconds.
Getting that Ice
remaining.
Spire. The amount of times you'd play Lich and just feel utterly useless when there's only one target for the
5
Chain Frost.
seconds remaining.
Helps now. Frost Shield on top of Timber is an insane amount of sustain that the Timber Soul will have now for himself. And Frost Shield got buffed, didn't it? Didn't get buffed at all levels. Yeah, let me check.
Only on level 1. It has been rescaled on level 1, it is lower, and then on other levels it is stronger than it used to be.
Okay. Level 4, 60. Woo! Good luck killing Timber.
Yep. I guess though magical damage still comes in handy, right? So that's not gonna be a problem. But you don't have much magical damage. Razor does a mixture, but it's not too high. I would like something to catch these two supports. Tiny mid. Let's go. Tiny mid, butterfly effect, or maybe his Queen of Pain. I just want the Shadow Shaman and the Lich to die. You don't have the frontliner that stuns you, right? Timbersaw does burst damage, but he doesn't stun you, so you can definitely just go over to them or play something like a offlane Night Stalker. Either way, just make sure that these two die, because they are so... They're gonna have so much impact in fights if they're not taken out immediately.
Oh, you know what would be nice, bro? How would you feel about a Lycan for old 11 here for Kev?
Ooh, that would be amazing, right? Lich is okay versus it, but overall both of them would suffer, and Timbersaw doesn't do anything versus it. But they go for the Disruptor Monkey King, so they're definitely going to be keeping a lot of things open. We have no idea where these two are going, Razor and the Monkey King.
10
Monkey almost definitely goes safe lane, so play into the Timber lane. One of the few heroes left, I think that is...
remaining.
Well, you don't win anymore. I was actually very surprised by this. I thought you could still win the matchup. You actually lose now into the Timber. Or maybe I'm just bad at the game. But the matchup doesn't feel nearly as fun as it used to. And I can't imagine that they're going to put... I mean, they have last pick, right? So they could wait until they put the Monkey King mid, maybe, depending on the matchup. But I'm almost convinced this is going to be for Butterfly Effect Razor and then the safe lane Monkey King for Flyfly.
LGD Gaming.
Okay, yeah, that's what they mostly played. But you know, Timbersaw could be put in the mid lane as you mentioned, and then maybe you want to put the Monkey there. And I guess Monkey would win that lane because there's a disruptor. It's very hard for a Timbersaw to escape a disruptor.
Well, they get the Morphling right now for Shiro. I mean, you aren't a Chinese carry player if you don't play Morphling. But unfortunately, not one of Shiro's best heroes. He's still very good at the hero, though.
10 seconds.
And in a game like this, I'm looking at this Kev lineup. I don't see that much burst damage unless I'm getting hit by like a max Jingu Boundless Strike. So, and if I don't get hit by that, I don't get silenced by the ultimate of Disruptor. I can always survive as a Morphling.
So LGD, they get rid of the Lina. Yeah, sure. Kev do have heroes to play around that frontliner. I still wouldn't want to see it. I think it's harder to execute than the problem. You know that you come to a tower, you start attacking. There's a Monkey King on the tree nearby. You jump on that hero. Tusk saves. You have the Static Storm around them. It all makes sense. And LGD, they get themselves a Wind Ranger, just a standard hero that's gonna be able to deal with the Monkey King. Razor could be a problem for you because he can build into a Blade Mail as well as pretty much drain all of your damage, but you are probably just gonna be hunting the Monkey.
Do you want an out-of-pocket idea, fam?
5 seconds.
You know what would honestly be amazing here? Mid-Oracle, dude. If Kev played mid-Oracle, this would be the game to do it. It would actually
Butterfly
be so
Effect doesn't do it though. He doesn't do it.
I don't, yeah,
He's
he
the,
doesn't do it, yeah.
He's the classic mid laner. I wouldn't even be surprised if he picks a Storm Spirit into a Shadow Shaman. That's how classic he is.
What of his heroes are left for Butterfly Effect? His Death Prophet's still in the pool. His OD's okay. Storm's around. Puck gone. Quap gone. Pango gone. What you got, Kev? This is the last pick. It needs to be something that can open space on the map because these heroes don't start fights that easily. What's the situation?
Offlane Lycan. I really like that offlane Lycan suggestion that you mentioned. I would love that.
Ah, Rubik. Okay, so mid Tusk for Butterfly Effect. And then we're gonna have the Razor go offlane for Old 11. Alright. What do you think? I suppose they wanted a hero that could like they wanted to play quickly on the map, right? With the rest of their lineup composition, they couldn't afford to go for a mid hero that is more ponderous. By level 7 at the latest, you need to be able to move around. But I'm not so sure this gives them what they need to actually contest against LGD in the mid game. What's your read on the situation?
I like it better than the previous game for sure, because Tusk can one punch both the Lich and the Shadow Shaman. Even the Morphling sometimes can make a mistake and die. So, in general, I like this. I like this from Kev. It's a much better lineup to go with a Disruptor than it was in the previous game because you have kill potential from your mid lane, from your off lane as well. Butterfly Effect is going to have to do the heavy lifting. He's the one that you're going to look at. He is the one whose rotations you're going to expect. I think they have a decent shot, right? Their lanes are not too bad. The Tusk should be doing okay-ish in the mid lane versus the Wind Ranger, but as Melreen said in one interview about the Tusk mid lane, I don't pick this hero to win the mid lane. I pick him to win the early mid game once the laning stage ends. So even if he doesn't do well versus the Wind Ranger, he's still going to be fine. And I'm looking forward to this. I think this is the type of lineup with which Kev can maybe win or at least threaten LGD at some point of the game.
We will find out what they've got in their back pocket here from Kev as we are into the game. If they lose here, down to the lower bracket you go, and you have to play in like a couple of hours just to keep your tournament life alive. So Kev cannot afford any mistakes. And they need to make sure that Fly, you cannot have as bad a lane, as bad a game as you did beforehand. He died 11 times. He's maybe only allowed to die like... He can die 3 times and they win this game, then it's still fine.
Let's see. So LGD, they're expecting somebody. Old 11. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't go. Okay, his smoke broke at a perfect time to not be spotted. And when it's nighttime and your smoke breaks, everybody gets spooked.
They're like, what the hell's happening? Do you think the game should start in daytime or are you fine with it starting at nighttime?
It's fine starting at nighttime, you know, when you want to go fishing early morning, you still start when the sun is not up yet, so it makes sense.
I've not once in my life ever gone fishing in the early morning, but I'll take your advice. I'll go check it out.
Have you ever gone fishing?
No, I actually haven't.
I
really want to.
It's for old people, anyways, right? I send my father-in-law to catch the fish, and I just wait to eat it. But yeah.
The battle begins.
Oh, game starting. Why you smile? Just comes across a bounty, but can't do anything about it. The rest of the crew on the other side of the map take that bounty. And they're exchanging a lot of HP here. Monkey King losing a lot of health. Power Shot gonna bring him low, and PYW will get the first blood onto Flyfly. Flyfly, we just spoke about this, buddy. This cannot be how the game starts for you again.
Yeah, but we were referring to the laning phase, so he didn't understand us. So it's fine. It's fine overall. But the thing is that people usually see the Jingu stacks and the Monkey King. They're like, okay, what do we do now? He's gonna heal. The level 1 Jingus don't heal you at all. Like literally, they don't heal you at all. You don't feel it. So yeah, the smartest way is to just go and punch him in the face. And Flyfly started running away a little bit too late.
Yeah. It is unfortunate. And Flyfly with that early death. And it's not like this is the easiest lane in the world, right? Like I was mentioning, you no longer just heads up win this matchup against Timber anymore. And Shadow Shaman is a very, very, very strong laner. Incredibly high base damage, strong spells, some disables. So this top lane, gonna be a difficult going for Kev. But hopefully Flyfly doesn't die that often again.
When they increased the Shadow Shaman's damage, he wasn't that strong in the lane before they allowed the Shackles to heal. When they put the Shackles heal, that's when this hero became a problem. Because he has high armor. He's slow, so you can kill him, but then he just turns around and you starts holding you in place and healing so much that the other hero that is attacking him probably won't have enough damage to finish him off. Okay, what's with that? Look at the Razor.
I see him, he's flying, he's chilling. It's flapping in the air. Literally looking like a Storm Revenant. This is cool, I like this set.
But it looks like he is attacking from his head or back, whatever, rather than with his whip or whatever it is. Look at the lightning coming out of him, like bzzzt.
No, but isn't it always that like that you always have two animations with Razor, right? The hand animation and the lightning animation. So this might just be the lightning animation, different from the hand one there.
When Dota 2 came out, I thought that they were gonna fix that one, and then they just doubled down like, no, we wanted the hero to work like this in Dota 1. Sure you did, and now we are stuck with the worst animation where you hit somebody and they like blink away. Like, what the hell just happened? Damage gets calculated later.
When I first started playing carry, I've always liked Razor as a hero. So I first started learning carry on Razor. Bro, you know how long it took me to learn how to last hit on other heroes? Just because of how different Razors is? It was awful. I was like, this sucks.
Yeah, you started on the worst hero in the world. When I started Dota, first, of course, I already played quite a lot of Warcraft and stuff, but my brother would always, to the beginners, recommend the Lion. He's the one who got me into Dota. Because you learn how to cast spells, you have animation somewhere in between, damage somewhere in between, and just go and play it, right? So and your ulti is literally I kill, right? So you you get the idea of how the Dota works. So I never liked the tutorial in Dota here that kind of puts Sniper as the main guy, because somebody who hasn't used spells in Dota in general is not gonna get used to it by playing Sniper.
The spell cost tutorial should obviously just be Invoker.
Exactly.
And cast Invoker spells, you can do anything. You'll be fine.
There's a banana
back
there
on
on the
track.
top lane. You have to
Banana.
be careful not to slip.
We'll be fine. Everybody is gonna be fine. It's lots of trading. I really want to see how Flyfly and them are gonna handle this top lane, because I need tips and tricks, man. This matchup is very hard nowadays. Going on to Undyne, putting on some damage onto him, but New is just sort of there to remind him who the boss actually is going to end up being in this lane.
Well, let's see if we're gonna be getting those tips and tricks, because the Monkey King is not doing too well, and neither is the Disruptor.
Undyne almost died there, but instead they turn and shackle onto Flyfly. We have the Whirling Death. If needed, Timber Chain wasn't available actually. He finished all his mana, but it's the kill.
Second death already for Fly. And we're not even 3 minutes into the game.
He didn't have level 2. If he had level 2, he would have Jingu, then Boundless, and that would have been fine. It's not fine for Why You Smile. This time around, Kev, they get something in return. Neo on top is in trouble as well. And, well, Kev, they strike back. Let's go.
Nice. Kev. Some big kills to pick up. And the important part is that they gave Fly the kill in the top lane as well. That's going to recover him back into a parity position in terms of his net worth. And bottom's not going so badly either. Mid, you know, Setsu is doing actually fine, but Butterfly Effect is doing much better than expected. Pretty much keeping even with the Wind Ranger right now.
Yeah, he doubled up the wave earlier. He last hit it quite nicely under his tower because he's a melee hero, and then he got these double wave under the Wind Ranger tower. So that's why the game is going well for him. He's actually winning at the moment because he has more denies, and there's 3 creeps coming to his tower that he should be able to see us without any issues.
Butterfly Effect's gonna have to show us what's up. Mention it that a lot of the work in this game has to come from him. And so far, so good at the start. In terms of itemization, obviously we're gonna have a blink at some point, but what else do you want to see on him besides like blink, Ags, BKB?
That's pretty much it. Yeah, maybe a crit later on down the line, but I don't know how early he's going to be going for an Axe anyways. Also, we should keep in mind this right now. Sometimes the mid laners use the glyph for the last hits. I think LGD here, they need to be telling Setsu, don't do it, and they need to save it for the top lane, Jingu into Boundless Strike. That is the way that you bait Fly into thinking he's gonna live because he's gonna Boundless Strike the wave, and then you just glyph it and he's not gonna heal. So we need to be keeping our eyes on the glyph usage in the next couple of minutes.
I think so. Just a farm fest at the moment. The one who's struggling right now is Morphling. But it's Morphling, he'll be fine. As long as he's not dying, should be able to recover quite adequately through the game. And what's your read on Lich as a hero overall? We don't see this guy at all, pretty much.
I don't like him with a Morphling, that's for sure, because Lich is a pressure hero. Very low cooldown on the Frost Blast, and you just need to be continuing to run forward. If you don't have a carry that's gonna match you, you are just gonna get turned around on and smacked. So that's probably speaking about smacking people. Monkeying pretty good at that, but he is gonna be fine.
Just trading damage with each other. Everybody should be okay. People trying to marinate on another, but no confirmed kills in a little bit just yet. They're gonna try bottom, going for this Razor, but there's gonna be a lift back from Imitator. Imitator will help with the assist. Old 11 gets the kill. Very nicely done. And I'm happy that this is, we didn't get to talk about it that much, but this Imitator Rubik, it's by far his best hero. Like, by far. So seeing him on it at least tells me that they are quite serious about getting this W from the side of Kev.
And also, LGD picked up the last pick Wind Ranger, which is like the hero that you want to steal spells from. If you're a Rubik, whatever you get other than the Focus Fire is super happy. Power Shot, amazing. Shackle Shot, amazing. So, it's pretty much some of the like top Rubik players are always gonna say, oh, this guy picked a Wind Ranger into me. He wants to lose the game. And that's just how it feels sometimes.
Will be a small skirmish that happens in the river here. Wind Ranger, who we were just speaking about, gets her Focus Fire out onto Imitator. No level 6 available, so no way out for the Rubik. Nice shots, though, from Butterfly Effect, keeping Setsu in position. He doesn't have the damage here to actually find this kill. He uses the Walrus Punch. He's really hoping that Undyne can close the gap. He's got the glimpse and Thunderstrike. He finds the Thunderstrike out on the Wind Ranger, but Butterfly Effect dies first. So it's a 1-1 trade, but certainly not worth it for them on the side of Kev, as now they get the shackles out onto Undyne. Assistance will emerge from Imitator. You'll buy them space and time, and this should be enough to keep Disruptor alive. Nope, it is not. The body blocks were attempted, but the Ether Shot came first. So 2 kills, 4-1 in the mid lane. And LGD, they get the bulk of the experience out of it as well.
Ether Shock level 1 is so much damage. 140 is nothing to laugh at, right? You think, oh, it's a level 1 spell, it's not gonna do anything. Yes, it will. It will literally take away like a fifth of your HP, and that's exactly what happened. Fly jumped into the trees.
Fly!
There's the glyph.
No, Fly! Boundless Strike will be there. Glyph came out. They're trying to keep him alive, but Undyne, he gets top first. Glimpse out onto the Timbersaw with the Thunder Strike. He's not dead just yet. 2 hits from Monkey will kill him, but maybe 1 Whirling Death will kill Fly. They are posturing around each other. It's a game of chicken right now, Harry. And he dodged! He dodged the jump in from the Monkey. They do still end up killing the Timbersaw with the Thunder Strike. But PYW gets the hard punish out onto Fly. And now Undyne trying to run himself away. The power shot slows him down. He will be able to escape before the shackles emerge. But because he had to turn around, that means Setsu can catch up. No amount of juking will get you out of this one, my friend, as he dies in front of the Roshan pit, leading Kev to lose another important hero.
Oh, Fly not thinking about being surrounded by trees, how much damage the Whirling Death will do. You might not be a strength hero, dude, but if you are surrounded by 5 trees, he's literally gonna rip you apart. And that's what happens there. Now with New being level 6, once he rotates to the top lane, the Monkey King cannot lane any longer.
Oh boy.
Is under attack.
While this was happening, Old 11 was solo killing the Lich down bottom. And Fly. 3 deaths in the game. At least this time he did get a kill, so. Game's not completely ruined for the Monkey, but another thing that probably helps as well is because the Morphling is doing so poorly, it's not like they're gonna get overran 4v5 before the Monkey King can at least put up some kind of fight.
Oh, Butterfly Effect wants to fight. He has a shield rune, so I'm kind of surprised that he didn't just run in.
Structures are fortified.
We'll drop Mass Serpent Wards from PYW, Butterfly Effect. Here with this shield rune, they've locked in Setsu and they're thinking about making the jump. They're gonna be the ultimate from Disruptor. Setsu should end up dead here. At the same time, though, New came into the fray. He wants to find Fly again, and he's gonna get him, killing him off with the Chakram. PYW, at the very least, will end up dead through Undyne, granting the Disruptor a double kill. Another death for Fly, but at least they do kill Setsu, and they manage to keep the tier 1 tower above half HP, even with the Serpent Ward committed.
This might be one of those games where we see a death so on a Monkey King. You know, in terms of cost, effective damage, it's probably the best one on the Monkey King. You never want to get it when you're ahead, but when you're behind, if you want to really do damage in your Wukong's command only, then that is the way to go. So I wouldn't mind it, though. It seems that the idea is Maelstrom, get back into the game. But they have a very farmed Old 11. This Razor is gonna be a problem. He is not that good of a hero versus the Morphling, but he's amazing versus the Wind Ranger. And then Tusk can deal with the Morphling, with the supports. This game is looking really well for Kev at the moment.
And they still have all their buildings. Everything is quite healthy. More and more time to farm. And they have a slight net worth advantage thanks to the efforts of Old 11. Question is, where do we go on the map next? You know, you were talking about how many good spells from Wind Ranger there are to steal. Imitator also has amazing spells from the Shadow Shaman. Everything from him is just incredible on Rubik.
Is under attack.
Insane. The thing is, though, with Rubik, once you get the Blink, you definitely want Shadow Shaman spells. Before, the Wind Ranger ones are probably gonna do.
Speaking of Wind Ranger, she's making a movement with the Shadow Shaman. They're heading to the top lane. They have Mass Serpent Wards available again. And I don't think Kev is going to commit as hard to defend it this time. I think once the wards come out, they'll just vacate this area. Look at Fly.
They saw the tree. They pinged them out.
They see him. They know what's
Leave
up.
him
UIW
alone.
found him. There is going to be the ward trap. But he doesn't find the full combo. Oh no. Harry Freak. PYW doesn't get the execution. So that's going to be Fly staying alive. And maybe they get some revenge kills quickly. Do see Setsu making the lead in onto Imitator, trying to find him first. Fly drops the Wukong's command. They're able to bring down the Shadow Shaman in exchange for the Rubik. Morphling going up for this battle as well. Shiro playing up against Old 11, but Old 11 is a big beast in this fight. They jump in with the Timber Chain into a Static Storm, which leads to New losing his life. We see Setsu trying to twin gate to the other side. He will be denied entry. And now they're going to look to try and finish him off. Old 11 with the body blocks, making sure they can't reach Undyne. And Old 11 gets the kill. 3 heroes get removed from play. They don't lose anybody important. Tier 1 tower goes down for sure, but Kev will take it.
Oh, of course they will. This is perfect for them, especially because the Monkey King survived. He got hexed up, but level 1 hex on the Shadow Shaman is low duration, right? So then you put in the Serpent Wards, the attacks start flying towards the Monkey King. and he jumps himself to a tree, right? If any of those attacks connected, he wouldn't have been able to use the Primal Spring. The Monkey King dies there, and then it is a question if Kev even starts TPing in, right? But the second they see the Monkey King getting himself to the trees, he's like, guys, they messed up, go, 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 go. And then you just run them down. And this is the Tusk coming in handy. Butterfly effect, he's everywhere. It's very hard to escape from him, and even if you try, Undyne is ready with a glimpse.
You were mentioning earlier that Fly might potentially go back for the Deso, but it looks like that responsibility is being given to Butterfly Effect as the item queued up already after getting his Blink Dagger. So
One
lots
punch
of
the
physical
Shadow
damage
Shaman.
in part. Yeah, boy!
Also, you want to kill people before the Frost Shield is used, right? So the Lich, once he uses the Frost Shield, you're really not one-punching down anybody, but if you can kill them faster, and with the Desu you're going to be able to do it, then it makes a lot of sense. And when you have the Blink on the Tusk, here's the idea. Before you get the Blink, you can only snowball in, and then you get in and you have no way out. But if you have the Blink, you blink in, you punch somebody, and you always have the snowball to protect you for a couple of seconds for your team to come over, or for you to make some cool play shards, see a camp to the side, go towards them. Either way, you are completely fine going with the damage item and not actually going for a BKB. But we'll see if Butterfly Effect does stay with it. BKB might be a smarter choice, considering you could get hexed up the second you jump.
Gotta worry about a Hex. I'm also just worried that he does the classic where you blink into a Shackle Shot and you're like, well, here I am. Life just sucks right now. Hope he
It
doesn't go
happens.
that route.
We'll see. Still, this is a much better game for Kev. They have everything they need. The only question now is how they will utilize it. For them to really utilize their lineup, the only reason they're ahead is because LGD overextended, so the towers need to fall. So now you need to be on the aggressive with Kev, with this Butterfly Effect. AD Rune, Blink Dagger, get a couple of kills on the aggressive, open up the map with the towers, and then the game will really be in your favor. Because 3k gold lead right now, it's nice, but without the towers, it doesn't mean all that much.
Fly does reconnect into the game, so you can keep farming bottom. And Tusk and Imitator are smoked up, so let's see where they end up heading to. They don't have the best forward vision on planet Earth, so not really aware of where these LGD heroes are playing. Looks like Butterfly Effect has a clue. He's gonna make the wrap around here. Both him and Imitator, look at this, they're closing in the angles, but oh my gosh, PYW goes right past him. Does get the Hex out, but Hex has now been stolen. Shards will be there. The shards actually push PYW to safety, dude. Butterfly Effect is not catching a break today.
I made a mistake there. It does open up the Monkey King to be completely free on the bottom lane. That was kind of the idea. Cover the bottom side of the map, get a kill, and intercept anybody who's trying to kill the monkey. So in general, you are fine, especially because
Bro, it's old 11 solo killing you. Alright. Shout out old 11.
Easy.
Easy.
I mean, that bottom rotation definitely wasn't useless, right? If there wasn't for that rotation, old 11 wouldn't have been able to go for the Timbersaw like that because a potential TP could be coming through.
I must say, old 11's always been one of my favorite players to watch. He can single-handedly win you the game and single-handedly lose you the game. You never know. High variance.
And
He's
the
like
thing is,
Ichigo before mastering his hollow form.
in a team like Kev, you have a lot of players like that, so I guess it can mesh well together in general, because Butterfly Effect is the type of player who can solo win the game for you, so even if somebody's solo losing the game on your side, it can cancel each other out.
Yeah, but then you also have Fly, right? He's the same way too. He can also solo lose you the game.
But he can also solo win as well, so yeah, consistency is sometimes a problem. Though usually not with Chinese teams. Here, with the side of Kev, I think these guys are always probably gonna have consistency problems, but I like it. I'm pretty sure this team, at their best, at their peak, can compete with almost anybody.
I agree with that. I must say though, it must be really stressful playing position 5 with this team. Because you just sneeze and one of your cores is dead and you're like, bro, how did that happen? Please don't do
And they
this.
probably don't have any nails on their supports at all. They just keep biting them and biting them.
Well, one of the supports is gonna find a kill onto PYW, who has been trying to chain farm towards his Blink Dagger. This is a pretty big deal, because I'm looking at this LGD lineup. Yes, you have Shadow Shaman, yes, you have Wind Ranger. But before the Blink Daggers come out from these heroes, you actually have pretty terrible initiation outside of like Timbersaw running in with his body. So delaying these items as much as humanly possible gives Kev a much bigger advantage than it might seem initially.
LGD, they really didn't set themselves up for success in the laning stage, mostly because of that bottom lane. Because the Lich and the Morphling are currently completely useless for you. And that's just because you didn't have either a more teamfighty protected defensive support on your 5 or a more aggressive laning carry to make use of this Lich.
Limps back onto Timber, so he can't participate in this fight. They know they have the numerical advantage and they're gonna try and exploit it. They were looking for Lich and they finally get him, but Butterfly Effect might die for this. He's forced to use the Walrus Punch out onto Shiro, and Shiro kills him, but now Shiro's capped inside the Static Storm. Shiro's about to die! New coming in, finally arriving back from the top lane, but he's arriving too late. Fly now able to get out the Wukong's command, zoning back Setsu as well as PYW, and enabling the rest of Kev to finish off New. This dire lineup, Harry Freak. Game 2 looking like a very different set of circumstances. And man, are they showing LGD what happens when they're the ones that are allowed to make the plays on the map.
Exactly, and the only reason you lost the Tusk is because of that Chain Frost really did hurt him. He knew that that was gonna happen with Butterfly Effect, so he started running away, just not fast enough. Okay, this is the turnaround that they might need.
Okay. They steal Shackles from the Rubik. Undyne, oh my god, Undyne's not gonna die. Old 11 will finish off these Mass Serpent Wards. So free gold off of PYW's life as well as from his Serpent Wards. And you gave away Shackles on a Rubik.
That's huge. He had the Chakram though, so it's not like he didn't have an amazing spell to begin with anyways, but this is much better, especially considering how the game is going currently for Kev.
Morphling just
They're not
waveformed here. They didn't see him, but they will see New trying to get out with the Timber Chain. Let's see if they have enough damage to kill him. It looks like they will. They glimpse back PYW, so he cannot assist in this fight. And Fly, he's losing so much life. He finishes off the Timber, but his own life looks like it's going to be forfeit. Oh my goodness. Fly. TP out from the Disruptor. Attempt by 999. Imitator. He can't get out. He gets caught in with the Sinister Gaze. And that's going to cost him his life. Oh man, Kev. Even giveth and Gavin taketh away. They found a target, but definitely not the target they wanted to find first.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, it's hard to bring down some of these heroes on LGD, but it's fine. You are still the ones applying pressure. This is what you want. You opened up the map, and you just continue moving forward. This is how you play. If you die on the enemy side of the map, trade on the enemy side of the map, it's always nice because LGD are not going to be getting much out of it. Still, LGD are still about buying time, mostly in this game. So Wind Ranger needs the BKB and the Maelstrom to really be a threat to anybody, actually.
Morphling almost finished with his Manta Style. Getting more and more survivable on Shiro. Also caught up magnificently in terms of net worth. Also, let's speak about item builds. Look at Setsu's build right now. He just picked up a BKB, but this is atypical for the first item on a Wind Ranger to be BKB instead of Maelstrom. What do you make of it?
He understands that Kevin now has the timing and they're gonna be coming for him. Has to have it if he wants to live in anyway. Morphling caught though, so we're gonna have to hold that long.
Slimps back into the Static Storm. Assistance is incoming. But how much will it be? How much worth will it provide? They're going in with all their spells. Shackle Shot holds back Fly, giving the opportunity for Shiro to escape. And it looks like this fight might end soon here. Shackle Shot with the Firefly, with the Focus Fire going out onto New. And we've already lost our Tusk. Tusk is the big initiator. Razor does come in from Old 11, looking to create havoc, going in with the Eye of the Storm. He's looking at the damage out onto Setsu, and Setsu almost loses his life here. Still alive somehow though, as Fly is the one that gets taken out first. Now we find Undying unable to participate in the fight. They do find a double kill from Old 11, but they've lost so much in the process. Can they catch anything more on the way out? Razor, man, I can't help but think if Razor was there 10 seconds earlier, they could have rinsed this fight, but he arrives too late to make that big of a difference, and they lose 2 cores in the process.
Yeah, that is a problem that he's not there. He's the strongest one. He's the one that cannot die. Has a fresh BKB and old 11 way too late to the party. Also, he has to be careful. If he stays here for a little bit longer, he can die as well. Okay, he's under his own vision, so they understand. Around this one, they're going to be fine. That is just the thing. Kev, I think they jumped the gun, right? Because they had good vision of what was going on. They knew that the Razor was going to be late. They could have let that ward go, poked a bit, kept them in place, and then once the Razor comes, if you start the fight, then you just 100% win.
Unfortunately for them, it doesn't pan out like that. On the bright side, LGD coming out with a much better fight than expected. Still weren't strong enough to get anything more on the map out of it. But it does buy time, and does give them some space.
The Tormentor. I haven't seen people die to a Tormentor in quite some time. I'm getting kind of sad about it because the funniest things that ever happen in Dota are pretty much around the around that part of the map.
I saw one in a game I was playing like last week. Like what? Yeah, it doesn't happen as much as it should, unfortunately.
Yeah, but we all like to laugh at the pros. That's the idea. Like in our own games, it's funny, but it is not as funny as when Ramses tries to solo kill Tormentor and then he dies and then he calls GG. Like that's what I want to see.
Oh, Aegis about to be in tow for Fly. Old 11 can't die anyway with BKB, Yasha, and a Blade Mail, so no point.
So farmed on the Razor. It's actually insane. That's a 9-second BKB. He didn't even use it. Has to be a little bit careful. Hacks into a shackle, he can still die, but there's the snowball save from afar. The glimpse is really good at canceling out the shackle. So in general, you should be fine. There's the Deso boy and the one punch boy. So let's see who's gonna be on the receiving end of the uppercut.
Alright. Butterfly effect. Do your best impression of Saitama. He goes in onto set 2. Off HP, but not enough just yet. PYW now turning his attention towards the Undying Disruptor, and they get that kill. So 1-0 so far. On the high ground, here's Fly. Gosh, Fly is our madman. Playing such a dangerous area right now. Fighting underneath a chakram. Will not kill him though, but it does enable Old 11 the space to bring down Lich eventually. PYW unable to survive either, forcing Setsu to pop a BKB and try run away with the wind run. Butterfly effect will have Blink again in a few seconds, but they don't need it. They find the shards, but again they push Setsu towards safety rather than bringing him towards disaster.
Okay, this time around they were max range shards, so let's not blame him this time around. But overall, it's still great for the side of Kev. They lose a support and retreat, but that's pretty much okay.
This game is like on a knife's edge right now. The thing that does worry me though for LGD is their counter initiation has been looking pretty great, but it's been a while since we've seen them take a fight that they started on their own terms, outside of that one that we saw in the bottom lane.
Yeah, it's so hard to do at the moment. You are just not in a position to do so. You don't have great initiation. Best thing is, I guess, your Shadow Shaman Blink, but even then, it's not ideal because he's just gonna get deleted once he jumps.
Have Aegis in tow. Gonna smoke up as 4. Don't have the best vision on the map. They're pinging out top, but Shiro's not gonna be there for much longer. All their wards are kind of on their side, so... Well, there's one in front of the tier 2 tower, but I don't think they want to go all the way there unless they can guarantee that Ulu, or this Morphling, sorry, is coming up onto the triangle. Still gonna go though. Old 11 reached on the other side, but Why You Smile just TP's out. Morphling easy way out, so they should just escape freely. No problem.
He's gonna be fine. This is it. The LGD, they have delayed this game. Maybe not enough just yet, but it's coming to that point, right? The Morphling will become a problem for pretty much every hero on Kev, because good versus the Monkey, good versus the Tusk, good versus the Razor. Only the supports are kind of annoying too, but not really. They're only supports, and versus a Morphling, you might just get one-shotted.
Leading in towards getting his Kanda right now for Shiro. That's going to drastically increase the damage output for LGD. They might get in the gold for that item with this smoke. They're right behind the Morphling. Will allow him to finish off the wave. And they're going to go on an adventure somewhere. Where are we going? Boys, we're going bottom.
Aghanim Scepter on the Timbersaw, so he can go in and create chaos. The only problem I see for this axe is that the Disruptor already has a Yules. So I think the second you see the reactive armor used by the Timbersaw, you Yule him up. And then you're gonna be fine. You just wait for him with the Static Storm and he's dead. But still, it is a tool with which LGD can create enough chaos and panic in the team fight for Kev to not focus on what they need to do, and if they disperse each other a bit, then PYW can do his job on the Shadow Shaman.
Right now his job is to just help supply some damage to the tier 1. Does get denied middle. Took a while, but at long last they get it. It's getting them some more space to play on the map. You were talking about them delaying the game. These kind of plays that'll help towards that end. Give Setsu some space to farm. Morphling now has the full Kanda. You can start thinking if he wants to follow this up with a butterfly or a BKB for this game.
Seems he wants... I mean, the Morphling wants a Pike. Okay. Fly is going for a Skadi. That is nice versus 2 melee cores and the Timbersaw. 2 range cores and the Timbersaw on the other side. Oh, nice
Rainbow TPs. Undyne with the Blink Dagger gets the catch and kill onto this Shadow Shaman Setsu. BKB'd up. He's going to try TP out, but I think they have enough damage to kill him. And indeed they do. Dies while shining like a Super Saiyan. And Kev, they have Eye of the Storm going. There's no Roche to pick up though, unfortunately for them. So not much they can get more than these kills.
You know, Goku is based off of Son Wukong, who is the Monkey King, and then you have this Monkey King Arcana, where at the end he is blue, right? Like Super Saiyan blue, so it makes sense.
Oh,
there's the Yules.
God. There's the Yules. There is the damage from New though. Even though they got the Yules up, the explosion still hit Undyne, so he might die here. That being said, New lost all of his HP. Inside the Wukong's command, Fly is gonna kill him. This Wukong's doing so much work because New ended up dying as well. Shiro doing his best to get the hell out of here. Doesn't want to take this fight 5v3. He gets hit into the air by Butterfly Effect. They're chasing after the Morphling and they got him.
Huge.
Undyne, 2 seconds for Glimpse, 1 second. PYW, sorry my friend. Caught by the Gleipnir, one more right click. That is a dead Shadow Shaman. And Kev, all for nothing here, Hairy Freak. Tier 2 tower almost certain to fall. And this dire lineup, how on earth does LGD fight back against them?
I mean, the thing is that Kev is doing everything perfect in these fights. They understand what they need to do to win, and LGD, all of the things that they are yet to buy or were yet to buy were already countered, and I'm looking mostly towards that Aghanim Scepter of the Timbersaw. Just yuling him up, you don't have the tankiness, you don't have the hero that's gonna create chaos for the Morphling and the Wind Rangers to come in with the damage. Morphling is still a hero you need to be afraid of. We saw that. Any of the cores that he turns into, from Monkey King he gains mobility, same with the Tusk, from the Razor he gains damage. And imagine a Morphling with 1 billion attack speed that the hero has, and if he drains like 150 damage, he's gonna be able to murder everybody. But the 12k gold deficit is quite a lot. The game is not over, but Kev are now more in control than ever.
I must say, one of the issues as well is that I haven't really been feeling the impact of this Lich. We haven't seen like an unkillable Timber thanks to Frost Shield. We only saw the one really good Chain Frost combo that helped to kill Butterfly Effect. But besides that, Why You Smile has pretty much had a game to forget on this Lich hero.
It's gonna be even worse right now. Nullifier is coming for the Monkey King, so Aghanim Scepter of the Timber and the Frost Shield are gonna be even more useless.
UIW was able to leverage his Blink Dagger to get away to safety in the top lane, and it doesn't seem like they'll be able to catch up to New or Setsu either. Nice that these heroes survive, but Kev still have very good positioning on the map. Roche is about to return. We'll see when Kev decide to make the trip through the Twin Gate to ensure that they can get the positioning down bottom as well.
Razor is already there, and the rest of them are running forward, so they know that Old 11 will be surviving for a very long time with the BKB and the Blade Mail, and they are hoping that LGD are mad enough to start smoking towards the bottom lane and maybe jump him so that they can intercept them. But LGD currently are way too afraid.
They're gonna smoke though as LGD, but I don't know about this one, huh? They can't go through the Twin Gate that easily, but maybe they start the fight here. Razor's gonna be the one coming through the Twin Gate. And the fight could start 4v5. Hex out onto Setsu, thanks to Imitator. It's lifting him back. Firefly doesn't want to initiate just yet. They don't want to make the mistake of fighting without the Razor, but Butterfly Effect, he goes in, one punch mans the Shadow Shaman, and now they have the Wukongs. Not even needed by Flyfly. He goes gold and just beats into Shiro. Old 11 has shown up to lend some assistance in killing off New. As the Timber Sword gets himself bursted away. Yeah, he killed a Rubik in the process, but it does not matter. 4 heroes have fallen. Another tier 2 tower probably going to follow them. And Kev, it's now a 15k gold lead in their favor. Hey, is this the time? Do we need to start looking at the magical letters here, Harry? And then just start going into game 3 for LGD?
We are close to that part, but the thing is, it is still not over. The high ground push of Kev isn't easy. You can always make a mistake, and it can give a way for LGD to come back into it. If you look at their heroes, they have the capability to do so. They are just way too far behind to be able to take a straight up fight out of the base. So I think mostly it's gonna be on the patience and itemization of Kev right now for them to end this game. So they are gonna need to make a blunder in some way if LGD wanna come back.
You know, even if Kev lose this game, Old 11 is my MVP. Man has just been immaculate the entire game. This itemization as well is so sick. Him going for the butterfly into Satanic. He knows that the only ways he dies from this point onwards is if Setsu or Morphling have MKB and they focus him with BKBs on doing nothing else in the fight. And that's a set of circumstances that are unlikely to occur in this game anymore. So, you should just never die again. Good job, Old 11.
So yeah, he did an amazing job in this game. There's just no doubt about it. And I think the Razor could have been punished. It's a first pick Razor. At some point you were aware where it's gonna go, and you picked the Morphling as a counter to it in the game, but you forgot about the laning stage, right? And I think that's where this Lich pickup without really knowing what you're up against is, for me, a blunder in the drafting stage. Like, if you're versus a Slardar, sure. If you're versus something that's gonna run at you in the lane, sure. If you have a Monkey King with you, something that runs forward with you in that lane, it makes sense. With the Morphling, it's not the best babysitting hero because Lich babysits by going forward, and he's way too squishy for that to happen. Gave this game to Old 11, and Kev have been capitalizing ever since.
Level 21 on the Razor.
Do you know Chinese? I'm so mad I cannot read these letters.
I do not. I know zero Chinese. You would imagine that I would have learned some over the years of watching and casting this region, but nope, sadly I did not.
It's impossible because we don't hear them speak. We don't know what they're talking about. We just see random letters. It's like hieroglyphs for us. That's how it is. But I would like to know those basic letters at least, so that we can understand something.
Do you speak any other languages besides English?
Well, my own, Serbia, so I speak that one. And then people here are gonna say I speak Croatian, Bosnian, Montenegrin, but they're all the same language, so...
Oh, that's funny. On bottom. Might be able to break out here because Kev inside the Roshan pit. Now LGD, initially they were coming in this direction, but they made the wrong read, Harry. Went the wrong way. Asia's given up for free. Absolutely no fight being presented by LGD.
I don't think it was the wrong read. I think they don't want to fight. They want to catch some stragglers on the retreat, hoping that Kev are gonna be thinking, guys, let's spread the map, shove out the waves, and somebody's gonna be greedy to get into the triangle. So I don't think they could have fought there. Fighting at the Roche there would mean you lose the game. Even though this way it might be a slow loss, that is a certain insta loss in this game in particular. You have no team fight on LGD. That's just how it goes. The Lich is your best bet.
On the bright side, they've given themselves an advanced staging area, so they're not just stuck and corralled inside their own jungle. This might give LGD the chance to also get the farm they need, get these necessary items, the dataless MKB for Setsu.
Dire's middle tower is under
I'm still unconvinced about this Hurricane Pike for Shiro, but I can sort of get it. You know, you're playing into Tusk, Monkey, Disruptor, Razor. Having any kind of mobility item feels very good. But I don't know if this is necessarily the best one.
Dire's middle tower.
Monkey King is leading the charge. As an Aegis.
Kicking out. He finds with the Gleipnir PYW. One Punch Man is here. So Shadow Shaman is gone. Next up is going to be YU Smile. He gets killed off too. The Shackle Shot. The next Fly and Butterfly effect, keeping them in position. Sadly, the Glimpse only connected onto one of the Morphling illusions. And even more sadly, Setsu does not have any illusions to cast. So ends up just getting killed off by Butterfly effect. And they are not done yet. They've been chasing. Look at Old 11 and Undying, getting themselves around to where Shiro is. And this time they are able to bring him down. Triple kill for Butterfly effect. 26 charges on his Deso. And honestly, this game is over. Shiro agrees. They throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. And Kev, with a upset of the day, will make this a 3-game affair as they take down LGD in game 2.
Shiro actually dodged the glimpse with the Manta, right? It's not an easy thing to do, but that is quite nice, especially in a stressful situation. So big fan, but either way, it doesn't change anything. At that point in the game, you can't do anything. At that point in the game, Kev needed to make a mistake. They didn't. You could see that ever since they rotated towards the top lane, got out of an area that they might get caught in from all sides after they got the Roche, they're like, where could the enemies be? Well, it doesn't matter. We're just gonna smoke and go through the entirety of the map with the Monkey King leading the charge with an Aegis, and there's no way we can lose. And they knew it. They knew that if they get on top of LGD, they're going to be able to kill them. They knew that if LGD are in their base, they're just slowly winning the game. So Kev, after they got the advantage, they never let go. This was just some beautiful performance from them.
Great performance, especially considering how dicey things looked at the beginning. Losing Fly like 3 times in the first 10 minutes. Usually a recipe for the disaster, but they knew exactly what they were doing. Obviously, our MVP has to be Old 11. Shout out to him. Excellent laning phase. From there, being able to connect with his team, being able to be the one leading the charge, not dying. I think it's very telling that the only fight the entire game that LGD won comprehensively is the only fight where Old 11 wasn't there. Every time he's there, it's like, well, there's not really much we can do, guys. This Razor is just too damn strong. And I must say, though, one thing that confuses me, you know, we've been talking a lot about itemization today. Would things have maybe been different if Setsu was able to get an earlier Blink Dagger so that they could make plays on their own footing for the side of LGD?
Just not an item that a mid-wind ranger is going to go for ever, right? It's either you go Maelstrom or you go BKB under these circumstances. It doesn't feel right. Let's put it that way. You might have gone a little bit better in the early mid game, but you would have gotten to a point where you are just a creep on a Wind Ranger. I think this was maybe riskier with potential to turn the game around. Didn't work anyways.
Risks were taken by the side of LGD, but unfortunately those risks did not pay off. And as a result, Kev will now take us to a deciding game 3. Look, we both had our flags. I had the LGD flag. Harry Freak right here has got the Kev flag right behind him. And that means we're going to have some excellent Dota to round out this series. So don't go anywhere. Snare and Harry Freak, the coolest duo ever. We'll be right back with some more Chinese Dota.
all for some more Chinese Dota action. We are about to get ourselves into the third and very surprising game of Kev versus LGD Gaming. I say surprising only because on paper, LGD should just demolish Kev. But as we've seen throughout the years, China is a very special region, very competitive, and honestly, anything can always happen in this side of the world. And this third game
Probably going to give us more twists and turns. Hopefully another incredibly fast draw from Kev and something a bit more stable coming in from the side of LGD. We are about to get into it. It's your boy Snare. I'm with Harry Freak yet again. Mr. Freak, tell me your prediction. Before you even see any heroes, tell me what's going to happen in this third game.
Okay, so LGD are gonna win in 32 minutes.
32 minutes. Okay, cool.
Yep.
The prediction has been laid out. Let's see which heroes LGD are going to use to win in 32 minutes. As we get into our third draft, Kev on Radiant again with the first pick. LGD with Dire second pick. And they start off with this Tusk. Butterfly effect impressed them enough that they're like, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Just get him something active.
It doesn't have to be the Tusk mid though. So I like that they have the flexibility. So I
10 seconds.
like it as a first pick. It's fine, especially because they can play it in the mid. I wasn't sure if he would be willing to do it, even though I have seen him do it so in the past when he was playing back for LBZS. So no, not for IG Vitality. Sorry. So I like it. I like it a lot. If there's an opportunity to go for it, just do it. You need to have snowball potential if you want to win versus LGD. That's just how it goes.
Radiant team back.
Pun not intended on the snowball potential, as LGD, they'll come in and get themselves the Batrider. Very solid pick for the first phase. Very flexible. I don't think I've ever actually seen New play this hero, but I have seen Setsu play it. So they at least have 3 players on the team that are very comfortable on the bat.
10 seconds.
Very
remaining.
unlikely we see a mid lane bat, I think, in China. They're just not the region
5 seconds
to
remaining.
do it. If we were in Southeast Asia or South America, maybe. But a mid lane bat isn't popular in these regions, even in the China region, even when it's in meta, but when it's out of it, then not really. Though, you do remember we went down memory lane a lot when Batrider, like 2014, 2013, he would always be picked by Chinese teams. They would go and stack the jungle for themselves and always farm. That's just how it went every single game.
Radiant
This
team
was back in the
back.
day before Batrider got that significant nerf to the range of Lasso. We were like, wow,
Yeah.
hero's unplayable. Nope,
Exactly.
still very good. Still very, very good. Gotta love
It
the
was
Batman.
unplayable just because people are not used to it. That's just how it goes, right? The second you get used to it, then it
10
becomes
seconds
much
remaining.
easier. You just know I cannot blink
LGD
behind him.
Gaming
I have to
turn
blink
to
on
ban.
top of him, and that's pretty much all the adjustment that people needed.
Interesting to me as well that we see LGD picking the bat. And you were mentioning now how we don't necessarily see much mid Batrider from China. One of the few people who was an exception to this rule was the coach of LGD. When the few stints he played mid, Zhao Wei would be very happy to pick Batrider, but I don't know if that's going to be the thing here.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
expecting another mid for Setsu down the line. For now, we should probably think, what support are they going to pair with this? Are we getting CM? Is there a melee hero that stands out to you that could be useful here?
I think there's a chance that we see a Centaur being picked up right now for LGD because it would be a hero that lanes really well with the Batrider. The Mars is out of the pool. The Primal Beast is out of the pool. There's really no reason not to get it.
Centaur Warrunner.
LGD
Not coming out just
Gaming's
yet.
turn to
They
ban.
ban away the Ember Spirit, and they pick up the Pango. Okay, Setsu hero, I'm imagining here for them. Give them some good movement forward, some decent damage. All right, but it is yet again another situation where we see Pangolier before we know for sure what the lane matchup is going to be.
10 seconds remaining.
Lane matchup not that important. It's more about the other
5
heroes he's gonna
seconds
play against.
remaining.
The question is now, do Kev want to go for a Grimstroke? Grimstroke and the Tusk are actually a really good support duo, and even if it's a Tusk mid, they work well together. So I wouldn't mind seeing it here for Kev.
Radiant team pick.
There we go. Grimstroke. This is why we call you the draft genius. Out here. And they, in the previous game, we were talking about the application of Wayu Smile's Lich in the lane. Obviously, with Morphling, not that great. If it was a hero like Weaver, could have definitely been better. And Kev are like, yeah, actually, that's correct. Let's just get a very aggressive lane. Grimstroke Weaver. Kill potential.
10 seconds
Later on,
remaining.
we've got some wave clear, good team fight. Inkswell in a game like this, and especially for heroes like Weaver that have ultimates like the time lapse, man, having any kind of dispel drastically increases the survivability of these heroes.
Oh, this is just the boss Grimstroke game. You purge off the lasso, You stop the Rolling Thunder. It's LGD are not in a good position. I think you could go for a Faceless Void though. That's where these guys don't do well. There's the Centaur. Okay. Makes sense. This Weaver in the lane can die, but also Centaur is a low armor hero versus the Weaver, so we'll see 1 or 2 rings of protection might come out.
LGD have lost overall pick, so they might decide to leave Shiro's hero for the very end. Have Centaur, like the Soulbind is annoying for Centaur at times, but can still play around it depending on where you are. The thing I'm worried about most though, I'm looking at this draft and I am worried about their damage output, fam. I need some punch from LGD. Maybe like some hoodwink or something to help them increase how much damage they can deal during their disables.
Yeah, they need somebody to finish people off. I mean, you could go for a Morphling again. You might not need a support to do it, so not a bad Morphling game in general if you want to go that route.
I wouldn't mind Morphling actually. Also quite nice, whenever you steal Sakuchi, you become incredibly effective in the midst of these fights. LGD really taking their time on this one. Probably a support, and then Kev will respond with telling us where the Tusk goes. Whether he's going to be 4 or 2 in this game. LGD will go for Rubik. Okay. So some instant disable. Stealing Sakuchi, very, very good as well. It's not the same as Weaver, as Morphling, but operates in a different capacity. Decent spells to steal all around. Traditional lane, Centaur Rubik, we've seen this, especially in China, for years. So they've at least taken care of that side of the map.
Yeah, it's a good Rubik game. Whenever there's a Weaver in the pool, it's a good Rubik game. Once you steal the Shikuchi, you are just a better Weaver overall around the map until he gets the items. I wouldn't mind either of the Bat or the Rubik laning with the Centaur because both of them have repositioning spells, so that's something the Centaur likes to play against. Or with, sorry.
What's left for Kev? So tell us where the Tusk goes. Pick your other support. Put us out of our misery, unless you pick something that can also be flexed again to make it more
They're
difficult
gonna
going
pick
into
an
the final phase.
offlaner. No, they're just gonna pick an offlaner. First of all, a lot of them are banned out, so you better do it now. No, they will pick a support, telling us that it is gonna be the Butterfly Effect Tusk once again.
Okay. I mean, to be fair, Undyne did actually play really well in game 2 on his Disruptor. It's one of his better heroes. So, makes sense to me that they would be like, you know what, beating an enemy, you were mentioning how beating a team much better than you requires you to surprise them. But I think it also requires you to be playing as comfortably as humanly possible. And putting Undyne on his Disruptor, given what we saw in game number 1, that should definitely fit the bill in game 2. Or game 3, sorry, 2-3. +1.
A completely different game this time around. I mean, Kev have set themselves up for success with the Disruptor, but the thing is that LGD have a really good lineup that runs at you. And Kev don't do much when they get run at, right? And Rolling Thunder, Stampede, Batrider, all these guys like to get in your face. That's where the Disruptor struggles. So I'm not sure I like it this game as much as I did in the last one.
LGD Gaming's turn to ban.
They ban out the Faceless Void, Brewmaster taken out as well. Man, this would have actually been a really good Brewmaster game. Because they definitely need, like you mentioned, they need someone who can stop the run at them. And be this person that holds it down, acts as an anchor, allows the rest of the team to play around him. And to be fair, even the game they lost, when he was playing Brewmaster, Old 11 looked spectacular on the hero. So, makes sense to me that they would take away 2 of the biggest orientation points from Kev here with the offlane pick.
5 seconds remaining.
You mentioned one of the heroes that's in the previous drafts that actually stops a Ranichu lineup, and that's an Underlord, but I haven't seen him in such a long time that I doubt they're gonna go that route. But what is even left from the offlaners? Like, do you pick a Tide? Not that good versus the Pango. So I don't like it. Plus Tide, Underlord, those heroes can be punished in lane by some Monkey King Garza stuff.
Radiant team pick.
Let's
Or Life
see. They
Stealer.
take out the Life Stealer.
LGD Gaming's turn.
Beastmaster maybe? Omni Knight. I thought of Omni, but I really wanted a stun. I'm not so sure Omni is the solution here because now they're stuck with only what? They have Snowball. Well, what are their teamfight spells? They have Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and then Omni Ults. But they don't have that many ways to keep these heroes in position while they can deal with them around the Stampede and the like. I don't know how I feel about this Omni. If I'm honest, every time I've seen Old 11 play Omni, it disappoints me. And I'm not feeling this game is going to be different. Talk me out of it, Harry. You're smarter than me about Dota. Tell me, how does Omni Knight work?
I have gotten disappointed with the Omni Knight quite a lot as well. But it's about burst. I think it's all about burst. Just get them down. I'm actually surprised they didn't ban out the Morphling if they wanted to go for something like this. I would have understood not banning the Morphling if you get something that can jump him, that can push down towers. Burst type heroes can work, but it's a pretty hard thing to make happen. So yeah, I don't think I can actually talk you into loving this Omni Knight. It doesn't look like that great of a pick versus what LGD have.
On the bright side, LGD do finish out their draft with a Morphling. So up until he gets the Kanda, at the very least, the Omni Alt will help a lot against his right clicks. As we do see the end of these drafts, LGD definitely they do decide to put the Rubik as 5, and then Bat Rider is going to go into the 4 position. So we're going to have Bat plus Centaur versus Weaver plus Undying Disruptor. Okay. Mid, it's going to be what? Tusk versus Pango. And then we're going to have the Rubik plus the Morphling versus Omni Knight plus the Grimstroke. Just on paper, which of these lanes do you think which setup delivers the strongest lanes in general?
I think that the scariest lane in general is the Batrider Centaur. That's where things could get nasty. But the thing is, you can sometimes make a mistake and then the bugs can lower your armor, so Fly can go for kills on you as well. So I'm thinking that this safe lane of Kev is gonna be where we're gonna be seeing majority of our kills. But you can never write off the Hammer of Purity, right? Sometimes you just forget about how much damage it can do and then you just die on the Morphling. So that is something that could surprise us, but in general, mid lane is a wash. I don't know if you remembered the meta where we would always see a Pango versus the Tusk, so nobody's coming out super far ahead in that one. And I think we just keep our eyes on the bottom lane. We have to.
That was a fun meta, right? Tusk, Pango, Tiny, mid every game. Good times. Then me playing carry, getting ganked. Yeah, very recent actually. Like a year ago or a bit.
So how is time passing for you? Are you the type of guy who says 2 years ago and then he actually thinks 2018? Or are you aware in which year we are?
Usually I'm quite aware about like the passage of time. Like,
Awesome,
oh hey, this
awesome,
happened.
that's
Yeah. It's actually kind of annoying. A lot of my friends don't like arguing with me because I'll be like, no, I remember we had this conversation 6 months and 4 days ago. You said this and this, and they'll be like, shouldn't have done it. Should argue about something else instead.
You just deny. You just deny. No, we didn't, right? And then like, what the hell are you gonna do? Yeah. Okay, I'm guessing you have nice friends that so they admit when they have their wrongdoing. That's nice. That's nice.
They take the L. Now the horn is sounded. Let's see who's gonna take the L in this game. As the winner goes forth through the upper bracket, presumably to play Azure, and the loser. What sucks is that if you lose this game, Harry, you don't just get to take a break. You immediately have to play again. There's an elimination game coming right after this, so very high pressure for all of the players involved.
Luckily, we are an hour and a half before the next series starts, so if you are losing, maybe you can lose fast and then you're gonna have time to prepare. But what did I say? 32 minutes for LGD, so they are gonna give Kev time to prepare.
Oh, the time clock is ticking. Let us see if our main man's predictions will come through. He clocked the Tidehunter predictions perfectly in game 1. Let's see what he's got here. And bottom, Fly. No, this cannot happen. Not again. Not again. Fly. Oh my god. New able to find the first blood on his Centaur, bringing down Fly in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, pretty much a disastrous start for Kev, but it is the Centaur and the Batrider with the Flame Break. You get him into a hoof stomp. It can just happen. That's how this lane works. You can get caught and die, and we expected it. But New has 0 CS, so it's not the worst thing in the world. He paid the price with his HP.
We'll see how they're able to recover from Kev down the stretch. As we take a quick look at the top lane as well. Shiro and Rubik. I'm not really anticipating crazy action, but this is one of those lanes where you stop paying attention for a moment and there is enough magic damage to get kills on both sides.
For sure, for sure. Though I'm pretty sure Shiro and Y are gonna be super passive, just poking around so that old 11 can go for them. That's what you do. You try to keep the Omni Knight as low as possible, and you focus on farm. That's how you play this lane. You do not try for a kill. Even if you attempt for a kill, it's probably not gonna work, so it's safer not to.
So farm we go. Gonna have a bit of a classic Rising matchup. I miss these Chinese games where they were just pure farm fest, you know? 40 minutes in, there's like 10 kills. All we're doing is accruing net worth. That was good times.
Exactly, exactly. I really love watching people hit creeps. That's all cool and normal, and it's very fun. I like it when I see a battle between a Tusk and a Troll in the woods 30 minutes into the game, and I get super excited about it.
You might need to get excited for a potential kill onto New here, as Fly has the Sakuchi chasing him forward, looking to try and get him down, but not going to be able to do so. Instead, it's PYW. He's threatening Fly a little bit here. New has the double edge back. Honestly, if New was a little bit braver, I think they could have actually killed Fly. Instead, PYW will be the only one that takes a tumble, and Kev will be very happy about this development.
That was very weird. He got a lot of his HP back with the healing salve, and he decided, no, I still want to heal up to full, even though he could have gone there and they killed the Weaver. So, in general, these lanes are going amazing for Kev. They gave away the first blood, but there's 7 CS on that Centaur, so it's not like you didn't punish it overall.
Just like Fly. Get first blood and then win the lane. What the hell, bro?
That's how you do it. You said that you wanted some tips and tricks. This is how we do it here. So try it in your pubs. Might work.
I mean, to be fair, in my pubs, I'm already feeding first blood on my pubs, so I'm halfway there, right?
Easy. Yeah, easy. You just you know what's the problem in pubs? That people won't trust you that it was all part of it.
Imitator will end up missing on the Inkswell. Him and Ismail just chasing each other around a little bit, but ultimately
Outplayed.
will lead to nothing.
I think he hasn't gotten over like 100 HP in this lane. Like he's always one hit away from dying. Now he finally falls.
Pretty big deal. Centaur already struggling in the net CS department. Gonna start falling further and further behind, and Fly opens up so much space for him. As this Weaver is just gonna keep growing stronger and stronger and stronger. Having his magic wand delivered to him right now, so it's much more difficult to kill down the line.
This laning phase is really good for Kev, and it's great that the one that is getting most CS is Butterfly Effect, because again, a lot is relying on him roaming around the map and getting kills. So I think we might be seeing a big rotation from the supports for the power runes, because power runes here, they change the game. They change the game so much.
Old 11 just gonna eat a couple of right clicks from Shiro, but I'm pretty sure he knows full well that his death is not on the cards here. Can just take it easy, just chill a bit. They actually might want to go on him, but I don't know about this one. 8 Bolt will come out. Ismail does have access to the lift, but Old 11 double bracer. He just gave him a tango, 4 raindrop charges. Very unlikely to die in the top lane.
Yeah, he's not going down, and LGD knows it. They're just poking. They're poking, they're trying to see what's gonna happen, and I mean, that Omni's farming so well in the lane. He out-farmed the Immortan quite a lot. Setsu?
Maybe they're trying to go on Setsu. He just got level 6 though, so he's gonna be able to get out of here with the Rolling Thunder. Very, very close call, honestly. And obviously, Imitator able to take away the Invis rune, so Setsu will not be granted that particular rune. But ultimately, does stay alive though, doesn't die from this rotation.
And you don't give the rune to the Tusk, which is also quite nice, right? The Invis rune would be pretty good. You TP to the bottom lane with an Invis, come close to the centaur, kill him, and then it's gonna be an even worse game for New.
Did end up taking down the courier from the Morphling. I mean, it wasn't that far away from the next round of items anyway, so it'll still be fine. On bottom, New might end up losing his life again to Fly, who is chasing him down, but he destroyed the Swarm Bug. There's no minus armor to worry about. He'll survive, but yet again, down to very low HP. Doesn't have a helm just yet, so it doesn't have that natural regen. It's going to be playing very close to the edge the entire time he's down here.
Once you get the phase boots on the center, it's very hard for the Weaver to kill you, but he was missing quite a lot of HP before it got delivered, so... But still, the extra armor on the centaur, he already has a lot of HP. Armor is his Achilles heel, but now he's dealt with that as well.
Trying to get a kill top onto Shiro. Butterfly Effect is making this rotation too, but I believe they had an Observer Ward which scouted this out. So they should know Shiro. Ooh, that was close.
That was
Don't do that to
ultra
us,
close. They saw the Tusk rotating towards the top lane, but Shiro he didn't care. Like he wasn't paying attention to the Grimstroke. That could have been his demise, as we saw.
Gonna go bottom onto Fly though now, because they did see so many heroes rotating top. They know there's not that much support available for Fly. Unfortunately though, they couldn't get the full chain disable out onto him, and he will not just survive, but this wastes a lot of time from the Pango, who left mid to try and make this rotation.
Even leaves his ulti. Now Butterfly Effect, he's going from top to bottom. Tusk, we can see that he has a few pounds to shed, so I can understand some jogging.
They're gonna be able to drag back this Bat Rider, waiting for the kill, but Rolling Thunder does come out first from Setsu. They may be turning their attention towards the Tusk. Bat Rider falling very, very low, but not dead just yet. They really want to bring him down, and PYW finally succeeds. At the same time though, Butterfly Effect, with no snowball, forced to shot himself out of trouble, and he succeeds in doing so. Fly, look on the right-hand side of the fight. He's chasing the Rubik. Who is he going to be able to find the Rubik? Almost. Just needs one little piece of damage. He's missing the entire time. He does finally help to kill him. Almost dies in the process though, as they glimpse back Setsu into the river, allowing Butterfly Effect to get a double kill on top of him. As Kev making aggressive posture down bottom, and my god, is it successful for them.
Are you burning the flag? Is it happening already? Like
No, not yet, bro. Not yet.
You're the real fan, right? The one who is there even when they lose.
Yeah. Bro, the fact that I still support Chelsea in 2024 should show you that I'm a loyal fan.
Okay, that makes sense. I like that. I have another co-caster I work with. He supports Everton, so he is from Britain, and he's like, yeah, I stay with my team even through thick and thin. I'm liking this.
But still, I won't lie. The light is not far away, bro. This is not going well for LGD. We need them to do better. Sadly, that betterness will not come right now as they glimpse back New, but they don't have Butterfly Effect in time. He's able to TP out at the very last second. Literally the very last second.
That was so close. So very close. He needed to start TPing the second that the glyph was used, but unfortunately he hesitated, or maybe his team didn't call him fast enough. Either way. That's big that they don't give that to the Tusk. Tusk that maxes out his first and the second spell, Arcane Rune is the best one for him to get. Better than any other rune. It's just not fair how much damage you do in a fight.
Also, it tells us that this is a mid-Tusk, that he doesn't have a point into tag team yet. When he does get that tag team point, and then they fight with Weaver on a tag team hero, whew, lots and lots of damage is coming.
Setsu just lost his neutral item on the courier. I'm not really sure why it's on the courier.
So what's worse is that he had the courier sort of like floating around here in the river, and it just stood there. It stood there until it took the first hit, and he was like, oh snap, leave, but by that time it was too late.
Weird angle, at least, from him to come there. Okay, now we have a smoke from both sides, but this time around, the LGD, they have an Arcane Rune. Kev have no runes, but they're on different sides of the map. So if you trade carries right now, Kev, it's not too bad.
Well, they're gonna try to get the best straight up kill onto Fly. Sadly, why you smile? A little bit too slow there. Can't get in range for the telekinesis. Oh, Weaver just happily gets himself out. Top lane. They really want Shiro. They know that there's zeros that aren't going to be here to help him out. He's underneath the
is
tower,
coming.
but they haven't been able to kill him just yet. Now, finally, the assistance arrives. Rolling Thunder, in tandem with the lasso, will connect onto the Omni Knight, and Old 11 will end up dead. They know that Undyne is here, the creep wave providing perfect vision. And I think they saw the ward being planted out as well. Undyne, he knows that he is going to be forfeiting his life here, as he does give up the ghost. LGD might not get the kill onto the Weaver, but they're going to try again. They're going bottom onto Flyfly. Flyfly was trying to run down New, recognizing that New didn't have as many reinforcements as before. But Flyfly, right now at least, doesn't have the damage by himself.
You did so much damage to the Weaver, right? Flyfly barely got the time lapse off, so that was actually quite a solid pressure there on him. But the thing is, Kev, they want to punish them for this now.
Oh man, that hoof stomp. He knows he's gonna get glimpsed. He's in danger. He's underneath the tier 1, but here comes the Pango. Setsu, 10 seconds away from having his ultimate. And we do have Static Storm being dropped down by Undyne. Very good Static Storm there. It might also help them to kill Setsu. He was silenced by the Static Storm, then by the Phantom's Embrace, and killed off by Butterfly Effect. LGD. They respond bottom, but they do not respond adequately.
Yeah, they're getting outplayed so much. Morphling isn't even having that good of a game, so you can't really say, oh, the Morphling is farming, it's fine. No, it's not fine. LGD are in trouble. They might not be in trouble like they were in the previous game just yet, and their heroes do scale slightly better, but it is still a very, very dangerous situation to be in. As Kev, they do have this disruptor, and LGD, they want to run at you, so if that is taken away, if they're too weak, they can't do it.
Top lane. They do at least get Old 11. UIW with the revealed Blink Dagger, able to get the lasso kill. Same time, his Blink Dagger, very early Blink that he got, comes after the Maelstrom of Weaver and the Blink of the Tusk. They're going to need to connect a couple of more engagements like that to make it all worthwhile. On bottom, Flyfly trying to bring down YU Smile, force the time lapse, and he does eventually get the kill, but now he might be in a little bit of danger here. PYW sadly no longer have access to the lasso, but with the Stampede, the Firefly, they almost killed him, but the deny into the Ancients. Great play coming in right there from Kev as Flyfly wasted a lot of time and effort denying them any gold they could have gotten.
Is under attack.
Morphling died on the other side of the map, so that's even worse. The Omni Knight and the Grimstroke, they're not to be taken lightly, especially when you don't have the Manta to remove the Phantom's Embrace. You are gonna be in a lot of trouble. But Rubik there, he stole the time lapse from the Weaver, and he needed 10 more mana to use it. So it was so close to why surviving on the bottom lane, and then you definitely don't get denied on the Ancient. So this is Kev getting pretty much everything they need, even clutch plays going their way.
Now they're going to try and get even more on the map as Butterfly Effect goes in. As Blink at the ready. Almost has enough money for the full ultimate Desolator. But for now, they'll settle for just jumping Setsu. Blow him up right quick. Still have access to the glimpse. They just need a little bit of vision. They have this high ground ward, but it doesn't actually catch the Morphling. So he will be allowed to live. But yet another core kill in favor of Kev here.
The range was missing there on the Disruptor. I think they saw the Morphling there at the tail end, but didn't manage to get him. Now it's nighttime. That's a little bit better for LGD, because the glimpse or the vision for the glimpse is not going to be that easy to get. Plus, you have a Blink Dagger on the center now, on top of the Bat Rider. So you start with the Bat, you start pulling somebody back. Kev, they want to respond, and then you come in with the Hoof Stomp. The problem lies in that the Grimstroke is 200 gold away from his shard, and then things become real scary.
Become very fun after this arrives. One of the scary things about scaling in this game is that eventually Grimstroke will also be able to get Aghanim Scepter. And a sufficiently farmed Morphling getting turned into a Dark Portrait is terrifying in the midst of these fights. So Kev definitely feeling very stable with themselves. Not going to be concerned about how this game is going to scale going forward.
Let's see.
Jump in. Oh, look at this. Setsu in danger here. Gonna get himself killed off. There's a soul bind as well, so that probably means YU Smile is gonna end up giving up his own life too. They jump in, Bat Rider finding the lasso and Butterfly effect. In tandem with the Static Storm though, that's gonna break the fight. LGD suffering at the hands of Undyne here as he keeps the engagement going, granting a double kill to Old 11 instead. And now here comes this Weaver on the far side. Fly wants to make himself known in this engagement. Undyne just got back the glimpse. Literally just came at the last second inside the kinetic field. But New is able to TP out. Just barely. Fly might have actually been able to kill him if he was attacking the entire time. Nonetheless, they still get the tier 1 tower. So the map opens up in favor of Kev.
This is so weird from LGD that they went for that engagement. Engo died. Your biggest teamfight hero, probably your strongest hero at the moment. And you're like, what's a good idea now to go and fight? You could have just given them even more kills. You're versus a disruptor. You cannot do it. Just let it go. We lost 2 heroes. Reset. Go for it again. Kev, they're not stopping. They're gonna be going once more. 2 supports. Tusk leading the charge. Bye-bye.
But they want to reveal the Blink Dagger from Sento. New jumping onto Undyne and Imitator. Unfortunately, they don't have the damage to finish them off just yet. Here comes Setsu. Rolling Thunder in the perfect place here. They are getting in the damage, but unfortunately, this Weaver is just too damn strong. Fly is dominating them with right-click damage. As Old 11 pops the Purification to help finish off Setsu. 4 heroes have fallen. And initially, the opportunity, it looked like there was some hope. Looked like they might have had some kind of play. But these Kev heroes, Weaver especially, are just too strong.
That they had some chances before the snowball save came on both of the supports. He picked up the disruptor early, kept him in a snowball for 3 seconds, and the Grimstroke was surviving. And then he got picked up while the snowball was moving, delaying the deaths of the 2 supports, even with the perfect angle of the Rolling Thunder. Overall, that is probably as good as it gets for LGD. The only thing better is if the Morphling is there, but that's far away from any of their towers. He's not gonna come ever in this game. So LGD need to make sure that they're playing close to their objectives. That's the only way that you're gonna have enough damage to bring down these Kev heroes.
Kev now with this Desolator in tow from the Tusk can start considering a date with the big man. Ohala, Roche, get yourself an Aegis. Yasuo, Swarm Bugs. Absolutely no chance that Roche survives. LGD now have to play into an Aegis.
Yep, that's gonna give even more of an aggressive potential for Kev. They're gonna give it the Fly. Yeah, of course. He's the one that always runs in first. Though, I wouldn't mind it even on the Tusk this game, because he does blink in super aggressively some of the times. But overall, it makes sense to give it to the Weaver. Things are looking really good for Kev. LGD, they seem to have not expected this fast gameplay overall from their enemies.
Well, we did say in the draft that we wanted to see Kev draft like this. Highly active, very low cooldowns, able to connect with their squad all across the map. Man, they look so much better than they did in that first game. It was just a farm fest for them. They're able to be more active. I think this is the Kev that we want to see more often.
Sure, for sure. 16-6. They have a 3k gold lead, but all 3 of their cores are doing well. That's the main thing. The only reason why the gold lead isn't like 4, 5, 6k is because the Batrider is a ultra farmed hero. And I think that's where LGD need to be looking for their way back into this game. Somebody finds the Grimstroke and the Batrider finds the initiation. That's how it has to be.
Exactly what you said, my friend. They heard the memo. And they found the initiation onto Omni Knight, stealing the Heavenly Grace in the process. Or repelled back to the original spell. That's okay. And the best part about this, in the mid lane, the rest of Kev were gathering up to try and make a smoke move of their own. But now that move gonna get delayed and interrupted with this dead Omni.
You know, on Repel it says Dispellable, and then you use a Nullifier on it and it doesn't dispel. So I really don't know. Maybe it's dispellable by like a Shadow Demon ulti. I haven't checked, but I think it just stayed there from the Heavenly Grace and they haven't changed it.
Man, this is Dota. You can't expect the tooltips to provide you accurate information without testing it yourself.
Exactly.
So we have a Rolling Thunder in this mid lane. And Undyne would be a very nice pickup here, but with the Soulbind being thrown out onto Setsu, he could end up dying as well. Butterfly effect goes in with the Saitama punch. They hold him in air. Setsu, he needs help. He needs to get off this Phantom's Embrace. But unfortunately, as he does, a Swarm Bug connects onto him. And Fly can chase him down for the kill. A Mega for the Weaver. Revenge for the Disruptor. just more space on the map, but they're not done yet here. They're coming bottom. They want to punish PYW. Butterfly Effect has the ink swell right on top of him. PYW
Bottom.
trying to get inside the base
Nice
here.
position.
Snowball is there. Oh, but the position bounces Butterfly Effect out the base. So PYW can TP out to safety. Very nice plays from the Batrider.
Players have gotten really good at positioning correctly to make sure that the Tusk doesn't arrive at the position he wants to. It's just insane that every single time we see, if the snowball is not used pretty much defensively or perfectly in a sense that there's nowhere to hide, they are gonna force the Tusk onto a high ground, on the low ground, off the map, like whatever. It's just beautiful to see in general.
So the game is still obviously in favor of Kev, but LGD have stalled out matters somewhat. They're not bleeding. Yes, they're still like getting caught out randomly. They're still dying everywhere, but they're not bleeding real estate. Still have all out tier 2. Still have a tier 1 tower bottom. UIW, you might not have your life much longer though, my friend. As if they see you, you are super dead. And indeed he is. Bye bye, buddy. Nice to know you.
Yeah, this time around, no shenanigans of pushing the Tusk to a low ground or something. You just get punched to death, and Butterfly Effect is approaching his BKB. I'm still looking at this Morphling as like he can win this game, and LGD this time around I would say they have a little bit more of a shot than in the previous one, because the Pango can be that guy that just creates so much space in the battle so that the Morphling can make something happen.
Oh, Morphling, man. You know, my dad for the longest time always wanted me to become a doctor. And, you know, I didn't really have much love for medicine. But I did learn enough to be able to diagnose Shiro. Guess what Shiro is sick with, bro? Shiro is sick, hating life with one more item syndrome. Famous one.
Yeah. Probably. So I guess in South Africa is the same in my country. You are either a doctor, an engineer, a lawyer, or a disgrace to the family. Is that right?
Yes. Exactly, yeah.
Awesome. That's great. You know, I studied veterinary medicine, so I
Close
have
enough,
some medical background as well. Not finished, of course, but doesn't matter.
As long as you went to one class, you're basically a doctor.
Exactly.
11. Might need a doctor down bottom. Nope, doesn't need a doctor because Fly is here to put on a clinic of his own, demolishing the Batrider. Now they're chasing forward. There's going to be a Rolling Thunder, and they're splitting up the fight. They glimpse back the Rubik. The Rolling Thunder goes too far away to help out the rest of the team. So now LGD, they need to beat a hasty retreat here. They're trying to catch up to Shiro. Shiro waveforms away. They give him the Stampede as well. And they do have the glimpse. It just came back on cooldown. He's gonna get caught. He does not have any mana. No more morphing for you. No more life for you. The LGD managed to take down 3 additional heroes, only losing 1 in the process.
Yeah, the thing is, if he had the mana, he maybe could have Manta dodged it. For people in the chat who don't know how to Manta dodge the glimpse, it can seem to be hard, but if you follow the sound, then it's actually becomes quite easier. It goes like, and at that point you click the Manta before the final sound, and you don't even have to. You can just close your eyes. You're always gonna be able to do it.
I'm glad that you're alerting people to how many sound cues are actually active in playing Dota at a high level. Like, there's so much auditory cues that are necessary to do these tricks.
Yep. It's the easiest to follow them, as if it's a long glimpse, you are gonna have to follow it going off. Fly, going in alone.
Fly? UIW though is just standing there right next to him. Didn't lasso him through the BKB? What just happened? UIW is gonna TP out, die in the base. Sensor just dies outside here by the Ancients. Harry Freak? What?
I think LGD are surprised that Kev are playing as good as they are. I think that's the idea, and now they're completely lost to what is happening. You came into the series as a favorite thinking, we're gonna crush this in an hour and a half, and then these boys are gonna be resting for 2.5 hours before their next series. But now they have actually been hit with the reality that these guys are not easy to beat, and that these guys are actually beating you and are gonna force you to play in the lower bracket in just an hour and a couple of minutes.
Wow. Pretty sure Xiao 8 had a date plan for the night. Like, I've got things to do for the day, boys. I didn't want to have to sit here drafting. But yet, here we are. 11k gold lead for Kev. An incredibly farmed Weaver. Just picked up an additional item. What did he just get here? Where's his career? Okay, he just got his Chrysalis, so Daedalus not that far away. His punch potential, relative to anything LGD has, is just pretty tremendous.
Yeah, this Weaver is going to demolish them with the Chrysalis. He has a shard as well for quite some time. Yeah, good luck surviving this. If he walks through all of you, he's just gonna annihilate them with all the procs from the crit and live like near. But right now, LGD, what do they even do? I think the game plan remains the same, but you're just way too weak to do it. So maybe outpush, 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 hope that you don't get caught too much, wait for the command on the Morphling, and then hope that you can burst somebody down before Kev understand what's going on. That has to be the play. Surprise has to be the play.
LGD, man, it's really, really struggling. Also, you know, going forward, win, lose, or draw for Kev, I think the other Chinese teams watching these games will be very hesitant to give Undying, Disruptor, or Butterfly Effect Tusk again. Might be the last times that they play these heroes, so enjoy yourselves, boys.
Yeah, I'd get rid of the Tusk. I think the Disruptor in itself, if you do not have a high murder mid lane hero that just snowballs no matter how the laning stage goes, isn't gonna be that effective. That's why we see the hero not being played all that much. And we saw it in the first game. The Disruptor didn't do anything.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But with Tusk, can do everything. So
Exactly.
enjoy yourself. Butterfly. But it's also nice to see Butterfly Effect shining again, you know. Not having a disappointing game. Being able to put the entire team on his back, show us what he's made of. It's fun to see.
Radiant's middle tower.
For sure. Butterfly Effect has been playing a hell of a series, or he's been playing a hell of a Tusk. Let's put it that way, because
Yeah.
in the first game he didn't look all that great, but in the other two, without him the game wouldn't have looked the same. It is his rotations that gave the advantage to Kev.
Rotations coming now from both of these squads as they are smoked up. This could be a chance for LGD. Oh, they come across the Weaver, but he has BKB. Fly will now just turn his attention back towards New caught inside the ice shards, demolished by Butterfly Effect. Saitama Effect is in here today, boy. With a glimpse back onto Why You Smile. He's definitely frowning right now as he loses his life. 2 are gone. And for LGD, that's them that also wanted a fight. They went with that smoke and still find absolutely nothing.
And you know, if it was a BKB usage on a Weaver for a Centaur, you wouldn't be too mad if you're LGD, but that's where the Disruptor factor comes into play. When it's 2 kills, then it actually becomes a real issue, a real problem. Roche is up. Yeah, they should go for it. They have time to bring it down.
Big man is ready at the waiting. They should be able to kill him without too much difficulty. LGD heroes are not nearly positioned to try and contest this. Don't have a tier 2 tower top. So just have to now deal with an Aegis Cheese on this Weaver. I feel like there's no one else that they need to give him to, right? Butterfly Effect's not dying anytime soon, nor is Old 11. You just make Fly unkillable. These fights just seem so easy.
Exactly. If Fly goes in, he just gives so much info to his team to then jump in on whoever they want. And the thing is, both Old 11 and Butterfly Fat have a ton of burst damage.
They got him. They found him. Jiro, he got scanned. He's dead. He is very dead. Saw his fan. To be fair, he had a very good read of the situation. Getting out. If there was any other hero but Disruptor that arrived when he was there, he probably lives, but Dyna's on it today. They do find a big kill onto the Shiro Morph, who is the only thing that LGD have to rely on the later they stay into this game.
I guess ultra late game Pango can do something, but he needs a Basher and an Octarine and level 25. So yeah, that's pretty far away from for Setsu. But overall, a late game Pango might be even more dangerous than any of the heroes that we have here. Though I don't know, Weaver actually is quite hard to deal with in general.
25 Weaver is, to me, one of the most terrifying things. And they're going to be able to at least find Old 11 here. How Old 11 found himself this far afield. I mean, he got dragged in by the lasso, but still. This is a classic old 11 death, actually. Why am I even surprised? There's a death like this in every old 11 game. Or in every series, at least one. Because today he hasn't been dying that much.
The Batrider, before he lassoed him, got left on one hit from dying. So he was the one that was chasing the Batrider, slowing him down. He got really close to the Defender's Gate, and then the Batrider went for a lasso. He literally wasn't moving because of the slows of the Hammer of Purity.
Shout out PYW. Giving your team a new lease on life. Buying some space and time.
He's the only one. He's literally the only one. Because without his lassos, this game would have already been over. The only pickups that they were getting in the game was because of him. And 15 seconds until this game is over and LGD wins, as per a very smart analyst before the game even started.
Bro, I even forgot about that prediction. Alright, they might win this fight. Let's see. Make him win this fight. Then Harry Freak will be correct. Fly getting gone on, but he still hasn't ages, so not that concerned about things. We'll lose the life pretty quickly though. Butterfly effect getting held in position right next to Setsu, who wants to be able to get off the Rolling Thunder, but it can't come just yet because of this Phantom's Embrace. New. Supposed to keep on away. But Shiro, for once in a fight, is not scared. He's standing his ground, he's moving forward. Manages to kill the Grimstroke off. As both supports are dead, Shiro now realizing he might have gone a little bit too far, trying to get himself out with the waveform Sakuchi, but sadly the glimpse is there from Undyne. And Shiro will end up dead. A triple kill for Butterfly Effect. And man, it feels like that's just the nature of this game, Harry Freak. Some fights will look decent for LGD. They might be able to get a kill or two on some different cores, but Butterfly Effect just will not be contained when he's playing his Tusk.
You know why this fight looked decent? Pretty much like the only decent fight in the previous game. Old 11 wasn't part of it. This time around he wasn't late, he was dead. And his team consciously decided to take the fight. But they had the Aegis, so it was still pretty much in Kev's favor. You're not killing this Weaver twice, let's not kid ourselves.
Not killing this Weaver twice, you're not killing this Tusk at all. Now you do not have a mid lane of Rax to play with. As the first set of super creeps are picked up by Kev. And LGD. I mean, they can still play against super creeps. It gets harder and harder, of course, as we get towards Megas, but this is just not a lineup that wants to be corralled and contained inside their base, with only morphing, being able to move outside, farming a bit.
Nope, it's the lineup that needs to run at you. That's why they drafted it. They drafted the run at you lineup to deal with the Disruptor, to be the ones that start the fight first. Because Kev, they lose a hero, they need to run away and they're gonna get ran down. LGD lose a hero, they have to run away and they're gonna be ran down. So it was just about who's gonna get the Primate first. And well, it was Kev this time around. So LGD, they're kind of helpless right now. They need more burst. You have to be able to burst a hero that you jump, but you're versus an Omni Knight, you're versus a Grimstroke with a Shard, and you're versus a Tusk. That is a lot of saves.
Yeah. Very hard to connect with these moves, and Kev, with all their heroes, they're gonna smoke up again. Looks like LGD might be preparing for such a maneuver as well, as PYW picks up the smoke from the courier. So both teams have had similar ideas of when best to move. But looks like LGD are just going to hold patiently, knowing the move is coming.
Axe Disruptor.
Effect. It's Axe Disruptor. There's the Ink Swirl now, Butterfly Effect. He really wants the Morphling, and he gets him! That is the big target, baby. They get on the Morphling. They come back though because Batrider finds a lasso elsewhere on the Grimstroke. Now the Static Storm down onto these heroes. Throwing you caught into it, though often gets off his BKB, so he is still fine. And Shiro is allowed to throw in some right click damage. It bursts down, Undying on the Disruptor. Time lapse on Fly. He really wants to try and focus down onto Shiro. Shiro forced to try and morph, but they've lost Old 11, and now Soulbind is out onto some of these heroes. They're holding the Morphling and the Pango together. Setsu can do nothing but watch as Morphling is killed. Now he needs to get the hell out of here. Will he be able to run away? Butterfly Effect, big in 2 seconds with the Ink Swirl as well. He's reaching forward, looking for somebody, but they will not be able to get anybody. The Yule Scepter from Why You Smile holds them outside of the base. And that fight ends up being a 4-for-3 affair. Both sides bought back with the supports. And of course, Kev also had to buy back with Old 11 to win that fight.
Yeah, but you don't have anything else left in the tank, and the Morphling might need to buy back as well. Even if you would get a lasso, which you do not have, without the Morphling, you're not getting a kill. This is,
now
this is
what's
still
the
okay
plan?
for Kev. For LGD delay, try to not allow them to force out your Morphling buyback. Okay, so Kev will go back. So overall for Kev, it's play slow-paced Dota in a sense of warding around the Roche and preparing a fight there. For LGD, it's smoking out on the map so that you have a position from which you would be able to get into the Roche area somehow. So it is gonna be a dire side Roche, probably, but if it's a super long respawn, it will be on the Radiant side.
Difficult time to beat right now. 36 minutes. Well, 4 minutes past the deadline of LGD winning. Still in the game, but odds of winning at least only 4%, according to Gaben. On the bright side for them, Roshan is not up just yet. I guess Kev is going to wait until the Roche is available. We'll take that before they come for the game-ending push.
Yeah, you're gonna take it slow. We'll see in 35 seconds just when the Roche will be spawning. And any predictions? How good are you at predicting when the Roche will spawn?
But let's see. This game, given how things have been going, given that whenever one team has a drastic advantage, the Roche spawn is eternal. So I'm going to say minutes. What do you think?
Okay, I'm gonna say 120.
Let's see.
Are scanning.
I'm going to say exactly 2 minutes. Let's see what happens.
Okay, let's see. They are preparing for a fight here, so we'll be going for it, but really good positioning from LGD in general. So you don't really want to go onto that ward. That would be problematic for it. That is how you throw this game. But this is how you win it. You go for the Centaur. You start doing the damage. He's started the Static Storm, and on the other side, Butterfly actually just zoning everybody out with the BKB, as that will be Setsu gone.
Wow.
And sorry, Snare, I'm kind of stealing your job here and the spotlight.
It is what it is. I mean, in this situation, had to happen. 3 kills. All right. Is there any possibility of this game not being over right now? You don't have. You're playing 5v3 on the high ground. They still have that full time lapse. Ultimate from Grimstroke is coming back soon. I don't know how you hold this.
Yes, you put Southeast Asia or South America players on Kev and they start diving the fountain. But Chinese players, no. They are way too disciplined.
The discipline is being shown right now as the top lane of Rax taken away. Only one to go before they have full megas. KPs, but I don't know how you leverage it here in the middle of this fight. One more engagement it seems is left in this game. To triggering up the Rolling Thunder, but how on earth does he even get in? I guess he doesn't have. Looks like Kev are willing to respect the return of the Centaur and just leave him alone.
Yeah, they get themselves out. This is just safe. We didn't even discuss like when the Roche spawn was. I wasn't paying attention. So, because I was busy stealing your job.
Well, actually, then you would have had to be correct, because if I said 2 minutes, would have still been respawning around now. So I think you were probably much closer to being correct. Must have been a very fast one.
That doesn't count. Much closer is not fair, because you were saying it first, and then if I would just say lower than 2 minutes, I would win this instantly. So it has to be on the money. 120 or 110 would be acceptable. But I think this was less than a minute, to be honest.
Yeah, it was really, really fast. Well, let's hope that Kev will be up to us to delay this until the next Roche, and then we can make another sort of prediction.
Sure. Sure, we are gonna be seeing a next Roche 100%, and you can hope that your boys are gonna be able to turn this one around. Let's keep it alive. The LGD, they're fighting outside of the base. You have to do it. If you wait inside of the base, you're just gonna straight up lose. Here, you can maybe find a good angle.
Let's see how the jump-in is going to be. Getting information that the Roche spawn was 1 foot. What are you literally right in between the two of us, bro? I think I'm happy. That's a good outcome for both of us.
Exactly. No, it just shows the synergy that we if we are apart, it's not good enough, but if we are together, then everything's perfect.
Here we go. LGD, they're taking this maxim as well because they're trying to play together despite the strength of Kev. And Kev, Lifeline runs up the hill. He's got
PK Aegis, absolutely no threat of dying here. The Stampede will get popped out by New. They glimpse back PYW to a very far part of the fight. In the meantime, Shiro is trying to choose best right-click damage. He just doesn't have it. Now, this Weaver can just run with a fight run shot on the other half of the engagement. Weaver is onto the Morphling. Look at the right-click damage coming in from Flyfly. Shiro was doing his best to run, but now he's out of mana. He gets kicked back and killed or forced to buy back immediately. That being said, though, they did lose both of their supports in the process, so this push, I don't think they can conclude it. Jumping back in, looking for this Weaver. He took a decent amount of damage there. I feel like they had some lockdown. They could have taken.
Probably could have. He did decide not to use the time lapse though, and you know, you probably wouldn't have been able to get that damage if a center was running towards him. But they still have a lasso. It's a good time to go.
They're going on to all 11. The last two though might be removed because they lose that right up very on. New also ends up taking a tumble. He has no more place in this game.
Now it's
They
over.
kick away onto Pango. It almost kept them alive. There's so many blinks. There's so many ways to chase him. And the last Geminate hit from Flyfly kills them all. Oh, you had 25 talent, man. That third hit made all the difference. Because Shiro is all alone, because she has no BKB, and Shiro has no allies, the towel is thrown in. LGD, Call GG, and Kev. The upset of the day by sending LGD Gaming into the lower bracket, baby.
Ooh. Okay, we're not gonna do it live, but when we go on a break, I'm definitely gonna be, poking fun at you, your boys going down. You know how friends go. Yeah, that's not a good showing for LGD. Definitely not a good showing.
Yeah, not a good showing for LGD. They're going to be thrown down to the lower bracket, and they have to play now effectively. So, lower break, give LGD time to breathe, and then they have an elimination game if they want to stay in DreamLeague 23 qualifiers. So, don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back with some LGD game, some more Snare and Harry Freak, and some more Chinese Dota action.
It starts with this, a person that you miss. My mind draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in families and making ends meet, stuck in jobs we'll never leave. I never wanna be like that, so I wanna go back to my reality. Wanna go back creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, you're slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell
Welcome back, one and all, here to DreamLeague 23. The China qualifiers continue, and we're going to be having some amazing shoelace Dota coming right at you. Our first elimination series of the day. I'm not surprised that the goal of all life is death find themselves here. But Harry Freak, bro, how is LGD? How are they here in a lower bracket elimination game, fam?
I don't know, maybe you jinxed them, right? Like, I am not biased, and then, like, it felt for a second like it was a green screen with you putting their flag behind you. So maybe that's the case. You know, maybe you should move your spot, move your camera, move your flag there, and it might be better for them. But overall, I think that butterfly effect just surprised them with the Tusk way too much. They weren't expecting that to happen, and it shouldn't have happened that they get surprised twice. But in the second game, they thought they had the answer to it, and well, they did not.
Now that you mention that, actually, it is my fault because I have LGD here and I want to cost them. That's why they lost. They're doing it for me, just so I could talk about them twice in a day. Thank you, Zhao8. I appreciate it.
Do you think?
Oh, man.
Do you think that's a possibility? Zhao8 is like, guys, if we are on screen more, our flag is gonna be on screen more. It's good for the sponsors. You lose now.
I wouldn't be surprised. I remember at TI, B-Cop, his voice line at TI was the wash your face line, right? Like, maybe you should just go wash your face. And I remember that Zhao did make all the Chinese players on the team buy that voice line, so it wouldn't surprise me. Okay. And if they have confidence that they can come back from the lower bracket anyway, who cares if you lose the upper bracket matchup, right? If you know you'll be in the grand finals eventually down the line.
Yeah, that's the real thing. Sell your voice lines to the Chinese. There's so many of people in China, and a lot of them, I don't know if it's still, but it used to be that everybody there played Dota. I think it's still quite a lot of people do, though. They've transitioned a little bit to the mobile games. Yeah, that's the real move to make some solid bucks for sure.
Get the Chinese on your side and you will be A-okay. Looking into this matchup, though, one thing that does intrigue me about this matchup is over the last couple of years, especially last year when China was like massively in turmoil, a lot of transition in that side of the world. Now we're starting to see some of the newer up-and-coming players, you know, the tier 2 scene especially has been completely reshuffled. How much of an opportunity do you think it gives players like, for example, the goal of all life is death? 3 of their players haven't actually played in like a proper tournament before. Given the lay of the land is completely wide open, how much space do you think and how much potential do these young players have in these squads?
I think first when China implemented that law about underage, like people not being able to play for more than I don't know how many hours, that it looked pretty grim for all of the youngsters. First of all, I think it was revoked recently. I'm not sure, but I think it was. So now it's better. I mean, China pubs are not what they used to be. It seems there's just not too many people. So I think it's not easy for the new China lads to get through, especially I don't know how many lands they have or like local tournaments, but I would imagine not too much. So it's not currently, it's not easy. I think it was, which is weird, it was easier to be a pro Dota player in China 10 years ago than it is now.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that's always the case, right? Whenever you have a more competitive field of competition, you suddenly have better ways of getting forward, better inroads. Things just get better for the entire community as a whole. So I'm with you on that one. But hopefully, this new era of Chinese players, they can be the ones to drive things forward. They can be the ones that are the vanguards of the new era of Chinese Dota. In particular, I want to focus in this game on Han and Shola. They used to play on Supernova, the sister team, or the baby sister team, rather, of Team Aster. Couple of games here and there where they were actually even able to take series off of Aster. So if they can have that same degree of mentality, come through with that same kind of fire, they could get a victory here because, as we've seen today, LGD have demonstrated they are not infallible, they are not immortal, they can also bleed. So Zhao8's going to have to make sure that he keeps his head on his shoulders, doesn't get surprised, and make sure that the draft does stuff throughout the entire series, I think.
And, you know, that's weird. I actually haven't focused that much on what LGD did wrong. I was focusing on what their opponents were doing right there with Kev, because I was really surprised and excited that they were doing well. So I actually need to think about what LGD need to do better in this series, because haven't really been focusing much on their gameplay. But first of all, it has to be the lanes. Their CSing in the lanes was worse than that of Kev, and I don't think that can be allowed.
Absolutely not.
10
Well, we're
seconds
gonna see
remaining.
what they've got cooking, how Xiaowei has utilized the break in between these series, as we are now looking towards our first elimination game. Loser goes home, winner stays in the DreamLeague 23 qualifiers. For me, one of the places where it started going south, especially in game 2, as much as I was ranting and raving about it at the time, the new Timbersaw can't happen again. They need a hero for him that continually and constantly can do stuff on the map, whether it be his Primal, whether it be his Mars. I mean, the Centaur did emerge eventually, but I don't think we got to see the degree of impact it could have had if it was the centerpiece of the LGD draft.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, probably. I think that might be the right analysis of what happened, though I
5
can't help but
seconds
feel that it is a bad showing that you cannot play without a stunner offlaner, because I have seen lower tier teams like tier 1.5 and tier 2 teams have
10
troubles
seconds
with making a Timbersaw work, Lesh work, you know, playing without the Marses, Centaurs, and the Primal Beasts. But tier 1 teams have been able to make those lineups work properly and actually move around the map in a good way to be successful with them. So not being able to do it on LGD, I think, shows that on the international scene they might not have much of a shot.
Mm.
10
Me personally, whenever I see LGD
seconds.
play,
Radiant team
basically the difference for me with LGD from TI and now, it's a bit trite to mention the mid lane, but I think it's very apparent how much Nothing to Say was doing for the squad now that he's been replaced in the mid lane a couple of times now. But LGD, they do have news best hero. The Mars is already in tow, and the goal of our life is death. They start off the draft with the Shola Techies. Now, this is a hero that's also kind of completely disappeared from the meta. It went from being first pick, first ban every game to once in a while you'll see a Techies emerge.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, very rarely. Some teams who play him
5 seconds
on both
remaining.
position 4 and 5 usually go for him, but other than that, I've seen teams in other regions just completely shy away from it.
LGD
People have
Gaming's turn
started
to
shying away
ban.
from these bursty position 4s, which I'm not sure why, right? The Marses, the Centaurs, they're still being played, and I would have liked to see more of the Hoodwinks, Dark Willows, Techies, even a Skywrath Mage would be quite nice.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, the only 4 position heroes that still do damage are like Lion and Hoodwink, but besides those, everybody else has been ignored. They can still emerge in this draft here from the side of the Radiant, as LGD went for the Chen. It was left in the pool. We were talking about it earlier that we might not get to see it. Turns out I was wrong. We're going to be seeing a lot of Chen today.
Yep, quite a lot, and we see a lone druid. Okay, that's an interesting thing, considering that I'm not too familiar with the goal of all life is death, and I need to go back
5
to watch some of their
seconds
open qualifier games to see how they did and if they did play the lone druid. Gonna be quite fun to see.
Always
No,
nice to
actually,
have
they
a new micro
haven't.
player. Okay. I mean, the only person in China that was for a long time reliably playing Lone Druid or any of these kind of heroes was Old 11. I mean, JT can play these heroes, but only really plays Meepo these days. So I'm very intrigued to see how they're going to utilize this Lone Druid. I mean, it gives them push potential, very versatile laner. It could be mid, safe lane, off lane. I guess it just keeps the draft fairly open for them.
I haven't seen a mid lane lone druid in forever. Like, people usually go for him in the off lane, and then they have a hero that kind of rotates. I feel like Techies would be a good partner with the lone druid, because level 1-2, the lone druid sucks, and the Techies rocks. So it kind of cancels each other out, and then once you're level 3 on the lone druid, that's when you really start packing a punch. The same is true for the Undying, though, right? So you could lane with him as well. I think this is just completely hiding this from LGD unless they know for a fact who the lone druid player is.
10 seconds
Yet another hero that we don't
remaining.
see that often. We spoke about him in the previous series. Yet an Undying here.
5
Eventually, we're going to
seconds
get some
remaining.
saves online. LGD already going to, with the draft they have right now, we don't see any of the other heroes, but between Mars Chair, not the easiest to reliably reach the Lone Druid. And eventually when you have the shard, Undyne can just save him. So I like that. But I really like this Tusk. Give them that dynamism, play quickly on the map. And looking at these heroes right now, yet again, something we saw from Kev. Not that many long cooldowns. And the cooldowns, when they are active, you want to be using them no matter where you are on the map.
This is a really good gyro pick, for sure. And it's a solid Tusk pick as well. You talked about getting on top of the Lone Druid. Now you can definitely do it. Chen and the gyro, they are a pretty powerful lane. Gyro with anything is a pretty powerful lane. And Mars and the Tusk, they're not your classic double melee. Once you pop the tag team, this Undying, even once he gets the double decay off, he gets smashed in the face. So I think this is really good. Plus, Gyro, very good at dealing with the Tombstone because he deals damage to the other heroes while dealing with it as well. Pretty much LGD have responded really well to what their opponents have at the moment.
Primal Beast, okay. So it looks like it might actually be a Lone Druid going safe lane. Yeah, they're banning mid heroes right now, so I think this is a safe lane Lone Druid. Primal Beast off. This is very intriguing that they bring the Primal Beast here because Primal Beast, not always the easiest lane matchup into the Gyrocopter if you're going for the Barrage build. But I guess he's playing carry, so he might not want to double down fully on the Barrage build. I don't know, but either way, this lane is not as easy as it could be in other circumstances where we've seen the Primal.
Well, we'll see what he does. Overall, you have a techies on your lane, so in general, the gyro could be a target. That's the idea. Try to keep the lane even in terms of levels at least. Then level 3, level 4, you just jump the gyro and you kill him. Chen probably won't be able to assist him properly. But yeah, I'm okay with the primal. Who knows? Might be a mid lane primal. You never know.
That's true. Could be mid off lane for the primal. 1, 2, 3 for the Lone Druid. Unlikely to be the 2, but there's still a lot of versatility in this draft. And that's why LGD is forced to ban like heroes that can also occupy multiple roles. No Meepo, no Abaddon. I think the Abaddon ban is a pretty good one with how much save already they have on the Radiant lineup.
5 seconds.
So now the question is, what do you want to see now from All Goal is Death? What's missing in their draft? To me, it feels like they still need some tempo control, perhaps?
Something that's gonna allow you to finish people off on the core position. Primal Beast, he starts things off, gets somebody low, can finish them off, and you cannot only rely on the techies. It's not reliable to do that for your for support. So yeah, tempo would be nice. Tempo would be nice, but I'm very surprised by these LGD bans then, because I guess Meepo is fine, but Abaddon wouldn't allow the enemies to go for kills whatsoever.
What is left mid?
Radiant team.
Is Storm pickable here?
Actually he is for I'd say for both teams, to be honest. It's possible to go for it.
I know Han does play the Storm Spirit. We will see. His puck is gone. I don't think this is the best game for an Invoker. Not enough lockdown elsewhere. So I think Storm does feel pretty decent. What else could he play if he doesn't play Storm? Pangolier is sometimes an option against these Mars drafts that we've seen today. So that could also still emerge for them.
That's a solid one. Then you're not afraid of the task rotations in the mid lane, but they go for a TA. Okay, now I don't know where they're putting what. That could be a mid lane TA, could be a mid lane Lone Druid, could be an off lane Lone Druid and a mid lane Primal Beast. It's just, you can lane this any way you want.
10 seconds remaining.
LGD just have to decide what they feel are the appropriate matchups for the mid lane. Well, just pick a hero that will do decently against all of them. Who is left that can accomplish that? Wind Ranger kind of sucks because dealing with refraction is awful. But throughout the game, it's not so bad. Like you mentioned, both teams can still pick Storm for LGD. Puck is gone. Lesh is gone.
You need some overtime damage though versus a TA. None of your heroes have that. I guess the Rocket Barrage is nice, but there's gonna be a lot of units surrounding the TA in general. Would you go for a Viper pick and then just put it wherever the TA goes and Mars the other way around? That'd be pretty fine.
I love Viper, so I'm with you. Viper. Oh my god, actually, bro. How about Huskar?
Are you?
Or
Do you
about a
love all
Husker,
of
bro.
those heroes? Like, are you a fan of all of those heroes, the dirty ones?
I'm a fan of most of them. I'm a dirty spammer. Like, yeah, with your Vipers, Bristlebacks, put that stuff in my veins, bro. I love playing those heroes. Very enjoyable.
Okay, let's see.
That's sigh.
Uh,
Just like, okay.
yeah, you know what? I like. Okay, DP. So you needed some push. I guess that's fine. Not a lot of burst damage on the other side. I like this, and the most of the burst that's coming, it's coming from the physical damage. Some of it from the techies, but you can get a Shiva some point in this game on you. Oh, actually, so they are gonna be putting the Mars in the mid lane. Okay.
Setsu Mars, all right. Mars mid, the Death Prophet in the off lane. Okay. I guess if you're playing DP in the off lane in tandem with PYW Tusk, like Death Prophet should never really die on that side of the map. You just farm for free. They don't want to dive you with Lone Druid Undying. As long as you have a solitary point in Spirit Siphon, you just never die there. Alright, I'm fine with this. And I suppose if you do this, that means that Setsu does get a faster Blink Dagger and can make more moves across the map. Which
This is
drop
the
do you
thing, you
prefer
know,
at the end, though?
I'd rather play the Radiant draft, not gonna lie. It's easier to understand the timings of their side. On LGD, it's pretty much we see a tower, we go, and then the Mars uses his arena on anybody, right? But it's still, you don't know which is your main target, you don't know who the main farmer is. Okay, I mean Gyro, but still, you constantly have to move forward with this LGD draft. Whereas on the side of the goal of all life is death, you have multiple options on how to approach the game. Are we going to be farming with the TA more? Are we going to be pushing more with the Lone Druid? Do we Roche? Do we fight? There's more options. So in my mind, LGD probably have the advantage in a sense that it's pretty straightforward what you need to do, and when you are the favorite, that makes it super hard for the enemy team, but also it does make it easier for them to read what you need to do, and they have options. So as I said, I'd rather play the Radiant draft. I feel like if these were two tier 1 teams, I think the Radiant one I'd prefer, but here it's gonna be a rough one for them.
The only thing that I would definitely say for LGD, I'm favoring them for. I feel like their support duo is easier to make things happen with them, but nonetheless, it's not like Techie's a slouch in that department. It's not like Undying cannot be extremely useful in fights. And the first thing they come across is a Lone Druid Bear. Extremely pointless to even bother doing damage on top of it. So, no kills. It's going to be having a standard start to the game here.
I mean, you can stop that TP of the bear. I was thinking they might go for it, right? Because it's a lot of golden experience, but they decide not to skill any unnecessary spells like the Mars Spear or the Tusk Snowball. I guess that's a fine decision. Laning stage is just so important. You'd rather start it on equal footing with all of your main spells up.
The battle begins.
As a support player, be honest, right? Have you ever been yelled at because you showed up in lane with tag team leveled?
I don't think with the Tusk, actually, people don't. And I would rarely come to a lane with the tag team.
No, that's what I mean. I'm saying, like,
I
has it
know
ever
there
happened
was a
to you that, like,
situation.
you leveled it and
This
then
was
you
the
got a first blood
situation.
and they yell at you? What happened?
So
Bro?
they don't yell, but they ping you. So this is what happened. I got caught by a Phoenix. I was playing a 4 Phoenix. I got caught by a Phoenix. I skilled up Icarus dive. I went away. Our offlaner, who I think it was mind control in that game, lost the lane quite heavily because of that. My fault. I know. Better die. And then people were like, how did you lose? That doesn't matter. Slardar versus a lifestealer. I don't remember what it was. And he was just pinging my spell. so that's the one that I remember.
I've pinged many spells in my time, so I can completely understand how that happened. But looking at these lanes, we've had some blockbuster experiences today. Lots of action-packed lanes. Are we going to be having any of these side lanes giving us that same degree of excitement from earlier?
First of all, the techies just got the courier because Shiro's courier decided to go for some weird pathing around the trees closer to the enemies, so that's quite nice. Looking at the lanes and where kills might be happening, I feel like top lane is more likely. Bottom is people are gonna die if they overextend in their pokes. On the top lane, people can die just by the other two going for them. So I'd say this is where the real action will be happening.
Definitely going to be keeping eyes out here. I really want to see what Shiro goes for at level 3 on his gyrocopter. In mid. Setsu versus Han. This is one of those situations where you both just literally just trade farm. You just need 1 point into Bulwark as the Setsu Mars to be completely fine in this lane. And Han, unless he gets some help, both won't be able to kill you, nor will you be able to kill him without help. So mid lane, boring as hell. Have fun, y'all. This is the last time we're going to look at this.
Yeah, we're not gonna do it. Fast forward, our observer is like, yeah, you don't get to choose, I do. And then he's like, I really wanted to find out how this matchup goes and how to play it. And there it is. I gave him the idea. My fault. Sorry, Snare, it's not gonna happen again.
If you want to learn how to play mid Mars, you go and find Team Zero replays and look at 7E playing Mars mid. That guy's amazing. At that particular hero, at least.
What the? Again, LGD are losing in terms of CS. And it's not by much, but they are losing. The Mars mid is the one that kind of catches my eye the most because that hero should pretty much get the CS on every single creep. Like, literally every single creep. They're not focused today, Snare. That's just it. Your boys are not focused.
Yeah. Well, it might be one of those situations where they just need just a little bit of time, get more comfortable. Maybe Jawait needs to just remind them to wash their faces, but you know, sometimes we had this discussion yesterday. Sometimes when Dota is too easy, or when you consider yourself in a much more advantageous position, you don't play at the optimum of your powers. You end up getting punished for it. It happens.
Yeah, for sure. And these are all professional teams here. None of them is a slouch. You come in with multiple bad decisions, you will lose the game. Like, it's not like, oh, we're LGD, we're unbeatable. It was already shown that that was just not the case.
I mean, hell, every single person that's on LGD right now, one point or another, not necessarily regarded as a superstar. They had to make the climb up. They understand the danger that can be presented by others down the bottom. They almost got the kill onto the Undying. Instead, he manages to skirt away at the very last minute and stay alive. But also, we spoke about this in the draft, how impossible it is going to be to kill New. As long as you have 1 point Spirit Siphon, you are fine, mate. And unfortunately, Lone Druid found that out the hard way down bottom.
Oh boy, what a manly fight. In the end, everybody's just punching each other, everybody getting low at times, and in the end, nobody dying. You know, a real gentleman's duel, right? You don't finish your opponent off, but you send them back. Okay, that's a panda. You can't kill that. These are Chinese teams. You're gonna get arrested. So, GG, well played.
True. That's actually the next level strat. Nice. I see.
Easy. Have you watched the new Kung Fu Panda?
I haven't, but the people who told me that they've seen it said it's not nearly as good as the other ones. The other ones were amazing, so I haven't seen it yet. What about you?
Nah, haven't done it. I heard that the humor is cool, right? But that's not what the Kung Fu Panda is all about. It's about friendship and everything else. But Dota is about friendship as well. That's why we are so friendly to each other in pubs. We still haven't seen a kill Snare. That is pretty to be problematic. I guess once the Primal Beast gets the onslaught, that's when they're gonna attempt something.
Dota is about friendship. We might get the first blood down bottom as they lead in onto the Undying, and you able to draw the first blood here. This bear is really low on the HP as well, but they've already found themselves using all their available spells. No snowball on PYW. They can't stop the bear being dragged back. But that does also demand a resummon from the Lone Druid. So if they make an aggressive move like that again and bring it low, then they're in a very good place. But top lane, Shola and the Primal Beast, they get the kill on Shiro. While you Smile was away stacking for a second, And his gyrocopter got punished.
There it is. The second that the onslaught is there, when you have all 3 of your spells plus 2 points in the trample, that's where the primal beast is at its scariest. Okay, that was very optimistic that the bruiser was gonna be able to get the stun in.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta try. Just to let them know that you can click the buttons, even if the button clicking doesn't succeed at the moment. Still though,
Nor will
the
it
trend
ever.
that you mentioned earlier, nor will it ever. That doesn't mean you mustn't try.
Exactly.
You know, you made mention earlier about how the trend today has been LGD losing their lanes, especially in the CS battle.
Dire's bottom tower
This one, like in previous games, sometimes I could somewhat understand it, but in this game, especially for the Death Prophet, LGD are not getting nearly enough. Mars is gonna have to work so hard to help New recover his game here.
Well, we're gonna say you were versus an Undying, right? I guess level 1 Lone Druid doesn't really CS too well, but the second that you get the level 2 Bear, it changes in your favor. And then you have level 1 and 2 Undying, really, until he loses his mana. The Death Prophet is kind of afraid, so I would have expected her to do slightly better, but it's not too bad. I'm not mad at New. It's fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We'll see who's going to be the first off the mark to make a move across the map. As so far, everybody very Shiro still being by and large left to his own devices while you smile farms up the jungle. Tetsu, yes, free farming mid. Now I think they can probably start thinking about leaving New alone. Right now, he has phase boots. He just got the pickup of a Wraith Band and a full wand. So I think for now, New can probably be A-OK down bottom. Create some space for that PYW can move around, get some better vision, maybe make a movement to the top side of the map. But instead, the move is coming bottom instead. Look at this. Here comes Setsu. They definitely don't want the Undying. They want the bigger kill. Lone Druid is nearby, but not nearby enough. Tombstone on the high ground. Undying will die, yes, but gave enough vision so that the Lone Druid can back off just in time to stay alive.
That's important. I think that rotation from the Mars should have come maybe minute later once you do have the Death Prophet ulti. Like there's no siege creep, there's no Death Prophet ulti. That rotation probably not gonna result in a tower, but I guess you got a kill on the Undying. Every single time the Undying is dead, it is gonna be making the Lone Druid question if he can come out into the lane. So it's not a bad rotation, especially because it took only maybe one wave at max.
Not much lost bottom. Down bottom, really go to get vision on Lone Druid. At the same time, Goal Over Life is Death. Cat name is too long. What could we call them? Goalies, yes, the goalies. Because Goal Over Life is Death will acronym to Goal Over Life.
Mars is
Goalies are
coming.
fighting under the tower. Here comes the Mars. PYW is falling low, but with the arena, they should at least be able to kill off this Lone Druid. And he will die, but will there be any revenge possible right now for the goalies? Doesn't seem like it. Shola being ran down by these Death Prophet little ghosts. The Exorcism Spirits get the double kill for New. Nobody else can come bottom to defend this. So not only do they lose these heroes, they'll lose the tier 1 tower, but they also dragged a Primal Beast down here. So that's going to be a few waves of complete free farm for Shiro in the top lane.
Mars TP'd out, but you can't go into these creeps. They will put down the boost and the tower is gone.
Tower is gone, but they're going to try at least get the kill onto Why You Smile. The trample is down. Is there enough damage?
Help?
Yes, there is. The snowball comes in, but it's a little bit too late. UIW unable to save him, but at the very least able to secure the revenge. Tombstone should end up dying as well. Oh, look at that. The Chen from beyond the grave throwing in the whole boulder with the shards. I don't think his team knew he was going to do that. I think if they knew he was making that play, they definitely would have tried to jump the Undying, but they don't. And they'll still walk away with the tower and a couple of kills bottom.
Undying is in trouble. He is in a lot of trouble, especially with the Mars rotating as well. They really hate this guy.
Setsu would love to at least be in experience range. That's going to be denied from him, unfortunately. As New just collects the easy kill. Unfortunately for the side of goalies, they won't be able to take the tier 1 tower middle before Setsu returns. So they don't even get much on the map for the lack of presence of the Mars here.
Yeah, poor goalies. Do you think they're goalies because they're really good at their job, or because they couldn't play football as well as the other kids and then they put them on it?
Both. You know, like when I was in high school, the football team I played on, our goalkeeper was actually one of our best players on the pitch. But it just so happened that he was the most athletic person. So we were like, okay, like we need your athleticism all around the pitch. But whenever you're not in goal, we concede like 4 or 5 a match. So okay, bro. Even though you're the best, go stand there. It'll be okay.
Okay, makes sense. That's fine. Then that's an honorable goalie. Hopefully these guys are that way as well. But a 2k goal lead for LGD. This is the start that they were looking for. Managed to get the bottom tier 1 without losing their mid tier 1, which is something that happens when versus a TA you leave the lane too much. But I think Setsu had the presence of mind every single time to return to the lane super quickly. All 3 times that he rotated towards the bottom lane, he was able to return in a decent time. But it did leave Han to have a great start. So he's gonna get his blink and then he's gonna get his shard, and that's gonna be the timing where the goalies are well, they're gonna be able to maybe take this game back, because currently it's not looking the greatest for them.
Things are about to get more difficult because they just picked up a blink dagger on Mars. It's flying out to him right now. They're gonna clear out this wave middle and go on a small adventure. Do they have a smoke nearby? They do not, so this is not the easiest big move to make. This will complete the full Vlads or the Chen as well. One thing that you mentioned about how good Setsu has been at coming back middle, he's done so without even having to TP. Just being able to make the quick movement himself when the wave is on. Feels the blink dagger, spearing back the Undying. They put him in range of PYW and they do find the kill. Primal Beast, you know, one thing that Primal Beast players need to remember, spells like God's Rebuke, they do interrupt the full onslaught, so they can't get the channel out, ends up getting killed off. Now with his death, Tier 1 tower shall fall very quickly thereafter.
Not only that, but when he started going for the onslaught, you know, when he starts roaring rah rah, right? He got silenced up, so he couldn't cancel it, and he had to go for the full duration of it. Usually the Primal Beast players, they can kind of understand what kind of distance they need to get onto the hero that they're going for, but he went for the full-on one, didn't go in at the timing that he wanted, then he goes into the arena, and well, it's an easy kill. LGD, just like that, they got the mid lane tower, the top lane tower, and the whole map is now theirs.
You know, literally less than 90 seconds ago, they were winning, but it was still a relatively even game. But now it's a 5k gold lead for LGD. They've gotten tier 1 towers all across the map. They own everything, like you say. But for me, the more concerning thing, I'm looking at the item progression on the side of the goalies. I'm not seeing items immediately that's going to help them make this big difference. Is going BKB first. Well, going Blade Mail into BKB. They're not going to have the blink for a while. TA, yes, she will have blink very shortly, but TA uses this as a fighting / farming item, not necessarily for initiation. I am concerned about, even when they get some of their next upcoming items, how do they convert those items into teamfight victories for the goalies?
It has to be a constant run towards the LGD heroes, right? Somewhere around your traps, you wait for LGD to come, you see them, bam, you jump with the TA, you delete one hero, onslaught in, get the other one. That's how it needs to be. You have the Diffusal Blade on the lone druid, you can also chase people down. It has to be pulling LGD into an unfavorable position and then slowly getting on top of it. The problem is that LGD, they understand just how far ahead they are, and now if you play this game conservatively, you should be able to win it, and there's no reason to risk it at this point, especially because it's the lower bracket. That's why I feel like the Radiant side is gonna have a tough time coming back into it.
Still trying though, trying to farm as much as possible. Lone Druid starting to build into getting the Blade Mail. The Diffusal's already out for the Bear. And TA just now picked up the Blink Dagger, so the progression into the Deso begins. She might die in the top lane. Setsu's right behind her. The Blink Dagger on toe. Already threw in the homing missile. Fortunately for these young Han TA, Undying, willing to tank the gank. Very instrumental. Like, he was literally about to blink on Setsu onto the TA, so very good time to try and interrupt that. Middle, they find Shola trying to TP out, the spear interrupts it, and that should be a very easy kill for LGD.
PYW comes to secure that kill. Very nicely done. His contribution was immense, and of course they're going to be quite happy about it. But overall, this is just what this LGD lineup does: kill into tower, kill into tower. Every single time you have the exorcism, you want to use it off cooldown.
Primal?
Gonna be
Primal?
doing it. That's
He ran into
He
a
has a blade mail.
gyrocopter with full rocket barrage. With the blade mail though, does bring him low enough that TA can finish him off. The question is, can the rest of the lineup escape here as they take down the Undying on Blink Daggers on cooldown for another 8 seconds. They have reveal here. Yes, they do, but it doesn't catch
just off the
on.
mark.
PYW missed. Oh no, that would have been a dead Templar assassin, but instead he gets to live here. Very rare mistake with the reveal coming in from PYW.
Yeah, and now that's the opportunity for the chase. There's the diffusal blade coming in handy. The shard's not really gonna protect you too well.
See how much they can chase here. They don't have a disruptor to drag them back. Did find a very good stun from Shola, but the entire lineup, in particular Primal Beast, wasn't here. So without him being around, can't onslaught forward, can't get the pulverize, can't find the kill. But they do manage to defend themselves, keep some heroes alive, and force LGD to decide if they want to be the ones to defend a tier 1 top.
Not an easy defense, but they're
Looks
still
like
gonna
they
go
are.
for it.
Wow! They jump onto the lone druid and they just blow him up. PYW, bro. What a god, what a player. This Blink Dagger enabling them to get the kill. Yeah, you lose the tier 1 tower. But if I lose the tier 1 tower at 16/17 minutes to a lone druid and kill him, I'm happy, bro.
That could have been problematic though. The spear connected on a tower that died half a second later. If it died before, the spear does not connect. Lone Druid gets his ulti off, and then who knows what happens, right? These are the kind of things that the Radiant side needs to hope will go their way. Shiro, yeah, he's not using the rocket barrage. Nicely done. Just wait it out.
That's what happened last time. Now there's going to be the triple cooldown. He might still die here. Survives on 30 HP. The arena from Setsu catching in Undying in the TA. Undying probably going to be the first one to take a tumble here. And next up, we do see Han at least able to bring down PYW. But it's an open question
Big
whether or not he
onslaught.
survives this fight. Being chased down by New, but the space being created by the onslaught and by the Shola blast off. It's going to enable the TA to... She's coming back in the fight with a Mel Strike onto DP. Fine. But we do end up losing the life of the Undying. Onslaught back in, they're looking for New. But now the respawns are on. Heroes are returning to the fray. They kill off the Primal Beast. Here comes this Lone Druid, at least trying to chomp down onto New. With the help of Han and the Mel Strike, they should be able to find him. But now Han is in so much danger.
That's
He
not
got
worth
too
it.
greedy here, Harry Freak. He got way too greedy. He wasn't watching the last game. He didn't hear us say, greed is good. 9-9-9-9. No, 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 no. Don't get greedy. Otherwise, you lose the fight. And now they're on track to lose the game after that play.
And the gyro, considering how long that fight was, he walked to his base, or flown wide to his base, whatever, and then he TP'd back to just end it, right? He got so close to dying, as you mentioned, 30 HP, and I really like that Radiant side is able to go for these kind of chases. This is what their lineup is good at. Unfortunately, a 9k gold lead is making it so that the TA cannot finish people off. Chen bringing auras with the Vlads, with the mech, and it's just impossible to bring some of these heroes down.
The sad thing about this as well is that once these BKBs come online, suddenly this is a much more difficult affair to reliably keep going. LGD recovering from a difficult start to the game to make this mid-game look very promising for themselves. And we go back again to the nature of their draft on the side of the goalies. When you're in this deficit position, how do you even make plays to drag yourself back into it, man? This is so hard to do. We're still very far away from having the full Blink BKB on Primal. You can at least decide on the Blink in 400 gold. So we're close enough to having some degree of initiation.
They want to fight this, and they should fight this. You cannot allow all of the other towers to fall.
Gonna go on the Death Prophet first. New's gonna take a lot of damage from the Pulverize and the right clicks from Han. New almost dead here, but the Death Prophet is still alive. Arena thrown in
Surviving.
right now by Setsu, able to help bring down the Lone Druid, and they burst through the Primal Beast as well with the help of Shiro. The triple kill for the Gyro. Death Prophet doesn't even die, and they get the tier 2 tower in the process. LGD definitely about to win game 1 as Undying also getting himself caught out, brought down. Han, he was hiding for as long as he could, but now they found him. They know where he's at. Setsu looking for the angle for the spear. Didn't find it initially, but with this homing missile catching onto Ha, now they can get him perfectly into the cliff, finish him off, secure the team wipe, and put themselves in pole position in game 1.
This is just looking amazing for LGD. It's only 20 minutes in, and they're getting team wipes. And the thing is, you kind of have to go for those engagements. If you allow every single tower to fall, you're a TA lineup that's never going to be able to get Roche. That's never going to be able to get a control of an area with your traps around the map. And you have to go for it. Sure, you might lose faster because of it, but it is just the right move at the moment. Unfortunately, the early game didn't set you up for success.
Primal does finish off his blink, but Setsu wants to kill him. Doesn't have any assistance close enough though, so we'll just zone him back while the rest of the crew starts to control the area around the Roshan pit. Shiro almost has his BKB, but definitely strong enough to go into the pit right now without fearing too much. Look at this. They're going to try and smoke up to stop this from the goalies. But check this out. Look at my boy Setsu. The mid laner, baby, planting an observer ward, giving them perfect vision so they know that this fight is coming and can prepare accordingly.
Yeah, they know. And the Roche is gonna fall in time. Plus, you're gonna have the Hand of God in 20 seconds. I don't know if they can kill anybody when that is available.
I don't feel like they can kill anybody right now because they're already backing off. The observer ward, at the very least, does scout out all of these heroes from LGD. The goalies, they're still
LGD
sticking
knows.
around. They're thinking about it. They jump in. Primal Beast gets the pulverize out, but he doesn't have a BKB, so he can't keep it going. Look at Setsu! The
It's
huge, massive arena catches almost everybody. Only Han manages to escape. And as they all get eviscerated within less than 5 seconds, they know where this game is going. And the goalies suffer the well, throw in the towel. GG, well played is called. LGD, show us why I have their banner behind me. This is the team that I've dedicated my fandom to.
They pretty much decimated their opponents in, as we see, 22 minutes and 23 seconds. If we look at that timer in reverse, we're... no, 22. I saw 3 at the end. Doesn't matter. Either way, very, very solid performance from LGD. They did exactly what their draft was supposed to do. Didn't even get to a point where the gyro hits like critical mass with the dataless satanic BKB and stuff, because they just got everything down. And I like the approach from their opponents. Usually teams would be, oh, we are gonna turtle, we are gonna play this for the long run, play the late game. No, you're not gonna win the game like that versus LGD, who are a disciplined team. You need to try to make something happen. In the end, it just made sure that the game ends quicker, but it was still, in each and every one of those fights, the right thing to do.
LGD just definitely showing that they are the ascendant team, came back with a much better strategy. And I like how they realized their timings, playing quickly around the map and being able to make sure that the circumstances and the conditions necessary for the goalies to come back would never really be realized. Before we go into a break though, Harry, do you disagree with me by saying Setsu should be our MVP? I feel like definitely this was his best game of the day.
No, I think that's fair. I think the main reason is not so much the team fights at the end of it. I think those were set up for him with his enemies running in like madmen forward. But his rotations from and back to the mid lane were just beautiful in this game. Him understanding 100% what his role is.
Setsu knew the assignment, understood what Zhao Wei commanded of him, and as a result, that gives LGD the Game 1 victory. Of course, we have seen LGD lose a series after winning the first game, so they can't necessarily rest on their laurels just yet. For all of you at home, make sure you go get a drink of water and join us in a couple of minutes for some more Dota action here in the China qualifiers for DreamLeague 23.
I'm a creature with no skeleton inside your hands. Got no home address, I come and go as you command. And it's fine with me, and it's fine. I'm a bandit that you use to keep from bleeding out. I'm the lover you don't love, but love to keep around. And it's fine with me, promise that it's fine. Maybe I'm a fool. It's not like I'm expecting something new. You need examination. I'll be your medication. Whatever, whenever, I'll never tell you no. I'm a picture on your shelf that some days makes you smile. Then I gather dust and watch you go about your life. And it's fine with me. I swear it's fine. I'd be offended if I still had any dignity. Instead of savoring the drink, it's slowly killing me. Say it's fine with me. Tell me that it's fine.
Welcome back, one and all. We are here. It is Dream League 23. We are in game 2, and it is an elimination game between the sides of LGD Gaming and the goalies. So far, the goalies are, looking like they're about to find themselves having to go play football on the pitch instead of Dota at home, because, Harry, it is not looking good for them as things stand right now.
Yeah, they lost versus Azure in like 32 and 22 minutes. Now they lost versus LGD in 22 minutes. They seem to be slightly outclassed here, though. I'm still, it's weird to me how you show 3 fingers like this. I always do it like this.
That's
weird.
That's strange, yeah.
No, yours is the way. It doesn't matter. If we argue, we're never gonna come to a conclusion. It really doesn't make any sense. But overall, yeah, LGD in this series, they do seem like they're the favorites, though they did look that way in game 1 earlier in the day, and then they lost the series. So I would still be a little bit skeptical about what's gonna happen in this series. But overall, from the performance of the teams, especially instantly coming out of the lanes, the goal of all life is death. Is that, yeah, that's the right way their name is. They weren't really moving at all. They kind of played the laning phase while LGD were setting things up on the map, and that to me is saying that LGD have much better communication, much better understanding, and much better most of the stuff in the mid game that is gonna land you a victory.
Definitely makes sense, especially given how we saw LGD moving throughout the game. Hopefully for them, they can concoct a good enough draft to be able to keep those moves going. But we also want from the goalies a draft that allows them to counter some of these LGD movements. And now we're going to witness what they have cooking for us in the second and potentially final game for the goalies here in the Dream League 23 qualifiers. They do the right thing though. No Mars. They're like, all right, man, cool, we see you. No Tusk either. We didn't talk that much about the Tusk, right? Given what we saw in the previous game, given what we saw in the previous series, should the stock of the Tusk be higher than it has been demonstrated so far in other metas?
I don't think so. I'm not sure. Wait, what did change for the Tusk in the D patch? Let's since for all the people who think, okay, these guys are not doing their job, we are, trust me. It's just that like 3 hours before we started casting today in the morning, the patch came out, and guess what, we were sleeping at that point, so we do apologize, but I don't think so. I feel like it was just a thing with butterfly effect, and I don't know if other mid laners here in China even would want to go for it. Nothing changed for the Tusk. He's the same.
Okay. LGD will start off the draft by grabbing themselves a Tiny. We've seen how impactful this Tiny can be. In the previous series against Team Zero, Game 1, PYW was playing Tiny, New was playing Primal Beast, and they absolutely demolished their side of the map. So we'll see if they can accomplish the same thing here. The goalies, do we just go Batrider? Go on, dying. Okay, so they are showing some affinity for having the 5-man, even if they didn't get to the point where they could get the shard for the salvation in game 1.
You see the Tiny, you're probably expecting 2 melee heroes in the enemy offlane, so I can get behind the Undying pick because of that. Still, Tiny is the king of making chaos in lane, making shenanigans happen in the lane. So that's the one thing that the Undying is not the biggest fan of. But either way, your carry is gonna free farm it. This is a Tiny 4.
Get themselves the Grimstroke. Very atypical for teams to go for opening supports, but the goalies have done so. Does mean that LGD have a bit more freedom in how they concoct their lanes here. We definitely won't have like a Pango or something, but a lot more options. Like a Lesh. Lesh plus heal, right? Lesh Chen? Lesh Disruptor. Oh, because Chen is banned. Okay, I see.
Yeah, fine. I guess with these 3, you have quite a lot of catch. What I don't like is that they don't have burst damage. Killing that first hero is gonna be problematic. I guess that's where your offlaner will come in. Doubtful it's gonna be the carry, unless with this kind of lineup, either you put everything into winning the lanes, or you get somebody who can actually get a kill, and then Lesh with the Diabolic Edict capitalizes on it by taking down towers. But overall, a solid setup for LGD.
Would like to see them maybe if they can get the Primal again, that would be amazing. into the 3 position. But like I'm still with you. I'm with you that damage would be nice elsewhere in the game. As the goalies be putting this Brewmaster in the off lane. Tons of team fight between the Undying and Brewmaster already. And it's also always nice to have a hero that can just occupy the Leshrac, right? Keep him out of the minimally possible while you take care of the other targets all around you.
Yeah, I like it. The Brewmaster is fine. Is great in this one. It's a classic Chinese hero. That's something that in the China region was always popular. The Death Prophet and the Brewmaster. It's just insane how, maybe not now, but in the past, how better this region was at utilizing these heroes. They're gonna go for the Luna, which is one of the, if not the strongest carry currently. Her and the Lifestealer, but she kind of nowadays with the Shard and Kanda outscales the Lifestealer even in the later portions of the game.
In my opinion, I think she's the best carry. She sort of reminds me of Medusa maybe like a year and a half ago, where you could play 2 styles. You could play and try and itemize for the ultra late game with this hero, but you could also have this phenomenal mid game timing, 2-3 items plus the second Aegis. And you just go up the high ground and try and end the game. I really like the Luna, just in general. And I'm looking at this LGD lineup. Like, getting to the Luna is not that simple for them. They have tons of team fights, sure. They do have this Blink Tiny, but she can get an early enough BKB and the Brewmaster can run enough interference. He won't have the easiest time dying. That being said, we do finally get to see the Enigma. We've seen him banned, I think it was once or twice earlier today. Once in the first phase and then once maybe a little bit later. Firstly, where do you think he's going and what do you make of Enigma this meta?
Offlane Enigma, I think it's quite solid. We already mentioned it, I think, at the start of the day. If you can flex it, it's even a good first pick. But in general here, you have a Tiny, you have a Lesh. So Tiny Enigma is probably like the best lane I think there is in Dota in general. Because there's so many things that you can do with this lane play versus a lot of different heroes. Get kills, push, they can do everything. Later on in the game, you have both the Enigma and the Lesh to push the towers, and you have counter initiation around the Lesh with both the Avalanche and the Black Hole. So overall, this LGD lineup makes a lot of sense. The Disruptor, I think, doesn't fit all that well into the lineup. But if you are coming close to a tower and somebody's trying to escape, I think it's gonna be more reasonable that you get the glimpses at that point. And you mentioned the Medusa. There she is. So while these guys are creating space, she's farming, comes out 22 minutes into the game, and then you just mow down towers with all 3 of your cores. This LGD lineup makes a lot of sense.
The goalies, what do we need now? We need some kind of mid laner for Han. We're able to tie this lineup together. Someone that can start fights for us, do okay in the mid lane versus the Leshrac, and also potentially have some degree of scaling potential. What fits the bill of all 3 of these things? I don't know, I mentioned it earlier when there was a Faceless Void. How would you feel about an Invoker here? EMP burn versus the Medusa, Tornadoes for the Leshrac and Enigma, prior BKBs, decent laning against the Leshrac early on in the game?
Invoker would be a bait, I think. It's good versus the heroes of LGD, doesn't work too well with the heroes of the goal of all life is death. I think that's the main thing. I would want something faster, like Coddle is banned. Something that gets into the face of these heroes. I guess Primal Beast wouldn't be too bad for the goal of all life is death. Something fast that can go and defend the waves and actually bring down the Lesh and the Enigma. Don't think about the Medusa. Luna will deal with her in the later portions of the game. Brewmaster will keep her in the air. It doesn't matter. You will dodge her, but make sure that you keep the Lesh and Enigma at bay. So either very bursty type hero like a Queen of Pain, or tanky, run in your face kind of guy that is gonna benefit from the Inkswell like a Primal Beast.
Okay. Goalies still have about 25 seconds left at this point to decide who are they going to put into that role. I like the Primal idea. DP wouldn't have been too bad, but she's banned out as well. They don't go Primal.
Pango would be the best, but he's banned.
Pango's banned, yeah. Storm, no. Huskar. Okay. Okay, Huskar in the mid lane versus the Leshrac. With all that resistance and stuff, you should be fine there. if you play the game fast enough, you can get a pretty fast BKB. But the thing that sucks is that Huskar has, in my mind, never been good against multiple sources of BKB piercing disable. That's what LGD have right now. What do you think, seeing this Han Huskar as the last pick?
I think PYW will make you regret your life if you're this Huskar. I think that's the idea here. If I'm this tiny, I'm just thinking, how am I going to make this Huskar's life a living hell? I play with Enigma a little bit, make sure that New has a solid start, and then I just sit on the mid lane and make sure that Han is not having a good time. So I'm not a fan in general.
I've also always thought that Huskar is an awkward matchup into it. Not only do you have that BKB piercing disable with the Black Hole, but Midnight Pulse, for a hero with as much HP as the Huskar likes to accrue, not fun dealing with percent-based damage. I'm all LGD on this one. That being said, I'm pretty much always all LGD, so I'm the worst person to ask. But seriously though, I do think this LGD draft, you mentioned it earlier, it makes a lot of sense. Does everything. They can they can push towers with the Edict. They can have the Medusa just stand in front of it in siege mode. Whereas for the side of the goalies, how do they even win? Like, even contingent on them winning their lanes, that's the only way they win this game, right? They have to the first 10 minutes have to be absolute dominance from them to transition into the mid game in a good position.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the goal of all life is death.
Prepare for battle.
I'm looking at this game right now, and you need to punish the Tiny moving around. Tiny will be moving around 100%, so I'm guessing Grimstroke goes through the Twin Gates and actually goes and kills the Enigma, or they bring in the Undying through the Twin Gates with the Tombstone, they kill the Medusa. Every single time the Tiny moves and is annoying the Huskar, you need to know about it, and you need to respond to it. So if I'm Dire side, I'm placing both of the wards towards the top lane so that I see this Tiny moving. It has to be that way.
All right, now the most important question. How many minutes is this game going to be?
32 minutes LGD, very confidently the caster said.
Alrighty, I'm ready. 32 minutes. You heard that, goalies? You're on the time limit. Gotta try and make some magic happen before that particular milestone gets reached. Otherwise, there is no hope for you in this game. Thus saith Harry Freak. The gospel has been spoken.
So wait, the last game was 22 minutes, then this one should actually be 58, right? To
normalize
68,
it.
Sorry. Yeah, to make sure that it's like a football match, right? Because we've made sure that their name is the goalies, so we can probably feel like they're gonna be on the court for 90 minutes.
Well, they might be able to stay on the court much longer because they're gonna get the first blood as well. ZX gets the easy kill on the Luna. Very good way to start the game. That feels really, really good for them right now. And they're also stacking up. Look at this. Shola sitting in the trees in the top lane. They want to try go for the pincer. Quickly onto New. And looks like they are going to find it. Oh, he doesn't know. He doesn't know. They got him. They should be able to bring down this Enigma. New trying to run himself away. PYW though. With a god level avalanche. Sadly though, the angles of retreat are closed off for New. So they will still be able to find him.
Okay, so one interesting thing though that happened is that Lesh got the kill as well. And usually when you're a Huskar, you don't want any kind of an advantage on the enemy mid laner because you are the one that should be pushing the advantage in general. So I think that Lesh getting the early good start might be a bigger problem than the Dire side getting 2 kills so far.
We'll see how Han is able to deal with the situation. And before we get to that though, might have another death here because the avalanche from PYW catches out this Undying. Right clicks from all the Eidolons and that should be a dead little Undying zombie man. Well, looks like we are back to the previous series here, Harry Freak. PYW and New already starting to put in some major amount of work here in the offlane.
What is that 1 CS on the Luna? Oh boy. Okay, he doubled his CS.
100% advantage, bro. He's gonna win the game.
Easy. Okay, some of the range creeps are coming to the tower. This is gonna be fine.
Half times might be spelled out ahead, but gonna recover some of the CS advantage. Down bottom, a lot of HP lost out on this Brewmaster, but nothing too critical just yet. Shiro doesn't really care about killing the Brewmaster. He just wants to farm and hit creeps. Besides, as much as the Luna's not getting any CS, this Brewmaster's in an even worse position right now. 2 CS to his name in the first 2.5 minutes of the game.
Oh, but the Husker is being pressured in the mid lane, and I like this. This is the build of the Lesh that I like. In the first game that we saw today, Butterfly Effect was playing a Lesh with 3 points in Lightning Storm, Ruin Split Earth. This is the build that's the most successful. The Lightning Storm once, and then you max out the Diabolic Edict. Maybe you get Lightning Storm twice. And we're seeing that he's applying so much pressure to the Husker.
We're looking for why you smile. He's being chased down right now. One more right click will put him into critical position, but he's not dead just yet. Now he's gonna be the one to turn around, looking towards the Brewmaster. Has Thunderstrike, but not enough mana to cast it. So I don't think anybody's gonna end up dead down bottom. And why you smile is complaining. It seems like a little bit about the lag.
Okay, so Diu Bao is lag 100% because I think our observer also had a hiccup there, so something is maybe wrong with the servers.
Oh,
So,
apparently
okay,
Dubao
now
is
we
packet
finally
loss. Yeah. Dubao is
What is
packet
that?
loss. Packet loss,
cool,
yeah.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
And
Okay,
then
so we're
I think-
learning Chinese.
Lag is just Kale. Kale or Zale, I've seen where they complain about lag, and then this is packet loss. Okay. Education, I like it.
Yeah, Kale is something that they refer to, and there's lag though. I don't know it on the in Twitch chat. Everybody made a meme out of it, so that's I'm not sure if it really means that or if the Chinese are just having fun and still giving information while saying it.
We're all learning whether we like it or not. So
Of course, we like it.
learning is fun, honestly. I really enjoy, like, if I go to sleep in a day somewhat smarter than I was the day before with some new knowledge, it's always a good day.
But I feel like Dota players are gonna be hit with dementia a little bit earlier, so brace yourself.
I will be honest, right? I mean, I used to do engineering. I've studied physics. Knowing the ins and outs of Dota is actually much harder than gaining an advanced degree. This game is impossible to play. It's down bottom. Shiro with the looping right click, able to get the kill onto shoulder. And this means that this bottom lane, so top was already going decently for them. Bottom is going phenomenally for them. And LGD, we've complained today about their lack of prowess in the early laning phase. That is certainly not a complaint we can levy against them in this game.
Han almost died there. That was very, very dangerous. The inner fire, of course, is really solid versus the Lesh. You get him away from yourself, and the Diabolic Edict doesn't do anything. This top lane is amazing for the Enigma. At this point, you can probably leave Nu alone. And yeah, there it is. PYW. He is ready to make the Huskar's life a living hell.
Well, they might first make the Undying's life a living hell because he wandered in to try and collect the water rune. They do have the toss back, but they decide to just let him live. It's fine. He'll just trade hits himself and the PYW on his tiny. Not too much is going to change here.
Not really. He is actually coming back to the top lane.
Okay, stick around. I must say, one thing I am still very worried about this Brewmaster. Like, Brewmaster, it's one thing if he's not getting any farm. It is what it is. You know, these things do happen. But the thing that concerns me, he's not getting any experience either. He's level 3 right now. Not even close to getting level 4. And he's not going to be kept away from this wave as well. So, going to make a massive dent in his overall experience progress. In the mid lane, though, you mentioned PYW needs to make the life of the Huskar hell. He shows up, tosses him back to the tier 1 tower. And the physical damage punches right through that Berserker's blood. Easy kill in the mid lane for the LGD lineup.
It's not that he has to, it's just that he wants to. That's how it goes. Also, Brewmaster is in trouble. Nope, turns around.
Okay. Brewmaster still alive. Again, you know, I've been in, obviously not in this kind of qualifying game, but if you're playing this game as Shiro, honestly, you're happy if Brewmaster's not dying. You want him to just stay super low the entire time, have to ferry in regen, not get the free trips home. Especially as the other sides of the map, your team is just wreaking havoc. PYW helps with a kill onto the Luna. He helped onto a kill onto the Huskar. As you as Shiro, you just keep farming. Your team is taking care of everything else.
Grimstroke or the Undying need to be making moves to the opposite side lane. You need to have two supports somewhere so that you can actually pressure. They're not punishing this Tiny going to the mid lane, and nobody is even close to the strength of the Tiny when it comes to rotations to the mid lane. If it comes to it, Han needs to keep himself safe, and the rest of them just apply pressure somewhere else.
Han will have the shield rune denied from him. They can actually glimpse back the UIW. Love to get this kill. Phantom's Embrace demands that he can't do anything for now, but after they get rid of it, he has his spells back online, throws them back on the Grimstroke, and they get the easy connection onto Show.
Don't fight in the mid lane, don't do it, you're gonna lose. Especially with the Slash having 3 points in the Edict. If you try to go for him, even if he dies, the Edict is gonna kill you all. That's just how it works, so just be a little bit more chill. And this is a good move. Go for Shiro, that is smart.
Question is, can they actually get Shiro? Inkswell, we're not gonna find him with the stun because the glimpse from YU Smile was there. And the Tombstone was laid out outside of the range of this tier 1, so once Shiro is backed off to this area, with 16 1 charges, he's completely untouchable actually.
Yeah, he was getting low there in mana, but had the 16 1 charges in 2 seconds before the arcane boot, so now he
Try
pretty
going
much
YU
can't die.
Smile. Well, no, YU Smile should be fine, yeah. 14 1 charges and a glimpse. He's actually just gonna hold this. Force him to come closer onto the Brewmaster. This is such a big
Baiting.
outplay. Brewmaster is dead for sure. Hashtag outplayed, hashtag jobaited, hashtag I am a better Dota player than you, LGD. Doing what they're made of here in this game too.
I'm actually gonna be tagging people on Twitter or X with the hashtag I'm a better Dota player than you. That just sounds real fun, but overall this game is not fun for the Dire side. Your Huskar is having the best game out of all of your cores, and he's having a mediocre one. And then look at this Brewmaster. He just doesn't have a game whatsoever.
You know, in my estimation, every single time I've seen Huskars play Dota, it's exactly the same thing that happens every single game. If the Huskar fails to dominate his lane and doesn't have like 5 kills at 15 minutes, they lose. I've never in my entire life seen a Huskar game that doesn't follow that trend. Han, gonna try find his first kill here, jumping into the river, but like you said, don't fight in the river because Setsu is just too damn strong. A double kill, a potential tower. Oh man, that low ground black hole onto Shola. But the rest of his team was busy taking care of the Tombstone. Between Leshen and Tiny, some of the worst attack speeds in the entire world. Takes forever to bring down the Tombstone. But they still get the kill. We'll be able to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower right now with the level 4 Diabolic Edict.
Nice ward through
They
the Tiny.
actually,
They're
oh
just
my
gonna get
god.
more.
Look at PYW. Like you mentioned, the ward behind the tower, the positioning in that moment enables them to get a kill. He might die for this though because Han has respawned, jumped directly onto the Tiny. Burns him down for the kill, but look at the positioning that they're in right now, the goalies. Han is middle. ZX is middle. So they had to focus so many resources just to bring down a lowly Tiny in the mid lane.
Luna is, the Medusa is getting ran down. No stick charges, no nothing. But
Wait, what? She's actually fine? What? I thought she was gonna die.
I was certain he was gonna die.
And he just casually TPs out instead. Goes home. And the thing that sucks about this
He
is
just
because of
walks
how
better.
bad the Brewmaster's game is. You know, normally when I TP home like this as a carry, I'm like, oh god, I'm not going to have a tower by the time I return. Brewmaster's not going to be able to pressure my tower in the conditions he's in. He actually TPs middle to assist Han in killing off Setsu. Han did it all by his lonesome though, diving underneath the tier 1 tower. And now, with this
bonus.
Brewmaster split, they should be able to find the bonus onto YU Smile. YU Smile tried to glimpse back the Brewmaster, but nice little split to prevent that from happening enables a kill in this mid lane.
Huskar now has an armlet. With an armlet, it's a bit of a different story, right? You are just way too tanky for them to focus on you, and now you can focus around the mid lane. LGD might have gotten a bit ahead of themselves, especially because the black hole was used, so you do not have that turnaround potential in the mid lane. Still, you don't lose the tower, and that's the most important part for the LGD lineup. The thing is, these tower-taking heroes, when they lose their own tower, the game becomes super hard for them because they cannot do what they're supposed to. You cannot go to push because your TP place is way too far away. So that's why the side of LGD need to put a lot of emphasis into getting that mid-tier 1 down.
Almost down, 350 life left, but they're going to go on an adventure first to look for a kill. The primary target is going to be ZX, but they don't have any direct vision of him, but they do have the scan. They know exactly what's happening. DYW going to be the one to lead the charge here. Now that the Luna has shown, the Luna is absolutely going to die. They're not going to even have to commit any ultimates to make this happen. Very easy to kick. And that's also going to be pressure on the tier 2 tower. We've got Eidolons here, we've got a Siege Wagon, we've got maxed out Diabolic Edict. Easy tier 2 to grab. Fire 12 minutes in the game here, and they can still tier 2 TP down bottom to try and defend the Medusa. They're going on to the Brewmaster. Black Hole will be there from New. Shiro getting right in front of Shola, preventing him from getting into the fight. But they didn't have enough damage to kill the Brewmaster, so Brew will survive. In fact, Han just jumps in directly onto New, hoping to kill him off with his burning spears. Will succeed in this process. The question is, will he escape? Why You Smile is here, glimpses him back into the Static Storm. Do they have the damage? They do. PYW provides it with the Avalanche. That's going to be a massive trade happening down bottom, but they're not done just yet from LGD. PYW tossing Shola back into the Shiro Medusa. The Inkswell will buy a little bit of time, but not nearly enough as they take away the Tombstone. Avalanche onto the Brewmaster, killing him off and grabbing a double for this Tiny. Glimpse back onto this young Undying, grants a triple kill to Tiny. LGD in this early game simply cannot be stopped, and they're not done just yet. Are we gonna get an ultra for a Tiny, a support Tiny Hairy Freak this early on in the game? We almost do. The glimpse. He thought the Haste Juno was gonna protect him, but that is not the case. That being said, Dohan shows up, jumps in with the ultimate, brings down Setsu on the back end of the fight. PYW looking to try and get some quick revenge onto Han, will not manage to do so. ZXCC just wants a couple of hits onto this Disruptor, will not be able to find them. But now the Disruptor has glimpse, the Disruptor has vision. The Disruptor, with the help of Tiny and Enigma, will have a kill now. And we get PYW. Well, it took long, but I'm gonna grant him that honorary ultra kill. Tiny is honestly just out here balling hard in game number 2.
More farm than the enemy offlaner. That's just how the game is going right now. And the thing is, the Brewmaster is the type of hero that wants to get a Radiance. This game you just can't do it. You have to get like a Vlad's to be able to do anything with his heroes, or your Brewlings are gonna be killed by the Medusa with relative ease. That's just beautiful. And now you're also strong enough to just go for the enemy Wisdom Rune. Okay, they don't have a Black Hole, so maybe that's gonna be enough to dissuade them, but you still force out so many rotations, and you know exactly where your enemies are at.
They're smoked up on 3 heroes right now on LGD. I mean, they would love to get the Wisdom Rune, but kills would also be great. The ultimate is back on the Medusa, and they will trigger it off. In the meantime, Undying tossed back into an awful position, getting killed off. Brewmaster now inside the Static Storm. Shiro grabs the Wisdom Rune. They really want the Brewmaster, but they will not be able to find him. Roller gonna try and help out in this fight, but as you mentioned, look how squishy these Brewlings are. Oh my god, Luna tossed into the Medusa. Eclipse gonna get bounced off of all these units around him, and that'll be an easy kill onto the Luna. LGD way too strong everywhere on the map, and they get a Wisdom Rune and then some here on this bottom side.
Oh, that's such a huge win for LGD. They're getting everything they can from their opponents, and the thing is that the Dire lineup doesn't work that well from behind, right? So you want your Huskar to be able to posture aggressively. He's kind of forced into a BKB, cannot get a Halberd, which was probably one of the ideas why you picked him, and LGD are now just gonna continue pressuring. There is no reason not to. Everywhere you see somebody, you just kill him.
Why not? They can't stop you. UIW giving us a demonstration of what you're saying right now, making the jump onto Brewmaster. But they will at least not want to dive too far forward. They will allow the Brew to live. Not that it matters overall because of just how far LGD are ahead at the moment.
The biggest problem, you won't have anywhere to force out a fight. The only tower that is remaining is the mid tier 2, and at some point that's gonna get taken down as well. Then even if you come to a point where you have some of your item timings, how are you gonna be mounting up in defense? Where? How? Where are you gonna TP? How are you gonna be able to cover the map with the smoke? It's gonna be impossible. So a very rough situation for the Dire side at the moment.
7k gold lead, an advantage for LGD. We'll have like what, 40 minutes to play on the dial lineup, so still a lot of game to go.
Exactly.
Mid lane, oh no, Han is dead. Han is dead. You said and should want to make his life a living hell. PYW, I'm sure he sent you a message and say, bro, I got you. Don't even worry about it. I'm gonna make him never want to play this hero ever again.
I never played Dota. I was the best at the game when you know, the roaming meta was up with the position 4 supports, Tinies, Earth Spirits, Tusks and stuff. And if I would see a Huskar in this kind of a game and I'm a Tiny, I'd be like, thank you for picking this hero. Thank you. You're gonna make my game so easy and so fun that it is insane. PYW is having so much fun in this game.
That he is. On parity with the Brewmaster in terms of net worth. Pretty much do whatever the hell he wants. Having fun right now. Don't know what he's gonna build next. To be fair, I also love these kind of games where the impact of the supports is so high that we don't even have to spend much time clicking on Shiro's item build. Shiro's item build, very irrelevant for this game. As long as he doesn't like royally mess up with the way his supports are playing, all the space is being made. Case in point, look at my boy PYW bringing me some free gold. Thank you very much. And he's not even gonna die for this. He TP's out. He knows that if they have to brew split to kill him, great, awesome. If they don't, great, I survive. Win, 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 win for the LGD lineup, thanks to PYW.
Grimstroke is buying an Aghanim Scepter and not buying a Shard. That's kind of showing what's happening in this game. His only thought about winning is the enemy core is super farmed, so maybe I can create an illusion of him. Because our cores are pretty weak and they're not going to be able to win 100%. And this is just the problem, because when you see a Huskar Grimstroke, you want to have that purge or dispel onto the Huskar and the heal. That is pretty much how these two heroes work together, and you have given up on that.
I'm telling you, they've already lost it. It's Huskar, we're past minute 15, doesn't have 5 kills. He is 2k behind on gold from like the nearest possible person in the carry. So in my opinion, this is GG. I don't think they can win anymore. But many weirder things have happened this day. We will see a Static Storm covering you. This might allow him to get off the black hole with BKB onto 2 heroes. And that's exactly what he does. Both of them will fall. Tombstone easily destroyed right now by LGD. And they both back on this Undying, on this Brewmaster. They really want to try and force this fight. They want to go all in. They want to get back into a good position. But unfortunately, Setsu gets the reveal too soon onto this Undying. They easily kill him off. BKB from Han with some right clicks. But they can't even kill PYW. DXZC committed the full damn Eclipse for this. But it's not going to matter. He's surrounded right now by the Leshrac, by the Enigma, by the Eidolons. And now he's dead. And these Brewlings going to make sure that the offlane Brewmaster follows him into the grave. And that's it. You wanted 32 minutes, you wanted 62 minutes, none of that matters. LGD is just too damn good. GG well played is called by the goalies as they throw in the towel, get eliminated from the tournament, and allow LGD to keep the hopes of DreamLeague 23 alive and well for the Chinese squad.
Yeah, poor goalies. They played the DreamLeague Closed Qual. I got, because you have a black shirt, I was like, what the hell did he do? Because it kind of meshed with your chair. And I'm like, what is his pose? What's happening? Yeah, then I understood what you're doing. You're showing us the great LGD. But considering that we are going to be seeing them from the, now I understand everything. Now everything makes sense. But the guys that they beat, the goal of all life is death, or goalies as we call them, they only played the qualifiers here for an hour and a half. That's how long of game time they've had, which is kind of sad. It is going to be some experience for them, but definitely not a lot. In 4 games, 3 of them, they lost like around 20 minutes this one before, and there was one 32-minute game. That's about the only thing they could muster up.
On the bright side, they've been, for the most part, reliably able to get at least to the latter stages of their qualifiers. You know, they came through the open qualifiers number 1. Like you say, very fast games overall, not the most amount of experience, but nonetheless, they're able to demonstrate that they can get here. Whether they can get to the next level is still up for contention, but baby steps is what's necessary to become a real professional Dota 2 player. And LGD being able to go through, personally for me, I think that loss that they suffered against Kev will be good for the team overall to make sure that they don't get overconfident. Because you could, especially you could definitely see they were playing like, we feel like we're better than you. And you even mentioned it yourself that in the third game, once they realized, wait, we're not that much better than you, they had no idea where to go from there. So I think that's a kind of loss that's going to help them better as a squad overall for LGD.
I agree. The thing is, though, after that loss today, I don't think I see them as the favorites any longer. Maybe they don't see themselves as the favorites any longer, which could really be a good thing. And, well, we're going to be finding out in the coming days.
Yep. Before we wrap this one up, I need from you an MVP. Who was the LGD player that made your eyes sparkle throughout game three?
Really?
Okay.
Really? You don't know?
Yeah, really.
You don't know? It was PYW. It was the tiny.
PYW,
It was the
yeah.
tiny. So he made this game for his team, right? It wasn't that hard, but win the lane for the Enigma, win the lane for the Lesh, be everywhere on the map, catch everybody, set up all of the kills. It was just beautiful gameplay all around.
I'm with you. PYW played amazingly. Honestly, I was going to reach through the screen and shake your head and be like, why didn't you choose PYW? You told us how he was going to play this game. He did that to perfection. And as a result, LGD managed to continue their run in DreamLeague Season 23 qualifiers. We don't know how far they're going to get, but we know that every single LGD game will always be very, very entertaining. For everybody at home, thank you so much for joining us throughout these last 3 series. I'm Snare. This is the boy Harry Freak. Please go and follow him on the socials. It's at Harry_Freak, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
So do the right thing. Go follow Harry Freak. Make sure that you are following ESL. But more importantly, get a glass of water. Make sure to hydrate. And remember to love yourself more than you love anything else, because we only have you and nothing else from you. So thank you for your time, your attention. And we will see you tomorrow with some more DreamLeague action, with some more Chinese Dota, and some more Harry Freak on the mic, because this man is amazing. Peace out, y'all. See you tomorrow. And we will check you then. Bye-bye. See you in the morning for some more China action.
starts with this, a person that you miss. Mine draws a blank. I wanna go back to the early days when life was an escape. Now I just wait for better days. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I lost myself in your reality. Lost myself. I feel that life, according to a friend, we're all shrink wrapped in